Miss Kyo, because you changed the story's ending, you are cursed by the audience. You've transmigrated into the world of the novel, becoming the canon fodder villainess. Currently, the male lead has already been written into blackening by you. You can only return to reality by reducing his blackening level to 0. Otherwise, you will be killed by him, and I am the system that has come to help you return home. You can call me a Pei. I scoff. Such a random name and an even more random appearance. It's just too deceptive. I don't care if you're Pei or not Pei. Hurry up and send this old lady home. Dear Master, I do not have this authority. You must complete the mission to be able to go home. I don't want to be here. I want to go home. 7th Miss, this is your home. Where else do you want to go? Warning, Junmaiji's blackening level is rising rapidly. She turned to a Kwang and shouted, Where is Junmaijia? How are his injuries? Junmaijia is the servant A Jiak, right? He was tied up and beaten by the 3rd Miss in the front courtyard. Miss Kyo didn't bother to change her clothes, kicked off her shoes, and ran while screaming, You all may not want your lives, but I want mine. Oh heavens! The scene in the courtyard at this moment. Junmaijia is body-bound, was being beaten repeatedly. Everyone stopped. As she approached, she was pulled back by her 2 older sisters. They were the 4th Miss, Qiao Lehuan, and the 3rd Miss, Qiao Wanwei. 4th sister thinks that servant A Jiak deserves to be taught a lesson like this. Continue beating him so everyone can see. Understood. I'll take charge of this matter then. Based on many years of experience reading online novels, this deep sisterly bond is definitely fake. She shook off their hands and ran to a Jiak, but he thought she was just putting on an act in front of him. Just then, Lord Xiao entered from outside. Little 7th, it's you again? 3rd sister and 4th sister clung to Lord Xiao, speaking up for their 7th sister. But it was like 7th Miss wanted to protect a Jiak, while those 2 wanted to torture a Jiak. Not only that, they also made snide remarks. 7th Miss finally took a liking to him, yet he doesn't know what's good for him. Your daughter was just venting a little anger on little 7th's behalf. Little 7th realized it wasn't just a fake bond. It seemed they wanted to push her to her death. Just as I was thinking ill of them, that a Pei appeared, startling me. Popping out like that really scared me to death. A Pei appeared to announce that her first chance at rebirth had arrived. The mission is, save Junmaijia, gain his trust, and then bring him back for your own use. Having come this far, little 7th had to see it through. She fabricated a story that while she was strolling in the flower garden, she was suddenly attacked by a snake and was so scared she fainted, and it was a Jiak who saved her life. Words must be accompanied by evidence for those 2 sisters to believe her. Little 7th clasped her hands behind her back and used a hairpin to stab her own hand to fake a snakebite wound. A Jiak witnessed everything before his eyes, stunned and bewildered. And just like that, little 7th overcame the first tribulation on her journey of transmigrating into the book. Congratulations, mission 10 complete. I guess you have some conscience after all. My bleeding injury wasn't in vain. After being untied, a Jiak immediately fainted. She brought him back to her room and took care of him. While unconscious, a Jiak accidentally grabbed her hand and pulled her down on top of him. Little 7th stared intently at a Jiak. Looking at him like this, he's actually quite handsome. Just then, a Jiak woke up and grabbed her hands. And in their panic, their lips accidentally touched. This script is just too familiar, isn't it? A Jiak immediately pushed her away. What on earth are you trying to do to me? His blackening level rose rapidly. Little 7th laughed bitterly. So my first kiss is gone just like that? That bastard still dares to be angry. This old lady is done with this. Kill the 9th Emperor's wife and children. Seize the 6th Prince. Amidst the chaos, Consortly carried a Jiak to a general to ask for help. The rebel army has broken through. This consort fears there is no escape. I implore the general to protect Jiar. So it turns out a Jiak is the current emperor's 6th prince. After the old general passed away, he told a Jiak, I have always suspected that the rebellion that year was related to Prime Minister Qiao, but I have no proof. I can only protect your life first. You must find an opportunity to return to the imperial palace and avenge the consort. As she was dreaming, a Pei called out, waking her. This dream was about the encounter before Junmaijia snuck into the Prime Minister's residence. So he was pushed this far, no wonder he became blackened. Putting her thoughts aside, she quickly went outside because a Jiak had run into trouble again, causing his blackening level to rise. The matter was that the ugly steward was furious about why the 7th Miss could let a Jiak stay at his place. So he repeatedly laid hands on a Jiak. The 7th Miss couldn't arrive in time to stop him. Who gave you the nerve to lay a hand on a Jiak? All of you listen clearly. A Jiak is my life-saving benefactor. Anyone who dares to touch him is offending this young lady. A Jiak didn't expect her to stand up for me in front of everyone. Does she have some ulterior motive? Little Seventh continued to shout, "Guards, give Steward Chu 20 strikes with the rod and throw him out of the Chow residence." Then turned away coldly, looking quite cool. She turned to apologize to a Jiak and promised that something like this would not happen again. It seems a Jiak was starting to waver. He thought, I didn't expect that little Seventh had really changed her personality. She continued with teary eyes and asked, "Are you hurt anywhere?" Her acting skills are truly brilliant. A Jiak's suspicion towards her truly wavered. Mission completion level increased to 50. The situation seemed more promising, but then they appeared again. It's like they have nothing better to do than think of ways to make trouble for others. This time, besides the third and fourth sisters, the sixth young master, Qiao Zian, also made an appearance. He said, "Just a common servant? How boring. I just learned a new sword move today. Seventh sister is lucky to witness it." And so he performed with the encouragement of his two older sisters. Little Seventh asked Apei, "How many more idiots like this are there in the Qiao family?" Apei replied, "Master, you are the author. You should be the one who knows best, right?" But when Jun Maijia was at the Qiao residence, the female lead hadn't appeared yet, and you hadn't even finished writing it. She angrily shouted, "Aren't you a system? Didn't you come here to help me? You don't know anything. What do I need you for?" A Jiak, standing beside her, didn't understand what she was saying, and she was acting strangely again. "What are you doing?" Ignoring those people, Xiao Zian suddenly and intentionally let the sword slip from his hand, flying straight towards Little Seventh. A Jiak, being sharp, was about to make a move, but at that very moment, the fifth young master, Qiao Shini, appeared and broke Qiao Zian's sword. The fifth young master spoke up. "Qiao Zian, are you itching for a beating?" They justified themselves by saying that Little Seventh was being intimate with the servant A Jiak, disregarding the Qiao family's reputation. So they were just teaching her a small lesson. Why make such a fuss? At this moment, Little Seventh also knew that Xiao Shini was her biological older brother. He said, "If Little Seventh does wrong, Father will be the one to decide. Since when did you overstep your bounds? Now get lost." Little Seventh quickly grabbed her brother's arm. "Brother, words can't express my gratitude for this great favor. I'll be leaving first." But it wasn't that easy. Fifth brother ordered her to stop. It's one thing to misbehave on a normal day, but to be intimate with a servant, corrupting the family's morals. A Jiak replied, "Fine, the seventh miss favors this lowly one. There's nothing to be done." Fifth brother angrily shouted, when she was being troubled by Qiao Zian, "Why didn't you protect her? And now you have the nerve to say such sarcastic words here?" Qiao Shini tossed a sword to a Jiak. "Fight me. If you lose, get out of the Qiao family." A Jiak caught it, realizing the situation was quite precarious. Little Seventh, Kyo, intervened. "Fifth brother, with a Jiak strength, you're no match for him. How about you don't fight?" "Ridiculous. How would we know without fighting?" She then suddenly remembered, he was injured yesterday, saving me. Fifth brother wouldn't bully an injured person, right? Then she hurriedly grabbed her brother's hand and said coaxingly, "It's inconvenient for me to take care of Jiak, so I'll entrust him to you. But I'll take a Jiak to teach him a lesson first, and then come back to find you." After escaping from her fifth brother, while she was panting, a Jiak pointed the sword at her. "Little Seventh Kyo, how did you know I know martial arts?" I was just guessing." A Jiak, who had been wondering for a long time, took this opportunity to ask, "Then why did your personality suddenly change so drastically? And why are you being so good to me? What is your purpose? Really? What have you found out?" Cornered with no way out, she shouted, "The truth is, I have secretly admired you for a very long time." After hearing this, a Jiak froze and broke out in a cold sweat. Little Seventh immediately grabbed a Jiak's hand to hold the sword back. She continued, "Because it was love at first sight for me. That's why I usually secretly watch how you live. And I discovered that your martial arts are both profound and rich in internal energy." She turned her back and continued, "Liking someone doesn't necessarily mean you have to possess them. Just hoping for their happiness is enough." Truly, her acting deserved an Oscar for Best Actress. It seems a Jiak believed her, and so his blackening level decreased again. Little Seventh Kyo's mission is 75 complete. A Jiak turned to leave, leaving behind a sentence. "I hope that no matter how much the seventh mislikes me, you should restrain yourself a little. Unexpectedly, the words Xiaoqi said to a Jiak were overheard by her fourth sister. She even mumbled to herself, "I didn't expect Xiaoqi to like him that much." She immediately thought of a scheme to frame a Jiak and Xiaoqi. She repeatedly approached a Jiak, acting coquettishly in front of him, and even painted pictures, and performed all sorts of dances to attract a Jiak. She must have thought it was attractive or something. These past few days, a Jiak has been staying at Fifth Brother's residence. Xiaoqi used the excuse of visiting her biological brother to see him. As expected, no one said a word against it. Moreover, her relationship with Fifth Brother also grew better and better, truly killing two birds with one stone. A Jiak took this opportunity of closeness to ask, "Fifth young master, where did you say the sword manual you wanted to get was?" Fifth Brother revealed, "It was in our father's study." A Jiak offered to go get it for the fifth young master. Xiaoqi knew his trick, thinking that Junmaijia was determined to find a way into the study because he wanted to find evidence of his mother consort being harmed. She immediately said, no need for such trouble. I can just get it when I go to pay my respects to father." At this moment, fourth Miss Xiao Lehu and ran over looking for a Jiak, having heard that a Jiak had been working hard recently, so she had specially simmered some soup for him. Xiaoqi had a task she wanted to consult Fifth Brother about, so it was fortunate that fourth sister came to keep a Jiak occupied. She quickly pulled Fifth Brother away to another place. Only the two of them were left. The fourth miss said, "It's fine if you don't drink the soup, but you must accept this scented pouch." A Jiak had no choice but to accept it to make her happy. That evening, the fourth miss was standing in the flower garden, seemingly waiting for someone. Finally, she saw that a Jiak had arrived, so she immediately rushed forward and hugged a Jiak tightly from behind. As expected, you read the letter in that scented pouch. When that person turned around, she was startled because it wasn't a Jiak, but it seemed this person had admired her for a long time. He didn't expect the fourth miss to be so proactive. He moved in and hugged her tightly. By some twist of fate, at this very moment, Lord Xiao and the sisters appeared from behind. The thing is, a few days ago, the fourth miss and the third miss were in a room. It turned out they were plotting to put a letter inside the scented pouch that the fourth miss would give to a Jiak. They were certain that after reading the letter, a Jiak would go to the meeting spot. They believed that to make a Jiak leave Xiaoqi, they just needed to say he was indecent with the fourth Mississippi. At that time, Lord Xiao would surely beat him to death, and no matter what, Xiaoqi would be in despair. But unfortunately for them, this time, the person who eavesdropped on the two sisters was our very own Xiaoqi. "Oh, so they want to trample on me." Xiaoqi hurried back, snuck into a Jiak's room, and found the letter. The letter clearly stated, "Tonight at the hour of high, I'll meet you in the flower garden." No wonder there was no sender's signature. But as bad luck would have it, she was caught by a Jiak in his room. But with her acting skills, a trivial situation like this was nothing, right? Returning to the present. "Slap, you really bring me great honor. A secret rendezvous, and with this kind of lowly servant." Xiaoqi showed a rather amused expression. "Want to harm Junmaijia? Then don't blame this young lady for striking back." Feeling wronged, she was about to reveal the truth to salvage the situation a little when her third sister came forward to remind her, "If you let it slip, both of us will be dead." The situation was as tense as a drawn bowstring. When a servant frantically ran over to report to Lord Xiao that there was a noise in the study, it turned out that a Jiak had taken the opportunity to sneak into Lord Xiao's study, hoping to find evidence about the events of the past. Xiaoqi knew for sure that the person inside the study was a Jiak. She tried every way to stop her father, but no matter what she said, she couldn't stop him. Necessity is the mother of invention. She called out to a Jiak, "Come out here." Xiaoqi gave a strained smile. "Actually, I wanted to give father a surprise. I had a Jiak secretly come to deliver a flower lantern." And just like that, a Jiak got through this incident peacefully. Xiaoqi wasn't pleased for long. She thought this incident would make a Jiak think a little better of her. But unexpectedly, with an angry expression, a Jiak stated, "I already read the letter in the scented pouch long ago." A Jiak thought Xiaoqi was using him to retaliate against her sister. But a Jiak didn't know that everything Xiaoqi did was only to help him. Ajiak turned and walked away. His blackening level increased. From that day on, Junmaijia refused to speak to her. This man is so hard to please. Xiaoqi was so upset, she didn't even have the mood to change her clothes. But upon hearing that today was the Lantern Festival, she suddenly shot up. She remembered that the Lantern Festival was a very important day for Junmaijia. On this day, he and the Ninth Prince would meet. They hit it off right away. The main female villain in the book was Wei Yaoyao, who fell in love at first sight with Junmaijia at the Lantern Festival. So, Xiaoqi had to keep Junmaijia away from Wei Yaoyao, befriend the Ninth Prince, and pave the way for his path to the throne. The feeling of knowing the story's plot is so refreshing. Ajiak didn't look very happy. What trick is she trying to pull now, insisting on dragging me outside? Ajiak spotted a short sword. He looked quite interested, but it cost a whole 20 taels. So Ajiak put it back. Xiaoqi ran over, wanting to buy it for him. But Ajiak still remembered the flower lantern incident from the other day. While interacting with him, Xiaoqi noticed his clothes were already worn out. He looked angry. Last time, it was a flower lantern, this time a short sword. What is the seventh miss plotting against me now? As they were passing by, coincidentally, she and a young master started vying for a piece of fabric, of which there was only one left. Neither was willing to back down, so the two decided to hold a competition. Whoever won would get the fabric. Xiaoqi won round after round convincingly. Everyone praised her calculation skills endlessly, and even that young master was dumbfounded, unable to believe it. Her answering speed was too fast and too accurate. In the end, the young master conceded defeat. Then, "Young lady, please take the fabric." When a young master bowed to Xiaoqi, she recognized the jade pendant he wore. It turned out this young master was the Ninth Prince, Junmaiyuan. Xiaoqi said, "You stand right here, don't go anywhere." She ran off to find Ajiak. It turned out that Prince Junmaiyuan was Junmaijia's younger brother. She found Ajiak. Come on, hurry up and come with me. Young miss, we should be heading home." "Go home. What for?" "There's someone important to meet." Coincidentally, on their way, they ran into Wei Yaoyao. Having no other choice, with a fabric in her hand, she threw it over Ajiak's face to cover it. "Look at this fabric I just bought. Your taste is excellent. It really suits you." Finally, she could breathe a sigh of relief. Ajiak was annoyed. "Having fun, are you?" She looked away in another direction. "No, it's not fun." And so, Ajiak had another reason to stay angry. He headed back alone. In any case, it was good that she didn't let Wei Yaoyao meet him. On her way back, she happened to overhear a shocking secret. Unexpectedly, Lady Qiao was having an affair, and third Miss Qiao, Wanyue, was not Prime Minister Qiao's daughter. She remembered that she had never written it that way. Could it be that because of Xiaoqi's appearance, the plot is becoming more and more complex? But as bad luck would have it, she was discovered by them. It's over, it's Qiao Xiaoqi." Lady Qiao shouted. "Catch her. Absolutely do not let her return to the Qiao family alive." She ran for her life, almost out of breath. Before her was a river, but she didn't know how to swim. Is this what you call a dead end? On his way back, Ajiak kept thinking about how Qiao Xiaoqi was so strange every day, he couldn't make heads or tails of it. Then he unexpectedly met Hong here. Ajiak then learned that Xiaoqi had bought this fabric for him, along with the short sword he had noticed earlier. Back to the scene where Xiaoqi was caught by Lady Qiao's group and pushed into the water. Xiaoqi would surely die if no one came to save her. Lady Qiao thought that Xiaoqi was just the daughter of a concubine, and her death was not a pity. Xiaoqi gradually sank into the deep lake. Her vision blurred, her eyelids grew heavy, and she slowly closed her eyes. Am I going to die just like this? This is truly the fate of a supporting female character. She was gradually losing consciousness, but still recognized that Ajiak had come to save her, feeling the extreme urgency of the situation. Ajiak quickly kissed her to transfer some oxygen, then swiftly brought Xiaoqi to the shore. Witnessed by many people, among them was Prince Junmaiyuan. Ajiak performed first aid, slapping her face. Wake up, wake up. Suddenly, she coughed and woke up. Fortunately, she had narrowly escaped death's door. Junmaiyuan came over to inquire. Ajiak, realizing his identity, deliberately ignored him. "No need to trouble you. I will take her to a physician myself." After all of Xiaoqi's efforts to prevent Wei Yaoyao from meeting Ajiak, how ironic that she still met Ajiak in this situation. She even sent people to investigate who Ajiak was, as well as the woman in his arms. On the way home, no matter her own condition, She was still worried about a Jiak's mood. She asked again and again, "So, you're not angry?" But how could he say yes in this situation? Was she genuinely concerned about a Jiak? Or did she just want him not to be angry to reduce his blackening level? That must be it. A Pei appeared to congratulate its master. The first mission is complete. Jun Maijia's blackening level has successfully been reduced to 28. This means the way home is one step closer, isn't it? Upon returning to the Qiao mansion, waiting for her, as expected, were Lady Qiao and the third Miss, Qiao Wanwei. The third Miss thought to herself, how is she still alive? The lady shamelessly asked her why she returned so late. Where have you been? Xiao Xiaoqi had almost forgotten about these two. Trying to bring her down? Xiaoqi's expressive eyes conveyed her thoughts. That's right, I won't let you push me around. At the residence of General Wei of the Silver Nation, along with his only son, General Wei Sun, and Miss Wei Yao Yao, today the three of them, father and children, will be guests at the Qiao mansion. But coincidentally, the Ninth Highness paid a visit today, so they all decided to go to the Qiao mansion together for fun. Meanwhile, at the Qiao residence, Xiao Xiaoqi took on the role of head chef today, preparing dishes to entertain the guests. Her kitchen assistant was a Jiak with his top-tier knife skills. A Jiak wondered, today's guest is General Wei. Why did the lady order her to cook? Moreover, the kitchen didn't have a single fresh ingredient. Xiaoqi thought to herself, because I ruined her rendezvous, she would naturally find a way to deal with me. If the banquet goes poorly, she'll use Lord Xiao's hand to punish me, then bribe the servants to beat me to death or poison me. Oh my, nothing new at all. After thinking, she said, it's fine, this is just mother showing her trust in me. Her fifth brother asked worriedly, Xiaoqi, are you sure? Don't worry, brother. And she asked her fifth brother to bring the dishes outside. Lord Xiao was furious. What has become of our family's dignity? Why is Xiaoqi in the kitchen today? As soon as he finished, Lady Qiao slyly replied, oh dear, this child. I only asked her to help a little. How did she end up cooking the dishes herself? Hearing her denial, a Jiak froze for 30 seconds. Seeing Lord Xiao's anger, her face looked a bit smug, didn't it? Hey, this aroma isn't bad. These dishes look very novel. Let's try them first. Then they started picking up the food non-stop. You could say they devoured it. From the royalty to the generals, everyone ate while showering it with praise. Who would have thought the seventh Miss cooked so well? Contrary to Lady Qiao's wishes, her face clearly showed disappointment and bitterness, didn't it, folks? Her eyes look very dangerous. I wonder how she will try to harm our Xiaoqi next? In the kitchen, Sai, they must be almost done eating. She asked a Jiak to help her bring some water. She was preparing to make milk tea for them. A Jiak asked curiously, milk tea? What is that? She paused for a moment, then said, milk tea is a very delicious drink. At this moment, it seemed a Jiak was closing the distance between them. He gently tucked her hair back for her, looking very romantic indeed. As a thank you, Xiaoqi gave a gentle smile that was absolutely swoon-worthy, so much so that a Jiak broke out in a sweat. Then, too embarrassed, he dashed off to get water for her to cook that so-called milk tea. A Pei suddenly appeared to announce a new mission. To prevent Jun Maijie from blackening, she must stop Jun Maijie from finding evidence that Prime Minister Qiao framed his mother. Xiaoqi pondered, this is the only thing he's pursuing. Isn't doing this too cruel to him? Suddenly, she was attacked from behind by a hidden assailant. Coincidentally, out at the banquet table, one of Lady Qiao's servants carelessly splashed water all over young Master Wei. Seeing her older brother like that, Wei Yao Yao requested the servant to take young Master Wei to change his clothes. As a result, she led young Master Wei to Qiao Xiaoqi's room. There was also some kind of fragrance in the room that made young Master Wei immediately feel dizzy. Qiao Xiaoqi woke up in her own room with an aching head. Suddenly, from behind, young Master Wei lunged forward and hugged her. She frantically struggled to escape his grasp. Fortunately, a Jiak returned just in time. A Jiak grabbed his collar and lifted him high. A Jiak said angrily, I was just going to get some ice. What on earth is going on? Xiaoqi was panting heavily. Her clothes were disheveled, and her hair was a mess. A Jiak must have gotten jealous, right? His blackening level skyrocketed. Everyone. Xiaoqi panicked and pleaded. Oh, after a moment, a Jiak finally let young Master Wei down. This was indeed Lady Qiao's scheme, wanting to be the death of our Xiaoqi. She smugly thought that this time, Xiaoqi was done for. Returning to Xiaoqi's room, hurried footsteps could be heard from outside. They're here so soon? Luckily, there was the ice that a Jiak had just brought. She quick-wittedly tied it all onto young Master Wei's body. Because of this, young Master Wei came back to his senses, and Ajiak also gradually realized what was happening. His blackening level also started to decrease. The group of people threw the door open. Lady Qiao immediately asked, Xiaoqi, with your clothes so disheveled. Could it be? Could it be? Xiaoqi cut her off. Oh my, thankfully. A moment ago, this young Master Wei fell into the water, so I called for Ajiak to rescue him, but he panicked and fell down. I just pulled him up and didn't have time to fix my clothes, letting everyone see me in this state. Then she thought to herself, humph, as if you'd get the chance to ruin my reputation. The ninth prince already knew Xiaoqi from the silk shop. He felt that she was a cheerful and very trustworthy person. She quickly bowed to greet the ninth highness. I was unaware and impolite last time. Wei Yaoyao also spoke up to help her. My cousin's eyesight isn't very good, so it's not unusual for him to fall. It's fortunate that this young master here lent a helping hand. She said that, but her real purpose was to ask for Ajiak's esteemed name. Miss Wei, you flatter me. Ajiak is just a servant's name. Hearing this, Wei Yaoyao immediately showed her disdain. Huh, you're just a servant? In the end, everything was resolved, and everyone said their goodbyes and left. While young Master Wei was apologizing to Xiaoqi and Ajiak, he inadvertently caused Lord Xiao to notice and discover the jade token on Jun Maijia's person. But he wasn't very sure, so he didn't pay it much mind. That night, Xiaoqi was sewing a new set of clothes for Ajiak and accidentally pricked her hand with a needle. It must have stung, so she cried out. Hearing the noise, Ajiak, who was outside, slammed the door open with a bang and rushed in frantically. But there was no danger at all. Miss, why are you like a child? Do you still like to suck your finger? She held out her finger. That's not it. It's because I pricked this finger with a needle. Ajiak quickly took her finger. How can you be so careless? Were you always outside the door? Ajiak was flustered. I was just coincidentally passing by. Xiaoqi deliberately teased him. If you're worried about me, just say so. Ajiak suddenly remembered the fabric from the other day, pestering. Before he could finish a sentence, she immediately shooed Ajiak away. What are you looking at? What are you looking at? Hurry back to bed. The next morning, Xiaoqi gave her fifth brother a gift. It was a pouch, but it looked kind of feminine, didn't it? Seeing this, Ajiak cleared his throat. Ahem ahem. Xiaoqi still didn't quite get the hint, so Ajiak was blatant and held out his hand. It seems he was demanding a gift from Xiaoqi. Huh? But she still didn't understand, or maybe she was pretending not to. Moreover, she even placed her face in Ajiak's hand. Oh my god, she transmigrated into a book and still brought a hot TikTok trend with her. Unbelievable. Just then, the ninth highness came looking for her. Last time, the seventh miss left me waiting at the fabric stall for quite a while. Today, I've come especially to find the seventh miss to settle the score. Seeing a handsome guy come looking for her, Ajiak immediately got angry and his blackening level skyrocketed. The thing is, she had fought over a bolt of silk that the ninth highness wanted to give to his mother consort, noble consort Rome, for her birthday. So now he was making her take responsibility and choose another gift for him. But no matter what she chose, the ninth highness would say this one wasn't pretty. That one wasn't pretty either. In the end, she finally chose a lantern that the ninth highness was pleased with. With that business finished, she returned to the Qiao residence. It was so late, yet Ajiak was still sweeping in front of Xiaoqi's room. When she arrived and saw Ajiak, she was startled. It's so late. Is Ajiak still waiting for me? Ajiak didn't even look at her and replied, No, I'm cleaning. Does the seventh miss have any orders? She thought to herself, why has the blackening level increased again? He doesn't normally clean at this hour, does he? Suddenly, from Lady Qiao's direction, noise and shouts of thief erupted. Out of habit, Ajiak moved back towards Xiaoqi to protect her. Unfortunately, his injured arm caused him to drop Xiaoqi's bag. It was a bolt of silk and a set of clothes. She frantically bent down to pick them up, afraid they would get dirty. She took the clothes out and held them up against Ajiak. She said, the fabric I initially chose to make clothes wasn't pretty, so I chose a different bolt for you that's more suitable. I'll just give the original bolt to the ninth prince. Ajiak immediately said, I'll take it. No need to give it to him. At this moment, Ajiak's blackening level suddenly dropped again. She covered her mouth and laughed. Are you this happy just because you have new clothes? And you said I suck my finger like a child. Look at you. You're the one who's like a child. Ajiak, embarrassed, turned away. A pei appeared again and said its master did a great job. Continue to charm him into letting go of his hatred. She waved her hand, telling it to disappear. What do you mean, charm him? Then she quickly pulled a jiak. Come on, let's go join the commotion. At this time, over at Lady Qiao's courtyard, someone, catch the thief. Hurry and catch the thief. It turns out this thief is Lady Qiao's lover. This seems juicy. Lady Qiao opened the door with a bang. She was startled to recognize her man from the outside. While the master hasn't been alerted yet, let's quickly clear this up. She shouted loudly, what's all the noise about? It's just a guard who got lost. Watch how I teach you a lesson. She approached him, pointed, and said, you must be the guard for the main gate, right? Are you lost? The main gate is over there. Hurry up and go. He turned his head and gave a forced smile. Ah, that's right. Thank you for the reminder, my lady. Just when he thought the matter could be easily resolved, Xiaoqi and a jiak arrived. Xiaoqi thought the lady was bluffing. Dressed like this, how does he look like a guard? Hurry and inform the master. She said, since when is it your turn to manage my affairs? You withdraw. But Xiaoqi knew the lady was too frightened to handle this properly. She had already sent someone to find her father. She was both furious and terrified to the extreme. Xiaoqi, today you insist on opposing me. How could I? I'm merely treating you the way you treat others. The key figure, Lord Xiao, also arrived in time. In the middle of the night, along with the appearance of Xiaoqi's third sister and sixth brother, Lord Xiao said, what are you all making a scene about here? Lady Qiao's lover intended to slip away, but unfortunately for him, with a jiak here, where could he possibly run? Third sister asked Xiaoqi, why did you bring a strange man to mother's courtyard? She fell into Lord Xiao's arms, crying. This man suddenly barged into my courtyard. It was so frightening. The man said aggrievedly, what strange man I am. Before he could finish his sentence, he was slapped hard across the face by the sixth prince. Insolent, daring to sneak into the prime minister's residence to steal. Lord Xiao asked a servant in a stern voice, what exactly just happened? She replied, Master, this thief snuck into the lady's courtyard alone. Just a moment ago, the lady even said he was the guard for the main gate. Lord Xiao turned to ask him, who exactly are you? The man fearfully took out a letter. This humble one was invited by a Hua. Lady Qiao frantically clarified, in that case, I don't know you at all. Lord Xiao threw a painful slap. You slut? You don't know him. So how does he know your pet name is a Hua? Lord Xiao threw the letter at her to see for herself. Isn't this your handwriting? She was dumbfounded by the letter's contents. Come me in my courtyard. The maids and servants are all gone. A date with Ngulang at the hour of Wu tonight. A day apart feels like 3 autumns. Dearest Ngulang, words cannot express it all. A jiak recalled seeing this letter on Xiaoqi's desk. A jiak immediately understood the situation. Lady Qiao wanted to harm Xiaoqi. It was because she had discovered her lover. Xiaoqi looked at a jiak, worried. He wouldn't turn dark because I plotted against someone, would he? A jiak looked at her with a cold face and asked, was it you? Xiaoqi scratched her head. You figured it out too? A jiak turned her head and said, well done. Huh, why isn't he angry at me? Suddenly patting my head, it's so embarrassing. A jiak said, how could I be angry at you? Because last time you used me, so of course I was unhappy. Where there's smoke, there's fire. No one wants to fight with each other, but knowing how to protect yourself is a good thing. Back to the events. Lord Xiao angrily ordered people to tie them up. Tie up third sister, Qiao Luohuan, as well. The lady flew into a crazed rage. Quick as lightning, she drew a guard sword and lunged straight at Xiaoqi. A jiak was just as fast. He caught it with his bare hands and snapped it with force. It made Xiaoqi's heart almost leap out of her chest. Before being dragged away, she screamed, I will not let Xiaoqi get away with this. But what she cared about right now was a jiak. The wound is too deep. Let's go back quickly and bandage it. But Lord Xiao stopped them and ordered a jiak to be searched. Xiaoqi asked in surprise, Father, why do you suddenly want to search a jiak for no reason? He thought her in a jiak's appearance was without reason, so it was unavoidable. At the same time, he needed to confirm if what he saw yesterday was indeed a jiak's jade token. Xiaoqi was afraid Prime Minister Qiao had found out something about a jiak. So to avoid trouble, she had to do the search herself. Sure enough, it was a jiak's jade token. She, in a jiak, didn't know how to handle it. She planned to hide it, but the sharp-eyed Lord Xiao noticed. Xiaoqi, what is that in your hand? She was startled, but regained her composure and replied, oh, it's just a worthless trinket. But Lord Xiao still wanted to see it, which was a real pain. In that case, this young lady will have to show off her perfect acting skills. She walked backward while saying, "Yes, father, I'll give it to you." Then she deliberately twisted her ankle, stumbling and accidentally flinging the jade token into the water. Splash. "Oh dear, what now?" "It fell into the lake. It's just a worthless item. If you like it, I'll buy you some prettier ones when we go out tomorrow." She tried to persuade him further. "It's just a silly little chicken. They sell them everywhere on the street." Finally, the matter was resolved, and everyone dispersed to their own homes. But Lord Xiao still wondered. Xiao Xiaoqi's actions tonight were truly strange. Could it be that she knows something? So he decided to have people monitor her every move, even though she did everything for a Jiak. She had said the jade token was worthless so that Lord Xiao wouldn't be suspicious. But this affected a Jiak's feelings. His blackening level increased significantly. She burst into tears and went back to wade into the lake, fumbling around in hopes of retrieving the jade token for a Jiak. This action of Xiaoqi's was inadvertently reported to Lord Xiao, because the person monitoring her reported it. Lord Xiao felt it was indeed strange. He thought it was better to kill the wrong person than to let one slip by. Not a single person would be spared. Today, Wei Yaoyao had an appointment with her cousin Wei Sun to come to the Qiao residence to apologize. But when she arrived, she was told by a servant that she didn't need to go. But luckily, she ran into a Jiak. "This is the apology gift my cousin prepared. But since I've met you, you can take it in." A Jiak just took it like that. Wei Yaoyao felt annoyed. She was indignant. "You meet this young lady, and you have nothing to say? But may I ask who you are?" Wei Yaoyao got even more furious. You, how dare you forget this young lady? I am the master. You are the servant. How dare you forget this young lady's face?" But in a Jiak's mind right now, he was only thinking of Qiao Xiaoqi. If there's nothing else, this humble servant will take his leave. And just like that, a Jiak left to Wei Yaoyao's fury. At this time, at a grand restaurant, Wei Sun invited Qiao Xiaoqi for a meal as an apology for the incident at the Qiao residence the other day. Wei Sun said, "Although I don't clearly remember what happened that day, looking at the situation, I can guess a few things." Xiaoqi interrupted, "Then you must have also guessed that someone else took advantage of the situation. You don't need to blame yourself like that. I forgive you. You can just call me Xiaoqi from now on." She thought this was a good opportunity to build a connection. In the future, Wei Sun would become the #1 general of the Silver Nation, an opportunity not to be missed. The two talked some more about Wei Sun's hesitation to go to the border of the Silver Nation and the Northern Kingdom to be stationed and train, but Wei Sun lacked the courage and confidence. Qiao Xiaoqi did her best to encourage him. A true man must hold firm to his will and serve his country. After a whole lot of blah blah blah, Wei Sun finally made his desired decision. As for Xiaoqi, she was delighted to have achieved her goal of making a connection. The two said their goodbyes and left, but ironically, the rumors were something else. People started rumoring that General Wei and Xiao Xiaoqi were having a shady affair. What the hell? And it was Wei Sun's own little sister who was an enthusiastic participant in this matter. When Xiaoqi returned to the Qiao residence, a Jiak and fifth brother were practicing swordsmanship. Seeing her return, a Jiak turned away, refusing to look. Seeing this, fifth brother teased, "You two are fighting again, aren't you?" And then he stood there laughing ha-ha, as if that would make it better. The situation became more tense when Lord Xiao appeared. He said, "I intend to form a marriage alliance with the Wei family. You should prepare yourself, Xiaoqi." She was shocked and stunned. Everything was fine. "Why is this happening?" He asked. "Everything is fine? Haven't you heard the rumors outside?" "What rumors? No matter what they are, the innocent will prove themselves innocent. I don't care about those words." But Lord Xiao had already decided, "You may not care about face, but I do. This matter is not up for further negotiation." He thought to himself, "She is my biological daughter, after all. If she can be married off to another family, then there's no need to take her life." Then he ordered people to take Xiaoqi back to her room, and not to go out without permission. She thought, until now, Jun Maijia still hasn't found the evidence entirely because I've been stopping him, but if I'm confined like this, no one can stop him. The next morning, "Hey, why the long face? Is it because Xiaoqi is getting married?" A Jiak replied, "It's not." Fifth brother deliberately teased, "I see you care a lot about Xiaoqi. I think you like her." A Jiak turned away, and he said, It's not that. What I mean is the seventh young lady has a noble status. I am just a servant and dare not aim so high. I get it. Then please trouble yourself to bring this to Xiaoqi for me. You don't like her, but why are your hands all red? Ajiak was just helping the young master deliver a gift. As he walked aimlessly, the words swirled in his head. I think you like her. Actually, I have secretly admired you for a very long time. You like her. I secretly admire you. This matter is not up for further discussion. Splash. Suddenly Ajiak snapped out of it and asked himself, so what if I like her? And so what if I don't? In Xiaoqi's courtyard, she tried every way, pulling all sorts of tricks, but was still guarded by soldiers at all times and places, unable to escape. Ouch, ouch. I'm in unbearable pain. A person has 3 urgent needs. Surely father wouldn't be cruel enough to let me hold it until I die? Young lady, don't worry. Your saviors are here. They brought her a wooden bucket. Please feel free to use it, young lady. She suddenly had an idea. To use this very wooden bucket full of feces to let you guys have a taste. Just like that, she carried the wooden bucket as a weapon and rushed out. Unfortunately, Ajiak, who was walking over lost in thought, was immediately hit right in the face. She blushed this was an accident, and so her escape failed, and she was dragged back into the room by them. Seeing this, Ajiak stopped them. Ajiak said, with me watching, the young lady won't be able to run away. Suddenly, at this moment, she found Ajiak incredibly handsome. Suddenly, Apei appeared, making her want to die of embarrassment. Apei warned that Jun Maijia's blackening level had risen to 80, and the mission was about to fail. Ajiak spoke up. The 5th young master told me to bring a gift. Please accept it, 7th young lady. The gift has been delivered. I will take my leave now. Seeing this, she quickly pulled him back. She didn't understand at all. Why did his blackening level suddenly decrease? I'm sorry. Was it because I threw away your jade token that you got angry? Ajiak felt a sharp pain. That was the only thing my mother left for me. But at that time, Xiaoqi was also forced into a corner, but she promised she would definitely compensate Ajiak. Ajiak replied sadly, there are things in this world that money can't buy. The situation looked utterly tragic, which was broken by the guards in a very comical way. The young lady using a bucket of feces to attack us is really too much. Whisper, whisper. Back to the story, Ajiak thought to himself, at that time, General Qiao wanted to conduct a body search. That's why she threw away my jade token. The young lady must know something. Ajiak said, I've delivered the item. If the 7th young lady has nothing else to say, I will take my leave. That night, as Xiaoqi was diligently carving a jade token, she smelled a faint fragrance that she couldn't resist. 5th brother brought her favorite sticky rice dumplings. Seeing this, 5th brother asked, what are you carving? You're wasting the fine piece of jade I found for you. Are you caressing that rice dumpling, unable to bring yourself to eat it? 5th brother said, Ajiak specially made that for you. She was so moved that she exclaimed, Boo-hoo-hoo, Ajiak is too good to me. 5th brother picked up the jade piece and observed it for a moment, then said, as a love token, girls from other families all make things like scented sachets. But you made this jade token. Gag, gag, gag. After hearing that, she felt like throwing up. What love token? What nonsense are you spouting? 5th brother wondered, then why do you treat Ajiak so well? She said seriously, I can't tell you the reason. I'll explain it to you clearly in the future. For now, can you help me get out? 5th brother grabbed her hair and said, of course I can. Who asked me to be your dear brother? Just like that, with a small trick from 5th brother, a small fire was started in Lady Qiao's courtyard. Therefore, the panicked guards scrambled over to put out the fire. On this side, Xiaoqi slowly and quietly stepped out. She went to her father's study. She found a few letters, the evidence that Ajiak had been searching for all this time. She lit them on fire. As long as this evidence is destroyed, I can stop Ajiak from taking revenge. But this way, he might never be able to restore his identity. She hesitated, thinking of Ajiak. Suddenly, she blew and patted frantically, trying to put out the flame. Apei appeared and reminded her, burn this letter and you can go home alive. Xiaoqi decided to keep it for now. She would return home sooner or later, but she didn't need to use this method. Suddenly, there was the sound of someone approaching outside. She panicked and ran to hide, but unexpectedly forgot to take the letters. She was even more shocked that the person wearing a face covering was Ajiak. Has he finally made his move? Ajiak picked up the letter and couldn't help but be stunned. This is a medicine I happened to buy from the western regions. It can cause large red patches to appear on a user's skin. This symptom is similar to smallpox. I have bribed most of the imperial physicians in the palace. First, get that mother and son away from the emperor, move them out of the imperial palace, then think of a way to dispose of them cleanly. After reading the letter, a Jiak exclaimed in fury, Qiao Mufeng, you are the one who murdered my mother. I will make you die a horrible death. A Jiak suddenly thought, if Qiao Mufeng is the murderer, then Qiao Xiaoqi. As soon as she heard a Jiak mention her name, she trembled and accidentally knocked something over, which fell with a clatter. A Jiak noticed something was amiss and slowly approached the source of the sound. A Pei appeared again to inform her that the blackening level had risen to 89. He has reached the stage where he might kill someone. Xiaoqi started muttering, I get it, I see. Right now, I'm also in a category of people who could be killed. But luckily, her fifth brother opened the study door from the outside and discovered a Jiak in the room. Why are you here? A Jiak replied, I was passing by just now and smelled something burning inside. So I came in to check. The fifth young master said, the fire is in the ladies' courtyard. My father has said that without his permission, no matter what happens, no one is allowed to enter the study. After speaking, fifth brother accidentally saw Xiaoqi hiding. Seemingly understanding the situation, the fifth young master's mood did a 180-degree turn. The fifth young master cheerfully put his arm around a Jiak's shoulder. Let's go, let's go. Stay away from the study from now on, or else my father will get angry like last time. Xiaoqi, although I don't know what you're doing, I believe you must have your own reasons. After they left, Xiaoqi breathed a sigh of relief. As expected of my good brother, when I get back, I'll give him a good ending, a beautiful wife, obedient children, promotions, immense wealth, a prosperous life. I'm so moved, boo-hoo. Finally, General Wei brought the betrothal gifts to propose to Qiao Xiaoqi. I heard that because Xiaoqi did not agree to this marriage, she was confined to her courtyard by you, brother. General Wei opined, uniting our families through marriage should be a joyous occasion. However, I can see that Xiaoqi doesn't seem to have feelings for Wei's son. Although it's said that the men of my Wei family for generations have been doting husbands, I know full well that a forced melon is not sweet. Lord Qiao thought General Wei was joking. The orders of parents, the words of the matchmaker. It is a matter of course that the marriages of the younger generation are decided by the elders. General Wei suggested that it would be better if Prime Minister Qiao lifted the seventh young lady's confinement. After returning home, he will have Wei Sun personally come and ask about the seventh young lady's wishes. In the end, Prime Minister Qiao agreed and ordered all the guards in front of Xiaoqi's courtyard to be removed. General Wei took his leave. He left the rest to Wei Sun to see if he could make anything of it. After Xiaoqi was freed, she immediately went cheerfully to find a Jiak. But when she met him, her spirits fell because a Jiak ignored her, not even sparing her a single glance. To make matters worse, his blackening level had risen even higher. She asked, a Jiak, are you still angry and unwilling to understand me? That jade token is an irreplaceable and important item of yours. I can understand your anger. She swore that she would definitely find that jade token for him. Then, she took out the jade token she had carved herself as a form of consolation. Seeing her hands full of cuts, a Jiak softened and accepted it. The blackening level immediately dropped. But this lady really has a lot of tricks up her sleeve. Pretending to have many injuries was indeed the right move, as expected of a seasoned actress. She added, I carved this myself. Although it's not exactly the same, it's somewhat similar. Before I find your jade token, can this one appease your anger? The tense situation became even more so as Lord Qiao walked up from behind and shouted angrily, carrying on with his servant in broad daylight, and even opposing the marriage with the Wei family. You've truly made me lose all face. Xiaoqi quickly hid behind a Jiak. She said, are you going to confine me again? But unexpectedly, he ordered his men to seize a Jiak and lock him up. Xiaoqi stepped forward again to shield the Jiak. None of you are to touch him. Why do you want to seize a Jiak, father? She suddenly thought this is bad. Could it be that he already knows who a Jiak is? In the study, the fifth young master asked for his father's permission. After all, this is a matter of Xiaoqi's lifelong happiness, so I'd like to take Xiaoqi to see the martial arts tournament tomorrow. He thought his father wouldn't agree, and that he would have to scheme to get Xiaoqi out. But unexpectedly, he agreed so easily. He said, take her out tomorrow. Remember to watch her carefully, and don't let her cause me any more trouble. After the fifth young master left the study, Prime Minister Qiao immediately called for an assassin and gave him instructions. He told him to go to the martial arts arena, find an opportunity to cause a bit of commotion, and then kill the man in the portrait he had sketched. He also gave him a portrait of Qiao Xiaoqi. If this person gets in your way, if necessary, get rid of them both. At this time, at the Wei Residence's martial arts arena, the match was about to begin. Xiaoqi and her fifth brother were already seated, waiting to witness the upcoming match. She thought to herself, Qiao Mufeng definitely won't let a jiak off so easily. He will 100 interfere. There might be an assassin lurking somewhere around here. On the fighting stage at this moment were Wei Sun and Jun Maijia. An open challenge. The rules of the arena are no malicious injuries. One can forfeit mid-match. Falling off the stage is considered a loss. Xiaoqi would watch from below and find a chance to tell a jiak that Xiao Mufeng wants to kill him and that he should leave the capital quickly. Suddenly, she was shocked to spot the assassin. She immediately shouted, "A jiak," so that a jiak would be a little more alert. The match began. As the two focused on their fight, it seemed like the perfect time for the assassin to strike. Xiaoqi knew the assassin had begun to act. She dashed over to stop the assassin, but fortunately, because there were so many people around, he didn't dare to kill her openly. Xiaoqi was only injured in the arm. A jiak frantically ran down to help her up. She hurriedly said, "Someone wants to kill you. Listen to me, leave the capital city and find a place to hide first." A jiak, without a word, simply picked her up and returned to the Qiao mansion. At this moment in Xiaoqi's courtyard, a jiak was helping Xiaoqi bandage her wound while his blackening level was still quite high. She worriedly thought, can the blackening level drop any further? Wei Sun then spoke up, "Seventh miss. Although a jiak is considered to have forfeited the match, and I have won the competition, let's consider what we had arranged to be cancelled." Xiaoqi felt as if a knot in her heart had been untied. She asked again, "Is that really true?" Wei Sun replied, "Yes, it is. I will speak with my father. From now on, I will not bother Seventh Miss anymore." Through this incident, Wei Sun realized she already had someone for whom she would disregard her own safety. So why should he make things difficult for others? Xiaoqi said happily, "Meeting his friends doesn't count as a bother, and we shouldn't stop seeing each other for the rest of our lives because of this." Outside, Prime Minister Qiao arrived with a stranger. He stated that the person who competed in martial arts with Wei Sun was a servant. In the room, the three of them wondered, what is Lord Qiao doing here at this time? Who is that person next to him? Upon entering the room, that person immediately called out to a jiak, "Little brother, I have something to ask you." He took out a jade pendant and asked, "Is this your jade pendant?" Xiaoqi pondered. Why is this jade pendant in this person's hands? She quickly snatched it. She said, "This is mine. I carved it in my spare time when I had nothing to do." How embarrassing! How embarrassing! Seeing this, Lord Qiao panicked and shouted, "Insolent! You truly are becoming more and more unruly." He turned to the stranger and bowed his head. "It is true that this humble servant has failed to discipline her. I beg your majesty's forgiveness." Xiaoqi looked more surprised than scared. She was astonished that a real, living emperor was right in front of her. "Greetings, your majesty." She thought to herself, his biological father came looking for him. Seeing this, Lord Qiao reminded her, "Why aren't you kneeling yet?" But the emperor waved his hand to dismiss the formalities and walked over to a jiak. He said, "We wish to have a word with this little brother. Everyone else may leave." Xiaoqi thought that it seemed this mission had failed after all. As she was sitting there in a daze, a xiong came over. Young miss, have you heard the news?" Xiaoqi didn't give her a chance to gossip. She said, "A jiak is the sixth prince who was lost for over 10 years, right?" A xiong praised. "As expected of young miss, you know the latest news spreading through the capital without even leaving the house." The fifth young master walked over and asked hurriedly, "Why am I hearing sighs so early in the morning?" A xiong quickly replied, "Young master, did you know a jiak is the lost sixth prince?" The fifth young master was surprised. "Don't say such things if you don't know for sure." The maidservant insisted on getting her gossip out. "It's true. Imperial notices have been posted all over the city. In a while, a jiak will be made a prince. The entire city is talking about this now." Xiaoqi added, "It is indeed true. The Qiao mansion might be done for soon. Maybe we should run away quickly." Fifth brother came over, touched her head, and said, "Is there something wrong with your brain? Why have you started talking nonsense?" She said sadly, "I'm fine." In her mind, she worried he would take revenge on the Qiao family. Fifth brother thought, isn't it a good thing that a jiak has recovered his identity as a prince? He must have suffered a lot over the years. While she was moping, a Pei appeared. Master, the mission has failed. The Qiao mansion will be destroyed by a Jiak for revenge. She said angrily, as if I don't know that. You've been nagging about it all morning. Fifth brother sat down and asked, there were so many people then. How did you get hurt? Xiaoqi came to her senses. That person wanted to kill a Jiak, and when I discovered it, he wanted to strike me down first. But fifth brother wondered, how did you know he wanted to kill a Jiak? After scripting a story in her head for a moment, she replied, I saw him secretly pull out a dagger. He kept staring at a Jiak. The situation was dangerous, so I rushed over. She thought, I can't possibly say it's because I know your father is a major villain who always wants to kill a Jiak. It was as if fifth brother realized something. Fifth brother stood up sadly. Well, I'll be going then. I will definitely catch that assassin to vent your anger for you. But fifth brother had no idea that Xiaoqi already knew who the culprit was. As fifth brother left, he didn't forget to turn back and instruct a Xiang. Remember to change the young Mrs. Medicine later. As fifth brother walked away, he thought, yesterday, the assassin ended up going into father's study. Why would father want to kill a Jiak? And to disregard Xiaoqi's safety like that? The next day, a Xiang came to inform Xiaoqi that the injured culprit had been found. Xiaoqi asked, where was he caught? She thought to herself, if this assassin confesses to Qiao Mufeng, then a Jiak won't have to live in hatred forever. A Xiang said that a Jiak, the sixth prince, and the emperor reported that the young miss was accidentally injured, and the person the culprit really wanted to kill was Prince A. Jiak. Therefore, the emperor has ordered a thorough investigation. It's absolutely horrifying because the body was discovered in a wasteland outside the city. When a young master chased the culprit yesterday, he left many wounds on him. Just now, the authorities requested the young master to go and confirm that it was indeed that culprit. Xiaoqi thought to herself, killing to silence someone. Qiao Mufeng's work is truly clean and neat. Young miss, don't worry, the young master will protect you. A Xiang said again, a Jiak is now the sixth prince. To have power, he will definitely repay the young miss, who has always shown him concern. Xiaoqi thought, if he doesn't repay me with a sword through the heart, I'll already be thanking the heavens. In the imperial palace at this moment, in a Jiak's hand, was a portrait of himself and Xiaoqi. I can't believe he wouldn't even spare his own daughter. Xiaoqi, all this time, I have been too suspicious of you. You never had any intention of harming me. Today, a Jiak is coming to the Qiao mansion. The fifth young master said, I never expected you to have gone through such a tragic ordeal. Fortunately, you have now reclaimed your identity. A Jiak said, no matter what my status is, I will never forget my days here. Xiaoqi, hiding behind, couldn't help but wonder, why is this blackened guy here? Is he preparing for the first stage of his declaration of revenge? A Pei suddenly appeared. Master, the first thing Junmaiji does after reclaiming his identity is to annihilate the Qiao mansion. As punishment for the failed mission, you will witness the fall of the Qiao mansion. Xiaoqi chuckled and said, as expected of a system that can calmly say such horrible things. A Pei said, that's normal. I'm innocent and extremely adorable. Hee hee. Fifth brother discovered her and called out, what are you still standing there for? Come over here. A Jiak turned his head, stood up, and looked at her. She slowly said that she had met the sixth prince. A Jiak told her she could call him a Jiak like before. Xiaoqi stepped back. No, I can't call you that. When a Jiak heard that, his blackening level shot up. Xiaoqi didn't understand why a Jiak had become so angry. She thought to herself, is it because I used to call him a Jiak, which is too disrespectful to his status as a prince? Or should I just not listen to him now? She pondered for a moment. The perceptive fifth brother reminded her, silly little sister, suddenly acting so distant with a Jiak. A Jiak is surely not happy. A Pei appeared again. Master, Junmaiji's value has increased. Perhaps it won't be long before your little life can no longer be guaranteed, and you will perish along with the Qiao mansion. Xiaoqi suddenly realized she had also been wondering about the reason for this blackened guy's fluctuating levels. First, let's probe the rules a bit. She called out, a Jiak. Immediately, his blackening level dropped rapidly. She giggled and said, I can't believe I can directly call a prince by his name. She thought, oh my god, it turns out I just have to do what he says. A Jiak didn't understand what she was thinking about, smiling vacantly like that. The fifth young master, who had been standing by, felt completely like a third wheel. Who am I? Where am I? I shouldn't be here, right? The next day, a Jiak came to practice martial arts and gifted a sword to fifth brother. Xiaoqi thought to herself, is there really no place to practice martial arts in the imperial palace? He keeps running over here all day. Come to think of it, not everyone in the Chow mansion made things difficult for a Jiak. A Jiak wouldn't lose all reason for revenge and kill his friends too, right? Suddenly, fifth brother called her. What's wrong with you? She replied, I was just a little dazed. A Jiak glanced at her without saying a word. Fifth brother informed her, you weren't listening to our conversation just now. A Jiak is preparing to leave the palace to build his own princely manor. She recalled the plot points she had written. A Jiak chooses the old site of the Xiao mansion from over 10 years ago to build. While renovating, he finds evidence that Xiao Mufeng wants to rebel and directly wipes out the entire Xiao mansion. That evidence, of course, was fabricated by a Jiak to personally take revenge and due to his resentment towards the emperor. A Jiak's voice snapped her out of it. I think the old side of the Qiao mansion isn't bad. Fifth brother immediately thought, that's perfect. That place isn't far from the prime minister's mansion. If you build your manor there, it will be more convenient to come find Xiao, to come find me to practice martial arts. Xiaoqi anxiously thought, to build a princely manor, one should naturally find a prosperous area. How is being near the prime minister's mansion considered an advantage? A Jiak indicated, not bad. I'll discuss this with my father emperor when I return to the palace. Fifth brother immediately said, that's great. Xiaoqi was tearing her hair out. Great my foot, what a nuisance. Are you tired of living? Don't just hand someone the opportunity to wipe out our entire family. Snapping out of her thoughts, she said, a Jiak, the old site of the Qiao mansion is in a desolate and remote location. The feng shui is bad and the yin energy is very heavy. A Jiak said, I don't believe in feng shui as long as it suits my will. How can you dictate my decisions? I just hope I can persuade him during this time. Don't become a cold-blooded person who annihilates an entire family. A Pei appeared and said, Master, didn't you write that destructive plotline? She angrily told it to shut up, calling it a busybody. A Jiak turned to her angrily and asked, you don't want me to be near the prime minister's mansion? She quickly replied, how could that be? If you're near the prime minister's mansion, we can meet often. I'm very happy about it. She sighed in relief. Ever since discovering the rule of his blackening value increasing and decreasing, she has had to follow his will all day. In reality, he's just a child who needs to be coaxed. The next day, a Jiak brought another new and strange weapon as a gift for the fifth young master. Xiaoqi thought, isn't this a bit too close? She was still worried about the construction of the princely manor having started, ultimately choosing the old site of the Qiao mansion. The two of them looked at Xiaoqi, feeling that she had been spacing out lately, as if her little head had something on its mind. A Jiak walked over and asked, what's wrong? She replied, I have a friend. Fifth brother immediately teased her. You have friends? She said it was her friend A, who has a very good relationship with her friend B. But one day, B discovered that his longtime enemy is A's family member. She then asked, how should this matter be resolved? A Jiak thought, then it depends on what kind of feud it is. She said it was a rather heavy feud. B seems to want to annihilate A's entire family. A Jiak calmly told her, if B still insists on revenge to such a fanatical degree, then it depends on how much A weighs in B's heart. She thought to herself, I probably weigh less than an ant to him. A Jiak crushed the cup in his hand. The A you're talking about is just speculating on her own and has never discussed this with B, right? Every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt its debtor. Perhaps he values her more than she thinks. She secretly thought, could it be that he knows I'm talking about him? She continued, I just doesn't want me to live in constant suffering because of hatred. If revenge is a must, the law can be used to seek justice. A Jiak believed, a gentleman will always take revenge. If it were me, I would definitely take revenge with my own hands, and it would be an eye for an eye. Hearing this, she was stunned, thinking this way we're all probably dead. Boo-hoo. But in any case, you can't blame everyone. The seventh Mrs. Friend doesn't need to worry. After saying that, a Jiak stood up to leave, as he still had matters to attend to, and took his leave. Fifth brother, who had been witnessing their back-and-forth conversation, still didn't understand what they were talking about. In the end, what was bound to happen, happened. A Jiak had his soldiers surround the prime minister's mansion. Not even a fly was allowed to escape. Xiaoqi, who was sleeping, was suddenly startled awake by the surrounding cries for help and claims of injustice. She rubbed her eyes and was instantly wide awake. Could it be that a Jiak had already made his move on the Qiao mansion so quickly Qiao Mufeng was indeed guilty, but did the entire Qiao mansion have to die with him? Prime Minister Qiao had also been arrested. A jiak walked over and threw a voodoo doll at his feet, with many needles stuck into it, in the shape of the emperor. A jiak said, "This item was found at the former Qiao mansion, in the room where the prime minister stayed." Before he could defend himself, a jiak continued, "Qiao Mufeng, as the prime minister, harbored treacherous intentions and committed such a treasonous act. According to the law, his assets must be confiscated and his clan exterminated to the third degree." The fifth young master stood stunned, not understanding how things could have become so dire. All the people with the surname Qiao were shocked and terrified. A jiak said to Prime Minister Qiao, "You should regret not having pulled out the weeds by the roots back then." Prime Minister Qiao finally realized that a jiak was the one who took the letter, but now it was too late. A jiak drew his sword and swung it towards him. "Qiao Mufeng, this prince, on behalf of my imperial father, will execute a traitor like you today." He still thought a jiak wouldn't dare. Without a clear investigation, you are bypassing the emperor and using public office to settle a private score. Qiao Shaoqi rushed over just as a jiak, in the blink of an eye, raised his sword and brought it down, beheading Prime Minister Qiao. Everyone screamed in horror. By the time Shaoqi arrived, Prime Minister Qiao had already fallen, his blood splattering all over her. Overwhelmed with shock, she immediately fainted. When she woke up, she was in a jiak's room. She could still feel the faint, metallic smell of blood on her. It seemed Qiao Mufeng was really dead, and the extermination of the Qiao clan to the third degree was also true. She thought of her fifth brother being beheaded and burst into tears. Even though it was raining outside, Shaoqi still decided to leave in the middle of the night. Could a jiak really destroy the Qiao family so brutally? She suddenly realized that revenge was what could turn him into a blackened character. She told herself that she had overestimated herself. Just like that, she walked away with slow steps. She didn't know where she could go now. A pei appeared. Master should honestly go to Baima, which is the heroine's hometown in the novel, to complete the next mission. Time flew by, and 2 months had passed. In Baima, Qiao Shaoqi was now in the business of selling cosmetics and perfumes. A customer came and asked, "This isn't problematic, is it?" Shaoqi covered her mouth with her hand, laughed, and said, "Big sister, the climate in Baima is dry. With a beautiful appearance like yours, it would be a mistake not to take good care of your skin." A pei appeared and reminded Shaoqi, "Master, it's been 2 months and you still haven't completed the mission to get close to Beigong Nanxing and gain her trust. At this rate, a pei will have to implement the punishment mechanism." Shaoqi said irritably, "A princess like her, is she someone I can just approach whenever I want?" She continued to advise her customer, "This is a moisturizing cream that I have painstakingly created. Persistently apply it to your face, and I guarantee your skin won't be dry and cracked, but as smooth as an 18-year-old's. Hearing this, he became furious. "Are you crazy? I'm a boy, and besides, I'm only 17 years old." He turned away and said, "Watch your words next time, or I'll smash your stall." A young lady who had been witnessing the incident from the side chuckled, finding a small merchant like Shaoqi quite interesting. She walked over to Shaoqi's stall. So Shaoqi continued her consulting work. "This is perfume, usually applied to the wrist or behind the ear. It can make your whole body exude a fragrant scent." The young lady thought that it was actually quite similar to the scented oils used by later generations. While the young lady was intently looking at the goods, a thief passed by and stole her jade tablet. Shaoqi happened to see it and shouted, "You stinking thief, stop right there." Shaoqi ran to pull him back, but was pushed to the ground. Luckily, the young lady caught her. The thief proclaimed his innocence. "Don't you dare slander me. I was walking peacefully. Why are you calling me a thief?" Shaoqi argued, "The jade pendant you just tucked into your chest was stolen from this young lady. You still have the nerve to argue? Then let's ask some big brother here to help, and see if there's a jade pendant on you, shall we?" The thief took out the jade tablet and claimed, "This is my family heirloom. I see that you two young ladies have not been properly taught. Seeing my jade pendant, you ganged up on me to rob me." Shaoqi flew into a rage and yelled in his face, "You are truly shameless." Hearing this, he also got angry. "You're just an uneducated girl who scams people and then wants to curse them. I need to teach you a lesson on behalf of your father." He moved to hit Xiaoqi, but was unexpectedly stopped and apprehended by a group of people. The young lady spoke up. You say that a jade tablet that can only be carried in the Beima court is your family heirloom? Seize the one who stole the princess's jade tablet and insulted the princess. Take him away. Xiaoqi was frozen, so she really was the princess of the Beima court. After the thief was taken away, the princess turned back to Xiaoqi and said, "Can you introduce me to some other things?" Of course, anything is fine. This is the chance to get acquainted with Princess Beigong Nanxing, isn't it, hee? Then Xiaoqi enthusiastically advised her on things like soap for washing clothes and even toothpaste for cleaning teeth. The princess clapped her hands and praised her profusely. Amazing. Wrap all of these up for me. I'll take them all. But did you make all these things yourself? Xiaoqi replied, yes, I did. She thought, before writing about transmigration, I had looked up some knowledge about handicrafts. I didn't expect it to become useful one day, hee. The princess said, in the future, if you create anything new and interesting, can you show it to me first? Xiaoqi scratched her head, laughed, and replied, of course, but I only know how to make some useless things. I'm just afraid they won't have any practical use for the princess. Then the princess took out her jade tablet and gave it to Xiaoqi. From now on, you can enter the palace to see me at any time. Xiaoqi thought, this isn't quite right. This is your royal item after all. I'm just a commoner. The princess said, you were the lady who was willing to stand up for me just now. You are truly brave. I just want to make friends with you. Please don't refuse me. I'm begging you. Our Xiaoqi was just playing hard to get. She couldn't have wished for more. She reached out her hand to accept it and thanked the princess. At Xiaoqi's residence in Beima, she held the jade tablet in her hand, lost in thought. Apei's appearance startled her. Master, within half a year, you must gain the trust of Beigong Nanxing. Within the first year, you must play matchmaker for Jun Maijie and Beigong Nanxing. This is your next mission. Xiaoqi thought, I'm just a commoner. I had one chance encounter with the princess on the street. Suddenly being overly attentive to the princess won't win her trust. It will only make people feel like I'm trying to climb the social ladder. Apei warned her, if she still couldn't make any progress in 2 months, Apei would have no choice but to activate the reward and punishment system. During the period the mission is not completed, on top of the initial amount, the master will lose hair every day. At most, she will lose about 200 strands of hair per day. Hearing this, Xiaoqi was furious. 200 strands? Are you a devil? Apei continued to warn, the master's hair is already less than others. You will become bald. Within half a year, you will definitely be completely bald. She angrily grabbed Apei and tore at it. You matchstick person, with your bald head, you don't even have hair. How dare you talk to me? Back at the 6th prince's mansion, 5th young master Qiao Zian said to the 6th prince, your previous unauthorized abuse of power to kill someone has made the emperor dissatisfied with you. This has created animosity. Murdering a royal relative, he himself committed a capital crime, so I don't blame you for what you did. The 6th prince thought back. It was because I was too stubborn and insisted on killing the enemy with my own hands. Qiao Zian suggested, for now, let's not mention this matter again. You should make a concession and go to Beima to propose a marriage alliance. This is also a small punishment the emperor has given you. As long as you follow through, everything concerning the Qiao mansion will also pass. After a moment of thought, the 6th prince turned and said to Qiao Zian, you go with me. Qiao Zian thought to himself, he's been so stubborn for so long. Why is he suddenly so clear-headed? All right, then wait for me to pack up a bit tomorrow, and we'll set off the day after. The 6th prince revealed, the spy I sent reported that someone who looks like Xiaoqi has been spotted in Beima. Qiao Zian suddenly did a 180-degree turn, grabbed the 6th prince's hand, and urged, let's go, let's go, let's go. No need to wait until tomorrow. Let's go right now. Poor Qiao Zian. He must miss Xiaoqi a lot. At this time, in the Beima royal palace, Xiaoqi presented a gift to Princess Nanxing. I am just a humble commoner, so I have nothing to give the princess. I can only create a few strange things here in Beima to help the princess relieve her boredom. The princess looked at her and replied happily, Xiao, you could just call me Nanxing. No. Our statuses are very different. How can a commoner like me directly address the princess by her name? It turns out that upon arriving in Beima, Xiaoqi had changed her name to Qi Xiao. She thought that hearing others call her Xiao felt a bit strange, didn't it? The princess pouted, you always call me princess. You really want to be distant from me. Besides, Beima doesn't have so many rules. What's wrong with friends calling each other by their names? As she spoke, her eyes welled up with tears. Xiao Qiao could only indulge the princess, so she said, "All right, Nanxing." The princess said happily, "From now on, you are not allowed to call me princess anymore." At this moment, the princess's royal brother walked in from outside. He was the next ruler of Beima, Bei Gongyi. The princess introduced Xiao Qiao to her older brother. They exchanged greetings, and then Bei Gongyi told Nanxing, "Come with me to see royal father." Xiao Qiao also asked for permission to leave the palace. After they left, Bei Gongyi criticized the princess. "How could you bring an unrelated person into the palace? What if she's a spy?" Right now, tensions between Beima and neighboring countries are high. Natural disasters and severe destruction have led to civil unrest. We cannot afford to be careless. It seems Xiao Qiao was well-liked by many people here. "Here's some leftover food. Take it home to eat." Xiao Qiao, "The pears today are very sweet." Xiao Qiao thanked them profusely. "Next time the soap, perfume, and tobacco are made, I will offer them to everyone first." Suddenly, she came across two children who seemed to be victims of the famine. Xiao Qiao immediately left the food for the children. Seeing this, other children gathered around to beg from her. As she was worriedly wondering how to handle the situation, a group of people came to stop them and said all victims should gather outside the city. "Everyone go there." And they reminded Xiao Qiao, "You should go home quickly. Too many refugees have entered the imperial city these past 2 days. It's not very safe." Xiao. She had mentioned this famine when she wrote the initial introduction for the female lead character, Beigong Nanxing. Beima Princess Beigong Nanxing. During the Great Famine, countless victims flocked to the imperial city. Because she disregarded her own safety to personally provide disaster relief and arrange care for the refugees, she was respected and loved by the people of Beima. The next day, Xiao Qiao went to see Princess Nanxing. The princess was afraid that Xiao Qiao was upset because of her older brother. She said, "My royal brother isn't usually like that. He's just been a bit troubled lately." But Xiao Qiao was lost in thought about something. The princess waved her hand to get her attention, and she snapped out of it and gave a forced laugh. "Haha, I'm fine. His Highness is concerned with state affairs every day. It's normal for him to be wary of strangers. I'm not that petty." The princess said happily, "It's good that you're not angry. I was afraid that my royal brother left a bad impression on you during your first meeting." She continued, "Don't be fooled by my royal brother's usual serious appearance. He's actually very soft-hearted. Tomorrow, he will go outside the city to provide disaster relief and arrange care for the victims who have fled the famine." Hearing this, Xiao Qiao looked surprised and asked again, "Did you just say disaster relief outside the city?" The princess said, "That's right. My royal brother is worried that if he entrusts it to the officials, some might embezzle the relief funds, so he has to do it himself." Xiao Qiao recalled the chaotic scene of the pitiful refugees from the other day. She hurriedly grabbed Princess Nanxing's hand and pleaded, "Please, Princess, let me go with the relief team." And so, Xiao Qiao joined in helping the refugees. The others saw Xiao Qiao and started whispering among themselves, "I really don't understand why they sent us with this girl of unknown origin. They thought it was just a small famine like an epidemic." But Xiao Qiao didn't care much. True to the principle of speak little, do much regardless of what people said. The princess came over and told Xiao Qiao, "Let's go eat. You've been busy all day. You should rest for a while. If you keep this up, you'll be exhausted before the victims even get settled. Come on, I'll take you to rest." Bei Gongyi observed Xiao Qiao throughout the day. "I thought she had some kind of scheme, but the way she worked with all her might today certainly wasn't an act. It seems I was being too suspicious." Meanwhile, the sixth prince and Xiao Zian had been traveling continuously for 2 days. A guard pleaded that the horses would be exhausted if they didn't rest. The sixth prince said, "But we already rested for half an hour earlier." But looking at the soldiers, they all seemed very tired, didn't they? Seeing this, the sixth prince decided to let the soldiers stay and rest while he would go on ahead. Was it because he feared that delays could bring trouble, afraid of what would happen if Xiaoqi was in danger in Beima? The guard reported, "Your Highness, absolutely not. If you encounter danger on the road, this subordinate cannot escape being charged with dereliction of duty." It was only when Xiao Zian patted a Jiak's shoulder and said, "The road is still long. Everyone needs to rest well to be able to continue," that Prince Ajiak agreed to stop and rest. The relief work continued with great enthusiasm. From a distance, Xiao Qiao saw a grandmother and her grandchild. The grandmother only had one bun, but gave it to her grandchild. You're at a growing age, eat a little more. You're still young. You can't go hungry. Seeing this, Xiao Qiao hurriedly brought more buns over to the grandmother and grandchild. Now everyone has a share. No need for anyone to give up theirs. The old woman asked happily, Xiao Qiao, why are you so late today? Because I woke up late. Nanxing didn't come to wake me either. She thought to herself, she's already so old, and she has to live such a difficult life, all alone with no one to rely on. I wonder where her relatives are. The old woman noticed her staring and asked, is there something on my face? Xiao Qiao asked, after all this time, I still haven't asked for your name. What is your son's name? I'll ask someone to keep an eye out among the victims to see if any of your relatives are here. The old woman then told her, my surname is Jia. I only have one son, whom I haven't seen for over 30 years. Xiao Qiao was choked with emotion. Grandma, I'm sorry, I didn't know. The old woman said, it's all right, it's been so long, I've long gotten used to it. When she got home and was taking a bath, a pei appeared and said, Master, if you don't complete the mission, all your hair will fall out. She quickly grabbed a pei and shouted, don't you dare joke about my precious hair. Master, you must speed up the completion of the mission, or else a pei, and you will be destroyed. She retorted, that's easy for you to say. I also want to complete the mission quickly. There are no phones, computers, or Wi-Fi here. I want to return to the present more than anyone. She screamed, but gaining the princess's complete trust is just too difficult. A pei informed her, gaining the trust of any member of the royal family, like Beigong Yi or Beigong Nanxing, is the same. Xiao Qiao tried to recall from the script she originally wrote, who were the members of the Beimo royal family. She suddenly realized, it can't be such a coincidence, can it? She had also written that the Empress Dowager had been missing for over 30 years. The monarch has always been searching for his biological mother, who left him in the royal palace. She must miss her son very much, right? She exclaimed, I must find a way for her and her son to reunite. The next day, Xiao Qiao came up with an idea and told Princess Nanxing and Beigong Yi. Beigong Yi pondered, these past few days, she has shown insightful perspectives in arranging and caring for the victims and distributing food. I wonder what idea she has now. Xiao Qiao said, because of the crop failure, many people fled to the imperial city. But now, most have settled down and the situation is no longer so serious. After speaking, she turned and asked, I wonder if His Majesty could personally go and console them. Both of them were surprised and asked in unison, have our royal father visit them? Xiaoqi smiled awkwardly and said, it's just my personal opinion. I think that if His Majesty personally goes to see the disaster victims, they will know that His Majesty values them greatly. Because they were forced to leave their homes due to the disaster, it's natural for them to think of the imperial city. I think they must have great faith in His Majesty. And if His Majesty visits them at this time, he can definitely win over. No, he can definitely win the people's hearts. Seeing Beigong Yi looking at her with a puzzled expression, she quickly waved her hands. I didn't mean to say that His Majesty doesn't have the people's hearts right now. Beigong Yi still stared with a sharp gaze, causing a frightened Xiaoqi to burrow into Princess Nanxing's arms, wailing and pleading for help. Beigong Yi said coldly, I will go and tell royal father. Then he added cheerfully, this suggestion is actually not bad. Hearing this, Xiaoqi was overjoyed instead of worried. Oh my, this Miss Xiaoqi even made a modern skateboard to practice on, folks. Finding it very interesting, Princess Nanxing asked curiously, how do you play with this? Xiaoqi said, actually, I don't really know either. Nanxing, can you give me a hand? Just then, a palace maid called out to the princess, His Majesty summons you. The princess was surprised. Royal father is back from outside the city so soon? Just like that, the princess forgot she was holding Xiaoqi's hand and turned away. Meanwhile, Xiaoqi was lost in thought. She finally gets to reunite with her son, right? By doing this, I guess I'm making up for the tragedies that befell the supporting characters because of my casual writing, right? His Majesty has ordered for Miss Xiaoqi to come along as well. Hearing this, Xiaoqi snapped out of it, accidentally lost her balance, and fell with a thud. The pain shot right through her. It was truly laugh out loud funny, folks. In front of Xiaoqi now were the Emperor of Beimo and the Empress Dowager of Beimo, Jiashimi. The princess curiously whispered to her brother, is this really our imperial grandmother? Beigong Yi reminded her, if royal father says she is, then she is. Don't speak nonsense. The princess quickly replied, I was just curious since I've never seen her since I was little. No need to be so tense, haha. The emperor calling Qi Xiaoqiao's name made her even more nervous. The emperor said, your contribution to my and my mother empress's reunion is immense. I will have people arrange a residence for you outside the palace, near the imperial city, to make it convenient for you to visit the Empress Dowager often. Along with some gold, silver, and jewels here, consider these a token of our gratitude to you. Princess Nanxing laughed gleefully. Xiaoqi, it will be more convenient for you to visit me in the palace from now on. Xiaoqi also replied happily. Then I'll have to come and bother the princess more often in the future. A pei appeared and said, Master, the mission was completed very well. The punishment mechanism is indeed very useful. The Empress Dowager suddenly spoke up. I want to adopt Xiaoqi as my daughter. Hearing this, the princess immediately said no. She thought, if that happens, I won't be able to matchmake my brother and Xiaoqi. Bei Gongyi reminded Nanxing not to be rude. She quickly apologized to the Empress Dowager, but the Empress Dowager said it was fine. I haven't finished speaking. Thinking about it. At my age, I could be Xiaoqi's grandmother. So I was thinking, Your Majesty, could you adopt Xiaoqi as her daughter? The emperor hesitated, thinking, although the girl took care of Mother Empress, and giving some reward is appropriate, adopting her as a daughter is a bit much. While the emperor was thinking, Bei Gongyi reported, Royal Father, Imperial Grandmother, your son thinks we should first ask for Miss Xiaoqi's opinion on this matter. Then he turned and asked, What are your thoughts, Miss Xiaoqi? Xiaoqi replied, reporting to your majesty, Xiaoqi is just a commoner, and I'm afraid I won't be able to get used to suddenly becoming a member of the royal family. Besides, your majesty has already rewarded me with so many things, which is enough for me to live a carefree life. The emperor said, Very well, we respect your opinion. The Empress Dowager still looked reluctant. Seeing this, Xiaoqi quickly thanked the Empress Dowager. If I regret it one day, you can't go back on your word, okay? Princess Nanxing excitedly thought to herself, Brother, in the coming days, I will definitely do my best to bring you and Xiaoqi closer together. Meanwhile, Bei Gongyi thought, I didn't expect her to be so unmoved in the face of power and status. And this is Xiaoqi's new residence. When getting on and off, you need to pay attention to shifting your center of gravity, or you'll take a hard fall. Xiaoqi was instructing Bei Gongyi on how to use the skateboard. The princess watched them from a distance. The last time I played with this skateboard, I got hurt a lot. I wonder what my brother's wooden face will look like when he gets scared in a moment. She looked up. Did something just fly by? Bei Gongyi, confident that he could do it, immediately jumped on the skateboard and, wobbling from side to side, shot straight into the chicken coop with a loud crash. The princess and Xiaoqi rushed over, covering their mouths to suppress their laughter, as it would make Bei Gongyi die of embarrassment. Xiaoqi said, Your Highness, after you return to the palace, you must use the body wash I gave you and take a good bath. You currently have 100 million strange smells on you. Haha. At this time, Qiao Zian and a Jiak had also arrived in Beima. Qiao Zian planned, a Jiak, you go to the palace to meet the king of Beima first. I'll take some men to find Xiaoqi's whereabouts. A Jiak said nonchalantly, Let's put the matter of the king of Beima aside for now. I'll go find Xiaoqi with you. But Qiao Zian didn't expect that a Jiak's main purpose in coming here was to find Xiaoqi. Zian said, You're not familiar with Beima, and you're not good at finding people. Don't let anyone catch your weakness. Go to the Beima Imperial Palace first. Princess Nanxing happened to see a Jiak, and she seemed mesmerized. Bei Gongyi saw this and asked, What are you looking at? She snapped back to reality, her heart pounding. She thought again, this man is so handsome. At the Beima Imperial Court, Jun Maijia paid his respects to the Emperor of Beima. The Emperor looked at a Jiak and thought to himself, This appearance is a good match for Nanxing. Dispense with the formalities. This king has already sent people to organize a banquet to welcome the 16th prince tonight. A Jiak thanked the king of Beima. My royal father places great importance on the marriage between the Yun kingdom and the princess. Besides the betrothal gifts, he has also prepared a trade agreement and a treaty for our two nations to form an alliance. The emperor was stunned to hear this. The ministers whispered among themselves, The Yun kingdom is powerful and prosperous. This is a great benefit for Beima. The emperor smiled cheerfully. Let's talk about state affairs tomorrow. Today, we'll just talk about family matters. Meanwhile, Qiao Zian had found Xiaoqi's residence in Beima. Xiaoqi, your brother is here. Zian and his guard knocked on the door and waited eagerly. But even after 5 minutes, there was still silence and no movement. Xiao Zian grew impatient and started banging on the door as if he wanted to break it down. Just then, an old woman approached and said, "It's too noisy. The young lady who used to live here is gone, so stop knocking." Zian bowed and asked if she knew where she had gone. She said, "I don't know. Many people know Miss Xiaoqi. You can ask someone else." And she mentioned that the seventh miss lived in Beima under the name Qi Xiao. Zian ordered his guard, "Tonight, you must find out exactly where the young miss is gone." Back at the Beima Palace, a Jiak was attending the banquet Beima had prepared to welcome him. Princess Nanxing hid outside, watching a Jiak, never tiring of the sight. It seems Princess Nanxing fell for a Jiak at first sight. Bei Gongyi saw this, so he approached Nanxing and asked, "What are you staring at so intently over here?" Nanxing was startled and flustered. "Why are you here?" "Ahem, the banquet was too stuffy, so I came out for some air." "What about you?" Nanxing blushed and replied awkwardly, I also came out for some fresh air." But her brother knew full well she had feelings for that sixth Prince Jiak, so he deliberately teased her. "Then come with me to meet the Prince of Yun." Hearing that, Nanxing ran off as fast as she could, calling back, "No need. What's there to see about the Prince of Yun? I'm sleepy. I'm going back to my palace to sleep." Outside the imperial garden of Beima, the emperor and Bei Gongyi were taking a stroll together. The emperor asked Yi, "What do you think of the Yun kingdom's sixth prince, Junmaijia, as Nanxing's prince consort?" Bei Gongyi opined, "The sixth prince is handsome. Although his birth mother passed away many years ago, she was a highly favored concubine before her death. So there's naturally no need to worry about his status in the royal family. It's just that we don't know what his character is like, whether he would treat Nanxing kindly. Besides, the Yun kingdom has not yet specified which prince will marry Nanxing. But it seems Nanxing has a very good impression of him." The emperor mused, "If Nanxing likes him as her father, I will naturally let her have what she wants." At the Joyful Inn, a Jiak was in high spirits, having arranged with Xiao Zian to meet at this location after finding Xiao Xiaoqi. But when he entered, only Zian was there. A Jiak's beaming face vanished, replaced by a scowl as he asked, "Where is Xiaoqi?" Zian quickly explained, "She just moved a few days ago. I've sent people to inquire. We should know the address shortly." As soon as he finished speaking, a guard ran in from outside to report, "We've found the seventh Miss's residence. 5 days ago, the seventh Miss moved to a house outside the east gate of the palace." A Jiak thought to himself, "Just how much private money does this girl have?" The guard added, "This subordinate heard that. The seventh Miss has been inseparable from Crown Prince Bei Gongyi recently, frequently entering the Beima Imperial Palace." Zian thought, "This is a total disaster, my friend. The vinegar jar is about to explode." A Jiak remained as cold as ice, saying nothing. The guard enthusiastically added, "The people of Beima are all saying that the seventh Miss could become Beima's commoner crown princess." A Jiak's anger was now as big as a bull, his blackening value rising to a level where he could kill someone. "I'm so worried for the guard, my friends." Xiao Zian poured tea for a Jiak to help him calm down. "Perhaps it's just a rumor, ha." A Jiak picked up the teacup, drank it in one gulp, then slammed it down with a thud and said, "I trust Xiaoqi," but the words seemed forced. A Jiak asked, "Did you hear anything else?" It seemed the guard now sensed the danger emanating from a Jiak. He trembled uncontrollably and said, "Here, this is the seventh Miss's current address." Zian reached out to take it and said, "It's late today. We'll go pick up Xiaoqi early tomorrow morning." But tomorrow morning, a Jiak has to go to the Beima Palace to discuss the specific details of the trade agreement with the Beima Emperor. Zian quickly replied, "It's all right. I'll go pick her up. When you leave the palace, Xiaoqi will be here waiting for you." A Jiak thought to himself, "I've finally found you." The next morning, on the way to the Beima Palace, as fate would have it, a Jiak and Xiao Qiao unexpectedly bumped into each other. Xiao Qiao was stunned and panicked, while a Jiak flared up in anger, perhaps out of jealousy. "Miss Qiao, coming to the Beima Imperial Palace so early in the morning, who exactly do you want to see?" Xiao Qiao thought that after beheading her father, shouldn't his blackening value have decreased? Why has it risen so high? With this darkness value, he could really pull out a knife and stab me. Wah, I don't want to become a corpse right now. She regained her composure, giggled, and replied, "So handsome. What Xiaoqi? I am Xiao Ba, born and raised in Beima. Let Xiao Ba check your body." A Jiak glared angrily. Xiaoqi, what are you trying to do?" While she was groping all over a Jiak, pretending to be crazy. "How unlucky." Beigong Yi walked over. He said, "Am I interrupting the sixth prince and Miss Xiao Qiao?" She blushed with embarrassment and wished the system Pei would come and take her away right now. Otherwise, she would probably just disappear into the ground. Gong Yi said again, "Miss Xiao Qiao is very special." Not knowing where to hide her face, she took to her heels and ran like the wind. I'm gonna find Nanxing. She's still waiting for me. Ha ha ha. Then the two of them, Beigong Yi and Jun Mo-jiak, went inside together to pay their respects to the Beima king. Meanwhile, Xiao Qiao had already arrived at Nanxing's place. Seeing Xiao Qiao's disheveled appearance, Nanxing asked, "It's just early morning. What happened to you?" Xiao Qiao held her head and lamented, "I just pretended to be a fool and was seen by your imperial brother." Nanxing immediately comforted her. "It's nothing. My imperial brother might not even know what a fool is." "But why did you pretend to be a fool?" Xiao Qiao thought back and didn't even know why herself. Was there something wrong with my head at that moment? Xiao Qiao pondered for a moment, then said, "I met my enemy." Hearing this, Nanxing slammed the table and shouted loudly. Xiao Qiao quickly covered the princess's mouth and explained, "Because my father killed his mother, he killed my entire family." Nanxing slammed the table with a bang again and shouted, "What? Even though your father was in the wrong first, every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt its debtor. How could he be so vicious as to kill your whole family?" Then Princess Nanxing wanted to know who that person was. She would ask her royal father to uphold justice for her family, to take revenge for her. But Xiao Qiao didn't want to take revenge on him. The princess was stunned and confused. Xiao Qiao said, "All of this can be said to have been caused by my own hand. I have no right to take revenge. Moreover, I have wronged him even more." The princess was about to comfort her, but she continued, "It's all right, I'm not sad." The princess asked again, "Do you like him?" Xiao Qiao was stunned. What did you say?" Xiao Qiao thought and recalled the time she spent with a jiak. After a while, she said sadly, "I don't like him." Princess Nanxing pondered. Before, Xiao Qiao came to the palace almost every day, but she hasn't come for a long time. Could it be that she met her enemy in the palace? But the only recent stranger to appear in the palace is the prince of Yun Kingdom. Just as the princess thought of this, Xiao Qiao pulled her up. "Let's go. Let's not talk about these troublesome things anymore. There are many new dishes at Jinhua Workshop. Let's go try them together." And so the two of them held hands and skipped away happily from a distance. Jun Mo-jiak and Beigong Yi were approaching. Gong Yi asked Nanxing, "Are you planning to leave the palace again, little sister?" Nanxing replied, "Imperial brother, Xiao Qiao said Jinhua Workshop has new food. I suddenly got a craving and want to go try it." Facing a jiak, Xiao Qiao quickly turned her face away. She was afraid. Why did I run into him again? I almost lost my life just now. She secretly glanced at a jiak and became even more panicked. What does that smile of his mean? Suddenly, a jiak spoke up. "As it happens, the monarch is temporarily busy. I am currently idle. May I be so bold as to ask, could I go with the princess?" The princess looked at a jiak with a suspicious expression. It turns out the enemy, Xiao Qiao mentioned, really is him. So she turned her back, pulled Xiao Qiao away, and said over her shoulder, "This princess is going out with her friend. I'm afraid it's not very convenient." "Io, princess, this scene is so perceptive and so adorable. Hee. But a jiak was not one to be trifled with either. "If you don't agree to go together, then I can just go by myself." A jiak calmly and leisurely sat at the next table to see what the two of them could do about it. Xiao Qiao was always afraid that a jiak wanted to kill her. She was so scared she could cry. She thought, why is he following me? Is he going to lay a hand on me today? Seeing Xiao Qiao was unhappy. The princess shouted angrily, "The dignified prince of Yun Kingdom. Yet you still follow someone after being rejected." And so they just stared at each other like that. You can get full without eating, right? Hee. The princess turned to whisper to Xiao Qiao to confirm for sure that her thoughts were not wrong. She asked Xiao Qiao, "The enemy you were talking about is this Jun Mo-jiak, right?" Xiao Qiao was surprised. "How did you know?" Before the princess could answer, a Pei appeared and said, "Master, you're acting too obviously. It's clear just by looking." After hearing this, Xiao Qiao flicked a Pei, sending it flying 10 meters away. "Someone sad, and you're still teasing them. Serve you right, ha ha." They continued to whisper. Nanxing said resentfully, He did something to wrong you, cause you to lose your loved ones, and have to go far from your homeland. And he still dares to appear before you. truly thick-skinned. Nanqing asked Xiao Qiao, "Your enemy is the prince of Yun Kingdom. What if he wants to take revenge on you?" Xiao Qiao replied, "Then I can only keep running, otherwise my life might not be spared." The princess suddenly had an idea. She said, "Otherwise, you could move into the palace and stay with me for a while." The two were engrossed in whispering. Suddenly, Qiao Zian, Xiaoqi's fifth brother, came from behind and called out to Xiaoqi. She turned around in surprise to find her fifth brother and stood up to hug her brother. She burst into tears, sobbing like a child. She thought a Jiak had killed the entire Qiao family, but she never expected to see her beloved older brother again. Xiaoqi blamed her brother for not coming to find her sooner. Qiao Zian could only apologize. The situation at that time was not very favorable. "All right, I'm all right now, aren't I? Who knew you would run away so quickly? Ha." The princess froze in confusion and asked Xiao Zian, You're Xiao Qiao's older brother?" At this moment, Xiaoqi turned to the princess. "I'm sorry, Nanqing. I lied to you before. My real name is Qiao Xiaoqi." The princess replied happily, "It's all right, I don't mind. It's just a name after all." Having been silent until now, a Jiak spoke up. "Your little maid is still at the prince's manor." Hearing this, she screamed in surprise. "A Xiang isn't dead either?" A Jiak asked Xiaoqi with a serious face. "Am I such a ruthless person in your heart?" Xiaoqi fearfully hid behind her brother. "Brother, save me." Princess Nanqing seemed to have something on her mind. She thought to herself, he is Xiaoqi's older brother, so it's impossible for him to be the prince of Yun Kingdom. Seeing how happily they were talking then, I thought they were both princes. I feel so disappointed. It seems the person Nanqing noticed from the first meeting was Qiao Zian, not a Jiak, right? Finally, the restaurant owner brought out the food. The guests had been waiting for a long time. Now the food is here. Then they had a meal together. A Jiak even picked up food for Xiaoqi, which made Princess Nanqing even more confused. Is there really nothing between those two? I don't believe it. After finishing the meal, they left. Before Xiaoqi entered her room, Zian asked Xiaoqi, "In half a month, when the envoy returns to Yun Kingdom, you should come back with us." Xiaoqi thought, Nanqing and a Jiak haven't fallen in love yet, so when we return to Yun Kingdom, who knows which prince will marry Nanqing? She turned back and replied, "But Xiao Mufeng plotted a rebellion, and by law, 9 generations of the family should be executed. We are already criminals. Returning to Yun Kingdom, I'm afraid." A Jiak immediately replied, "Xiaoqi, I'm sorry. You wandered far from home alone, running all the way to Baimao. It's all because of me. I swear on my life. If you return to Yun Kingdom, there will definitely be no danger." Zian added, "After we return, we will change our surnames and names. We will live the lives of common people and live the rest of our lives peacefully, all right?" Xiao Qiao was conflicted. She replied, "But I've also had a happy time in Baimao. I've also met friends in Baimao. They're very good to me and take great care of me. If I leave like this, they might be very sad." Hearing this, did a Jiak's jealousy flare up again? Xiao Qiao wondered in confusion. Why did his blackening value increase again? She quickly said, Actually I also really miss a Xiang. I'm a little sleepy. Let's talk about it in half a month. You two should go rest first. Good night." After saying that, she quickly went into her room. Zian felt it was late too. A Jiak, "Let's head back first. Xiaoqi seems tired." A Jiak asked sadly, "Is Xiaoqi very afraid of me?" Zian stroked his chin and thought, "It seems so." A Jiak also felt certain of it. The hatred from having one's father killed and family annihilated is not easily forgotten. That night, Xiaoqi tossed and turned, unable to sleep. She sat up and thought, Qiao Mufeng killed countless people, and Lady Qiao and her children also wanted to kill me. Consider it what they deserved. A Jiak didn't kill fifth brother and a Xiang, yet I've misunderstood him for so long. Then she lay down again, and the image of the princess appeared with a question. "Do you like him?" She was annoyed. How could that be? How could I love someone who, in his erratic moments, would threaten my life? He even wanted to harm me before. How could I possibly like him? Although a Jiak is very handsome and is also very good to me, based on seniority, he's practically my grandfather. With his soaring blackening value, if I'm not a little more clear-headed, I might end up in a tragic love story, killed by the hands of the one I love. After thinking all sorts of things, she turned to blame the princess. It's all Nanqing's fault. Her nonsense is making me lose sleep. She sat up again with a dazed expression. She thought to herself, could it be that I really like him? Cutting off her train of thought, a Pei appeared and said, "Master, what's wrong with you? The mission isn't complete yet. Your spirit can't falter." Xiao Qiao seemed to realize something and replied, "That's right. The mission isn't complete yet. Whether I like him or not, what's the use? She asked herself, do I really want to spend the rest of my life here with a fictional character of my own creation? In Xiao Xiaoqi's courtyard at this moment, Nanqing was skateboarding and asked, is this a game for modern people? Xiaoqi said, you're so cool. Nanqing called to Gong Yi, this skateboard is very easy to learn. Will Imperial Brother try again? Gong Yi remembered crashing into the chicken coop while skateboarding the other day and immediately refused. No way. Xiaoqi also wanted to prove herself. All right, I could do it too. She confidently struck a pose and stepped onto the skateboard. Whoa, it's so fast. But she suddenly noticed in front of her, why were there so many large rocks that she hadn't seen before? She thought to herself, goodbye. I'm about to become the first author in the history of book transmigration to get killed off for being terrible at skateboarding. But luckily for her, a Jiak noticed in time and quickly caught Xiaoqi in a spectacular fashion. Xian also ran over frantically, asking if his little sister was okay. But a miraculous thing happened again. The skateboard shot towards Xian's feet, and as a result, Xian fell flat on his back, looking like he bruised his entire butt. Seeing this, Nanqing ran over. Are you okay? Meanwhile, a Jiak asked Xiaoqi, are you okay? Nanqing was worried. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Xian tried to act tough. I'm fine, really fine. Then Xian picked up the skateboard and said, Xiaoqi, is this strange thing something you made? It looked a bit dangerous, so be careful when you play with it, okay? Xiaoqi was still confident, thinking, that was just an unexpected situation. I'm usually quite good at it. Suddenly, Gong Yi spoke up. I didn't expect to meet the sixth prince here. A Jiak, facing his love rival again, seemed very displeased. Noticing the situation seemed tense, Xian suddenly had an idea. He had found some nice places and wanted to go have fun with Xiaoqi. The sixth prince is idle with nothing to do, so he can come with us too. Xiaoqi asked in surprise, what's the best place to go? So they all went to see the natural scenery of forests and water, and then Nanqing led a horse over and asked Xiaoqi, shall we go for a ride? But Xiaoqi didn't know how to ride a horse. Haha! Nanqing immediately thought of teaching Xiaoqi how to ride. She thought, Xiaoqi must be so bored sitting at home every day. After learning, she can ride through the river valley. The scenery is incredibly beautiful. Xiaoqi immediately imagined the unfortunate scene of falling and being trampled by the horse. Wouldn't that be game over? She hurriedly refused again and again. No, I won't learn. If I happen to fall, just thinking about it hurts. But Nanqing kept insisting, just try it. The first time is strange, the second is familiar. Once you fall, you won't be afraid. You'll learn very quickly. Xiaoqi still felt it wasn't a good idea, because falling off a horse is no joke. They look like children, Xian thought. It seems a Jiak has no way to be alone with Xiaoqi. Nanqing still hadn't given up. It's very easy to learn. Just trust me. Xiaoqi remained firm and said, I refuse all activities that could threaten my personal safety. Suddenly, a Jiak spoke up. I will teach you. I promise I won't let you get hurt in the slightest. A Jiak repeated, I promise I won't let you get hurt in the slightest. Princess Nanqing felt annoyed because that was just too sentimental. A Pei suddenly appeared. Master, don't forget the mission. Xiaoqi also had an idea. I must find a way for them to be alone. But I seem to have forgotten. The Prince of Beima's horse riding skills are certainly not a problem. She turned and said, a Jiak, crown prince, he grew up in Beima. So there's probably no need to say much about his horse riding skills, right? So I think he can teach me. Hearing this, her fifth brother wanted to cry a river. My dear little sister, how can you be so blind? Gong Yu was just as surprised. Xiaoqi continued. That's right. People from Beima are generally better at riding than I am. She thought, I just need to find a way to make fifth brother leave too. Then won't a Jiak and Nanqing be able to be alone together? She turned to Gong Yi and said respectfully, Your Highness, would it be inconvenient for you to teach me how to ride? Gong Yi said, Of course, it's no problem at all. But it wasn't that easy. A Jiak held her back with his hand and said, I've heard the Crown Prince of Beima has first-class riding skills. I wonder if you would dare to compete. Whoever wins will teach Xiaoqi how to ride. Xiaoqi didn't expect things to go in this direction. It was truly beyond her expectations. Gong Yu was surprised. The prince wants to compete with me. Princess Nanqing excitedly thought to herself, show this Yun prince what you're made of and win Xiaoqi's heart. Imperial brother, go for it. But Gong Yi thought, this sixth prince of Yun Kingdom seems to treat Miss Seventh differently than others. The current situation is tense, so it's best not to get involved with those two right now. After thinking for a moment, Gong Yi jumped on his horse and rode off. Gong Yi said to a Jiak, there's no need for a competition. After all, the Sixth Prince and Miss Xiaoqi are old acquaintances. Teaching her to ride will surely be a bit easier for you than for me. Xiaoqi thought disappointedly. How can I matchmake your sister with her destined male led like this? While Princess Nanqing thought this was a chance to get close to Xiaoqi, yet Imperial Brother really disappointed me. These two young ladies, really? The princess tries to pair Xiaoqi with Gong Yi, while Xiaoqi tries to pair the princess with a jiak. What a tangled web, folks. Ahihi. But the most excited and happy person right now was Qiao Zian. He said, Xiaoqi, it looks like a jiak will have to teach you after all. But this inadvertently helped Xiaoqi realize there was someone else besides a jiak who could teach her. She said, if I have to learn, then, fifth brother, you can teach me. Both Zian and Nanqing were surprised that Xiaoqi would think of that. Princess Nanqing at this moment was like, what a good sister, I like Zian, but she keeps pushing me toward the jiak. After speaking, Xiaoqi turned to a jiak and said, in any case, you came to Beima to propose a marriage alliance on behalf of the Yun Kingdom. It's not good to have too much contact with a common woman like me. A jiak replied, this is nothing to worry about. Then Xiaoqi pulled her fifth brother. Let's go over there. Xiaoqi still held the thought. Nanqing, you can do it. This is your future husband. While Princess Nanqing interpreted it as, Xiaoqi, rest assured and leave it to me. Your enemy will never have a chance to harm you. A jiak thought, Xiaoqi is indeed still afraid of me. But he breathed a sigh of relief. Still, it's good that it's not Bei Gong Yi. Suddenly, a jiak heard a voice from somewhere saying, don't hurt her anymore. A jiak looked around to see if anyone was there and asked, was the princess talking to me? Nanqing haughtily said, if not you, then who? She said, you're just a delegation here for a marriage proposal. Why do you follow us around every day? Don't you notice that Xiaoqi is a little afraid of you? A jiak asked in surprise. How did you know? Nanqing replied angrily. Haven't you thought about who caused Xiaoqi's family to be destroyed? A weak woman from a Yun kingdom fleeing to Beima, facing so many hardships. Why would Xiaoqi want to endure so much suffering to come to Beima? A jiak asked, why do you think, princess? Nanqing continued, almost shouting because she just wants to get away from certain people, so far away that the other person can never find her. Over here, Xiaoqi thought, I wonder how they're progressing. She was learning to ride a horse here, but her thoughts were with a jiak and Princess Nanqing. She couldn't hear what Zian was saying next to her, couldn't hear it all. Zian said, if you're that concerned about what they're talking about, then it's better not to learn to ride, and we can all just chat together. Xiaoqi replied, I don't want to learn either, but I have to complete the mission quickly. Zian wondered, did the king of Beima give you some kind of mission? Xiaoqi said cheerfully, the king of Beima is very pleased with a jiak and wants Nanqing to marry him. Because he knows that a jiak and I were acquaintances before, he asked me to be the matchmaker. Hearing this, Zian asked Xiaoqi with a serious expression, in your heart, do you really want to do that? Xiaoqi cheerfully reasoned, helping others fulfill their wishes is quite a good thing. Hearing that, Zian frowned, looking visibly displeased. Xiaoqi was confused. Did I say something wrong? Why did fifth brother suddenly get so serious? Zian sighed and asked, aren't you worried that a jiak will be sad when you're matchmaking him with someone else? If you don't care about a jiak's feelings, then just go and complete your mission. After saying that, Zian left in a huff. Xiaoqi said, is a jiak sad? A decisive and ruthless person like him. How could he be sad? She looked up towards a jiak and Nanqing. They had only met a few times, yet their relationship was already so good. In their storyline, they were truly, deeply in love. What's wrong with me matchmaking for them? Besides, since when did fifth brother's relationship with a jiak become better than his relationship with me? Suddenly, she noticed the horse was staring at her with a terrifying, menacing gaze. She scrambled to get down before it went crazy. The situation over here was also quite tense. Anyway, you stay away from Xiaoqi for me. Don't hurt her anymore. A jiak said, it seems Xiaoqi has made a good friend who knows how to think for her. Nanqing was furious, but luckily for a jiak, Zian returned. Zian wondered, what are you talking about? Why is the atmosphere so tense? Nanqing immediately did a 180-degree turn. She replied sweetly, oh, I was just asking the Sixth Prince if Yun Kingdom has any customs different from Beima. After all, the two places are far apart. I'm afraid I won't be able to adapt right away when I go to Yun Kingdom in the future. Hearing that, Xian immediately said, "Princess, rest assured. Look at Xiaoqi here. Isn't she adapting very well? There won't be any problems." Xiaoqi suddenly walked over. Nanqing asked her how her horse riding lessons were going. Xiaoqi replied sadly, "I'm too stupid. Even brother dislikes me now." Xian clarified, "How could I dislike you? I just find you a bit too slow sometimes." Hearing that, Xiaoqi immediately nuzzled him. "Who told you to be so serious just now? I thought you were angry." Nanqing at this moment was like, "What a pity. I want to nuzzle the female lead too." Nanqing teased Xiaoqi, "I thought with that tiny body of yours, you couldn't even get on the horse," and had given up. Xiaoqi shouted, "You're really something, calling me tiny, huh?" And just like that, the two of them jumped into a playful fight, looking at the two of them being more chaotic than a market. Ajiak just stood there silently and felt, "Indeed, she is reserved when talking to me." Then Ajiak turned and said, "I'm heading back first." Xiaoqi was surprised. "You're leaving already?" For Nanqing, it was as if her wish had been granted. "Go back quickly, go on, go." Haha. Then Xian ran after Ajiak. "Wait for me." Only then did Nanqing stop her recent excitement. When they got back to the room, Xian was curious. The only one who can make you show such an expression is probably Xiaoqi, right? Ajiak said, "Why would I be troubled over Xiaoqi?" Xian said bluntly, "Because you like Xiaoqi that much." Ajiak still denied it. "How could I like someone as foolish as Xiaoqi?" But how could he fool Xian? Just like that, Xian gave Ajiak a few secret tips to win Xiaoqi's affection. If you like Xiaoqi, you should care for her every second of every moment, pay attention to her mood, and think of ways to make her happy. After saying that, Xian thought to himself, "Why are these two so slow? Use your sincerity to move her. Smile more. Don't always wear such a scowling face." Night came, but there were no entertainment activities at all. As soon as it got dark, she couldn't help but feel sleepy. Just as Xiaoqi lay down, she heard a noise outside. Is that Nanqing? It wasn't easy to find this super comfortable sleeping position. She got down and threw open the window, and immediately, thwack, a flying insect hit her straight in the face. Why are there so many insects? It really scared me to death. She quickly closed the window. Ajiak, who was hiding outside, saw this and probably thought Xiaoqi didn't want to see him. How painful. Haha. The next morning, the weather was nice, so Xiaoqi was in the mood to exercise. While doing a few exercises, she thought, "Where will Nanqing invite me to go today?" Speaking of which, Feng Anil should have come up with a new menu by now. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Well, speak of the devil, Nanqing is here. She excitedly opened the door, but it was Ajiak. She asked in surprise, "Why is it you?" Ajiak said, "Am I not allowed to come?" Then Ajiak turned his back to leave. Xiaoqi dazedly wondered. He got unhappy after just one sentence. She suddenly thought, when there are many people around, it's not noticeable, but being alone with him reminds me of that suffocating awkwardness. Finally, the person Xiaoqi was waiting for the most arrived. Xiaoqi happily said to Princess Nanqing, "I was just about to go to the palace to find you, and you've arrived. This is what you call being on the same wavelength." Xiaoqi breathed a sigh of relief. "This is great. I don't have to be with Ajiak." She wondered, "But brother, why did you come here with Nanqing and Gongyi?" Xian happily told her, "The four of us happened to meet on the street, so we came over together. It's just that someone seemed a bit impatient and came over first." "Who?" And yet just now Xiaoqi completely bummed Ajiak out. Then they went out to the streets, passing by a temple. Nanqing said, "If I pray for a destined love before our guardian deity of Beima, will he grant my wish?" Hearing this, Ajiak said, "So the princess has already decided which prince she wants to marry." Nanqing replied, "If I can only choose from among them, of course I have to choose the most compatible one. When the sixth prince chooses a concubine in the future, you will naturally also have to choose someone you like from among the daughters of important court officials, right?" Nanqing continued, "Since we're already here, why doesn't the sixth prince pray for his own destined love? Perhaps a fated love, getting a beautiful concubine, wouldn't be uninteresting." Hearing Nanqing's taunting words, Ajiak suddenly became angry. Gong immediately criticized the princess. "Nanqing, don't be rude." Meanwhile, Xiaoqi gleefully thought, rival pairs always end up as married couples. The day I return to the modern world is not far off. At this moment, Ajiak said loudly, "There is no need for the princess to worry. This prince has his own plans." Nanxing thought, I wonder which young lady is so unlucky to be targeted by this sinister man. A Jiak turned to Xiaoqi, looked at her, and said, she is the daughter of an official who treated me very well during the time I was wandering the mortal world. It's just that she still doesn't know my feelings. Hearing this, Xiaoqi blushed and turned away. Her mind was racing. Is this really what I think it is? Is he looking at me while saying this? A Jiak raised the wooden plaque and said, it would be ridiculous to entrust my sincerity to this fragile wooden plaque. This is mine. I will tell her directly. Xiaoqi suddenly realized the person a Jiak was talking about wasn't her. But Xian understood that the person a Jiak was talking about was indeed Xiaoqi. I can't believe a Jiak actually dared to say it. Listening to these kids talk is making me feel embarrassed. Xiaoqi felt embarrassed for thinking she was being presumptuous and that a Jiak was talking about her. Xiaoqi felt embarrassed for thinking she was being presumptuous and that a Jiak was talking about her. So she looked for a way to escape. I'm a little hungry. I'll go over there to buy something to eat. Seeing Xiaoqi turn away, a Jiak also thought his confession was rejected and also ran away in embarrassment. Xian hurriedly ran after Xiaoqi. Your money is still with me, for goodness sake. Nanxing at this moment thought, I think I should see a Jiak in a different light. We are both princes and princesses, but he can say such words. Do I have that kind of courage? Xiaoqi was truly bewildered and scared. He just happened to look at me while he was talking. Being so presumptuous is really embarrassing. Xian finally caught up. He panted and said, are you trying to set a Jiak and Nanxing up? Xian continued. When a Jiak was wandering among the common folk and working for the Qiao family, among the young ladies of the Qiao family at that time, who else was good to him? After speaking, Xian turned and left. Think it through before you come back. Only after hearing that was Xiaoqi certain that the person a Jiak was talking about was indeed her. Just then, a Pei appeared. Master, what's wrong with you? Your heart is beating so fast. Is the mission in trouble? Xiaoqi was startled. The mission, that's right. How could I be moved by a Jiak's words? I'm fundamentally not from this world. I need to quickly return to the modern era. I can't let my mind be thrown into chaos because of a few words from a Jiak. So she went to find something to eat first. But coincidentally, she ran into a Jiak. She laughed, haha. A Jiak, have you said it yet? A Jiak slowly took out the wooden plaque and gave it to her. She asked in surprise, I thought you didn't believe in these things. A Jiak explained that Beigong Nanxing said this temple is very sacred. So I prayed for a protective talisman for you. The journey from Beima to Yun Kingdom is long. So I prayed for a safety talisman. I just did it in passing. It's not especially for you. Xiaoqi said, you really are something. You would never say anything that isn't to your advantage. She tied the wooden plaque to her clothes and told herself, I am in this world. A Jiak revealed his true feelings in front of me. It's all just fiction, but my heart being moved right now is real. When Xian returned, Beigong Yi said Nanxing was really rude just now. She made a fool of herself in front of everyone. Qiao Xian, however, thought that Princess Nanxing had a very good temperament. The princess usually takes good care of us. Just now, perhaps when faced with the prince from Yin Kingdom who wants to take her away from Beima, she was probably just a little angry. Beigong Yi sighed worriedly. I don't know if Nanxing and I will ever see each other again after she goes to Yin Kingdom. Your Highness, rest assured, after the two countries are joined by marriage, the surrounding countries will definitely not dare to stir up any trouble. There will surely be a chance to meet. Gongyi also hoped so. At this time, Princess Nanxing wondered, should I tell him? But I am the princess of Beima. There are some words that cannot be said. While she was lost in thought, a Jiak and Xiaoqi returned. Xiaoqi quickly pulled the princess. Let's go check out the temple. Xiaoqi, slow down a bit. The princess looked at Xiaoqi's attitude and thought, looking at it now, Xiaoqi really has feelings for Junimo Jiak. Then she said, Xiaoqi, we're going back to the palace. We're not going to the temple anymore. Xiaoqi asked in surprise, back to the palace? Are we leaving already? When we arrived, didn't you say that this temple is very sacred for any wish, and that you wanted to come and pray before leaving for the Wan Kingdom? The princess thought that it was no longer necessary. Xiaoqi asked again, is there something you wish to pray for? But the princess said not to worry about it. Right now, I just want Xiaoqi to be my good friend forever. I thought it was something serious. Well, you don't need to pray for that. I can do that. Hee hee. Then the princess rushed over and hugged Xiaoqi affectionately. Friends forever. Haha. Xiaoqi thought to herself. How can I feel moved by Nanqing's future husband? I'm so terrible. The two of them were on their way back. The princess, with the puzzle cube in her hand, looked at Xiaoqi. Sometimes I really wonder, did you fall from the sky? How can you make so many strange and interesting things like this? Xiaoqi laughed happily and replied, Stop teasing me. Hurry up and solve it. The princess turned it over and over, twisted it back and forth for a while, then handed it back to Xiaoqi. I don't want to play anymore. I can't solve it no matter how I try. Xiaoqi took it and asked, Nanqing, can I go to the Wan Kingdom with you? Nanqing said, of course you can, but I'm just worried about that Junimo Jiak. Xiaoqi thought that it would be fine. In the future, you'll be the crown princess of the Wan Kingdom. Are you afraid you won't be able to protect me? Besides, I have to go back anyway. Xiaoqi thought to herself, I've already ruined Nanqing's happiness with my own hands once. Am I going to do it again with my own hands in this world? Xiaoqi also felt that she didn't belong here. No matter how long she lived in this world, of course, she would have to return in the end. Time flew by, and the day for Nanqing to leave for the Wan Kingdom arrived. At the city gate of Baima, you are marrying into the far-off Wan Kingdom. Your imperial grandmother is old. I'm afraid I won't see you again in this lifetime. Nanqing said sorrowfully, Imperial grandmother, please don't say that. I could just come back to visit you, can't I? The imperial grandmother said tearfully, How can a princess who is already married return? Don't say such things. Standing beside them, Xiaoqi's eyes also welled up with tears. If only transportation here were as developed as in modern times. The imperial grandmother turned to call Xiaoqi. You come over here too. With you accompanying Nanqing, I feel much more at ease. After arriving in the Wan Kingdom, you two must take care of each other. After speaking, she took out a token. Xiaoqi, take this with you. This is the royal token of a Baima princess. Xiaoqi, from this day forward, you are the adopted daughter of the Emperor of Baima. Nanqing, standing beside her, saw this. She smiled happily. The Emperor and Gongyi also looked pleased. Only Jiak and Xian were a little surprised. Xiaoqi said, Empress Dowager, this is too sudden. The imperial grandmother said, I've heard from Nanqing. You had to flee to Baima because you ran into trouble in the Wan Kingdom. It was the emperor who took the initiative to mention adopting you. With the status of a Baima princess, if your enemy in the Wan Kingdom wants to take revenge on you, he will have to think twice. Isn't the enemy here a Jiak? Oh, that Princess Nanqing, honestly. But she's so very thoughtful. She asked Xiaoqi, what's wrong? You don't want to call me old grandmother? Xiaoqi replied, whimpering no. How could that be? The imperial grandmother said. Things were rushed. The decision was just made last night, so there wasn't enough time to hold an investiture ceremony for you. Xiaoqi took the token and thanked the imperial grandmother. Gongyi came forward to report. Father Emperor says it is time to depart. Nanqing turned to her father Emperor one more time. The Emperor said, today is a bit rushed. It's still better to set off early. Nanqing turned to her imperial grandmother. Then we must be going. Xiaoqi added, you must take good care of yourself. I will definitely come back to see you. An emotional farewell between those leaving and those staying behind. Gongyi shouted loudly, Nanqing, the imperial palace in the Wan Kingdom is not like in Baima. Don't be too willful and try to cause less trouble. But if you suffer any injustice, even if we are 10,000 miles apart, your big brother here will seek justice for you. Nanqing gently wiped her tears, smiled, and nodded in agreement. On the road, a Jiak said loudly, now that we've found Xiaoqi, there's no need to rush back. It wouldn't be bad to stop and rest on the road for a few days. Xiaoqi thought to herself, I hope everything goes smoothly after returning to the Wan Kingdom. A Jiak and Nanqing will get married. A Jiak will become the princess's man of both talent and virtue. Then I'll complete my mission and return to the modern world and treat it all as a dream. In the evening, the entire procession stopped to set up camp for the night. Xiaoqi went outside and unexpectedly found a Jiak and Xian. She walked over and asked, why are you two here? In a Jiak's hand was a plate of chicken. A Jiak gave it to Xiaoqi and said, this is all that's left. You keep it for dinner. Xiaoqi asked, you came to give me roasted chicken in the middle of the night? Xian then said, this is what a Jiak specially saved for you. Finish eating and go to sleep quickly. But later in the night, there was a commotion among the soldiers. Xiaoqi asked, fifth brother, what's happening? Xian was about to tell her that some soldiers were missing, but a Jiak cut him off, wanted to hide it. We still have things to do. This place is already outside the borders of Baima, so don't run around at night. With that, Jiak and Xian turned to leave. Xian reminded her, just be good and eat your roasted chicken. Don't run around, okay? Xiaoqi stood there, recalling her novel. She had written that on the way to the Wan Kingdom, Nanxing was escorted by the prince. A Jiak had just regained his status as a prince at that time. In the capital, he rescued Nanxing, who was in danger after leaving the escort party, and the two fell in love at first sight. But now it's all over. The plot is a complete mess, and my only cheat is also useless. Just then, Nanxing came looking for her. The two went into Xiaoqi's tent. Nanxing said while eating, "I've already heard from my personal guard. A guard from the Wan Kingdom has gone missing. They sent 2 guards to look for him, but they haven't returned either." Xiaoqi pondered. So that's why there are so many guards on patrol. No wonder those 2 were so worried. 3 guards missing. It can't be an accident. I clearly wrote that the escort party returned to the Wan Kingdom safely. If there's any difference between now and the novel, it's that Junimo Jiak isn't here. Nanxing had been calling Xiaoqi, but she was so lost in thought about the novel that she didn't hear. It wasn't until Nanxing leaned close to her ear that Xiaoqi was startled. "Sorry, I was distracted. What are you talking about?" Nanxing said, "This is my first time traveling so far from Beima. I'm a little scared, so I want to sleep with you tonight." With a pitiful expression, she asked, "Can I?" Xiaoqi replied cheerfully, "Of course, you can." Nanxing also said happily, "It was the right decision to come here tonight. I even get to eat roasted chicken." Xiaoqi said, "The 6th prince gave this to you. I was just about to bring it to you when you arrived." Nanxing asked, "Puzzle, wasn't it for you?" "Although I've already eaten half." Xiaoqi replied, "Why would he give it to me? In any case, he's a prince of the Wan Kingdom. A Jiak is also one of the candidates for your future husband." But Nanxing said, "Even if I can only choose from among the princes of the Wan Kingdom, I wouldn't choose him." Xiaoqi asked in surprise, "Huh? Why? You two are predestined to be together." Nanxing said, "What predestined? I don't like Junimo Jiak at all. And aren't you two in love?" Xiaoqi clarified, "It's impossible between him and me. We can't possibly have a good ending." "Xiaoqi, I know you two have a family-annihilating feud, but you also said you don't hate him. You clearly like Junimo Jiak. Why do you keep running away from it like this? Don't you want to change your identity and live in the Wan Kingdom again? Start over from the beginning. To be free to love someone is such a happy thing." Xiaoqi insisted, "The person destined to be with a Jiak is not me. Why do you keep saying things like predestined and destiny? He won't be with anyone else. Perhaps you are his destiny." Suddenly, there were shouts from outside. "Assassins! There are assassins!" The sounds of fighting, slashing, and screaming outside were chaotic. Princess Nanxing and Xiaoqi sat in the tent, terrified. Xiaoqi had never written a plot like this. Everything was truly out of her control. With a slash, an assassin slowly approached. The princess and Xiaoqi cowered, awaiting their imminent death. The assassin raised his blade to strike, but just then, a guard managed to kill him from behind. The two of them had narrowly escaped death. "Princess, young lady Xiaoqi, you too." Before he could finish his sentence, with a thud, the guard collapsed right in front of them. Feeling that this place was not safe, Xiaoqi and the princess immediately ran to find a Jiak. But they were immediately stunned because in front of them were nothing but assassins and guards who were fighting them off with their lives. The two of them had nowhere left to hide. Coupled with their terror, the princess and Xiaoqi collapsed in front of the tent, watching the two sides slaughter each other. A Jiak, who was trying to eliminate the assassins, discovered that Xiaoqi and the princess were in danger. He shouted in a panic, "Xiaoqi, stay put." But Xiaoqi gestured for him to be quiet. A Jiak, that fool, he had inadvertently helped the assassins notice her and the princess more. They whispered, "Those two over there look like the princess, so let's kill them first." Just like that, they rushed forward to take the two girls' lives. In that life or death moment, their survival instincts also kicked in. Xiaoqi and the princess grabbed whatever they could and threw it at the assassins, then quickly hid in a corner of the tent. A Jiak fought while worrying about Xiaoqi. A moment of distraction caused a Jiak to be slashed by the assassins. Seeing a Jiak in danger, Xiaoqi hurriedly ran towards him, despite the danger and the princess's attempts to stop her. The princess also rushed after Xiaoqi. But suddenly, a hand grabbed her from behind. The princess turned around to see it was Qiao Zian. He said urgently, "This place is dangerous. Please follow me, princess." As for a Jiak, he was still fighting to the point of exhaustion because there were now many assassins. One of them leaped up from behind a Jiak, wielding a blood-stained saber, aiming a fatal blow at a Jiak. But Xiaoqi bravely saved the day. Realizing they could no longer hold them off, the remaining guards used their own lives to block the enemy. to protect his highness and the princess. Only then could Ajiak and Xiaoqi escape. Although Ajiak was injured and seemed to be losing strength, he still reassured Xiaoqi. When the escort disappeared, I sent someone to a nearby military camp to deliver a letter, and reinforcements will arrive soon. And Ajiak added, this time, there were more assassins than guards. The one who disappeared was truly a spy. Xiaoqi became frantic with worry upon discovering Ajiak was bleeding profusely. And just then, the reinforcements finally arrived in time. It was Prince Jun Maixian. Jun Maixian ordered his soldiers to protect his highness and eliminate the assassins. And of course, all the assassins were quickly eliminated. Ajiak was brought to a safe place and was bandaging his wounds, his body partially undressed. Xiaoqi stubbornly entered despite the guards trying to stop her. Seeing her, Ajiak blushed shyly and froze for 5 seconds. Ajiak hurriedly grabbed his clothes to cover himself. Xiaoqi, however, didn't care and casually said in her modern way, I'm here to help you with that wound. You're already injured. Why are you tossing and turning so much? Let me see. You're sweating so much. Let me wipe it for you. Ajiak frowned. Servants can do these things. Xiaoqi glared at him. What's there to be shy about? You got hurt saving me, and you won't even let me help wipe your face? Faced with her actions, Ajiak shouted in annoyance. Xiaoqi, do you really not know what it means for men and women to maintain a proper distance? Xiaoqi said nonchalantly, and I think your brain is full of futile ideas, and you don't even know what's good or bad. After speaking, she threw the cloth right in Ajiak's face. Only then will you obediently listen, he. After finishing bandaging Ajiak's wound, Tong, Xiaoqi asked Ajiak when they would go look for Nanxing and Fifth Brother. Ajiak said, 30 miles from here is the Wan Kingdom's military camp. I already told Xiao Zian to take Beigong Nanxing there first. After we clean up the mess outside, we can meet them early tomorrow morning. Hearing this, Xiaoqi felt somewhat relieved. Has your wound been cleaned and disinfected? Why didn't you let me see when you were treating it just now? For better or worse, I could have helped a little. I'm really afraid you'll get tetanus. After speaking, Xiaoqi touched Ajiak's shoulder, making him jump and cry out. Just then, Jun Maixian walked in. Xiaoqi is here too? Just taking care of my life-saving benefactor a little. Isn't your life-saving benefactor me? You're different. You're the life-saving benefactor of all of us. After speaking, Xiaoqi went out to get food for the two of them. Jun Maixian said to Ajiak, the men sent to the camp to deliver the letter have returned. They said they didn't see the princess and Xiao Zian, nor did they find them in the nearby houses. And it seems Xiao Zian has gone missing. Just as Xiaoqi walked in, she accidentally overheard. The next morning, they immediately went to search for traces of Princess Nanxing and Xiao Zian. They discovered the bodies of the horses they rode, and 2 assassins were found on a protruding cliff. But the 2 of them still haven't been found. The river here is flowing rapidly, and the sound of the rushing water can be clearly heard. Xiaoqi was on the verge of tears, blaming herself. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have written that plot about internal strife, nor should I have changed the ending out of a moment of anger. That's right, go back. I have to go back. After I return, I can change the plot. She choked out, if I really harmed them, what should I do? Ajiak reassured her. Xiaoqi, calm down a little. It's not your fault. It has nothing to do with you, and it will surely be fine. We will stay here and not go anywhere else. But they didn't know that Princess Nanxing and Xiao Zian had been swept away by the water and washed ashore. Nanxing was safe and sound, but Zian lay motionless. Nanxing cried while calling his name. She screamed, Xiao Zian, you absolutely cannot let anything happen to you. Meanwhile, Ajiak and Xiaoqi searched but found no trace. Upon returning to the camp, Xiaoqi suddenly remembered Apei, the stick figure from the system. But she called, and Apei didn't appear. Apei also had a problem. What should I do now? Outside, Ajiak brought food in for her. Xiaoqi immediately asked if there was any news of Nanxing and Fifth Brother. Ajiak shook his head. You should eat your fill, don't go hungry. Outside the door, Prince Maixian came to call and reported that the Father Emperor had issued another decree, and the decree-delivering eunuch was waiting outside. Ajiak was annoyed. 5 decrees have been issued in the last half-month. What on earth is so urgent? Xiaoqi thought. The Emperor of Wan Kingdom keeps urging. Someone must be making things difficult. Originally, she wrote that Jun Maixian and Ajiak would go to Beima together to escort Nanxing back. Yet, Jun Mai-xian didn't come and only coincidentally arrived with a large army when they encountered the assassination. She speculated that Jun Mai-xian wouldn't harm people, but his mother consort is Consort Rome. She recalled, previously, she and Xiao Mufeng conspired to kill Consort Li. After Xiao Mufeng's death, she wanted to eliminate potential threats and would definitely target a Jiak even more. Xiaoqi said to herself, although everything has changed, perhaps this time it is related to her. A Jiak walked in and unexpectedly overheard, so he asked, related to whom? Xiaoqi quickly changed the subject. This dish is really delicious, isn't it? Hearing this, a Jiak gave an order, reward today's chef. Mai-xian said, sometimes I really admire you, 6th Imperial brother, because he thought a Jiak was very free. But a Jiak didn't care much. He saw that Xiaoqi had eaten everything and asked, are you full? Do you want to eat more? If I eat any more, my stomach will burst. 9th Prince, this time we have you to thank for bringing soldiers to save us. I wonder if you came here for something important? Always accompanying us to search for people. Will it not delay your business? Zhu Mai-xian said, I came here for everyone. Father Emperor heard that this area has recently been plagued by bandits and was worried that if something unexpected happened to the Beima princess on the road, it would affect the two nations. So he had me bring more men to escort the princess with 6th Imperial brother. But unexpectedly, the princess went missing. Xiaoqi replied, the revered emperor, busy with court affairs every day, yet he can know of this small matter from 1,000 miles away. It is truly the fortune of the people of Wan Kingdom. Hearing Xiaoqi say this, Mai-xian was suddenly startled. He awkwardly held the plate, hastily excused himself to a Jiak, and just like that, walked out to the confusion of a Jiak and Xiaoqi. That night, a Jiak came to find Xiaoqi and asked her, this morning, when you said those things, did you already know something? She thought, if I reveal who the villain is, would that be considered revealing the heavenly secrets of this world? Anyway, a pay has disappeared and the system is gone. So how can it punish me anymore? Xiaoqi said slowly, Zhu Maishuan's mother consort Rome, she is not a good person. After speaking, she waited fearfully for a moment to see if any punishment would appear. After a while, she was sure that it seemed a pay had really disappeared. If it were before, he would have jumped out to stop her. A Jiak asked, you know Consort Rome? Oh, I just heard it from some gossip fortune tellers at the end of a street alley. No matter how fierce bandits are, they wouldn't dare to rob a royal entourage. Why would the emperor send a prince with a large troop of men all the way here just because of bandits? Besides, we also encountered an assassination. This is too much of a coincidence. This assassination must be related to someone in the imperial palace of Wan Kingdom. A Jiak thought that Jun Mai-xian was probably not that kind of person. Xiaoqi also thought that the 9th prince was indeed not this kind of person. A Jiak frowned in annoyance. She trusts Jun Mai-xian that much? The conversation was temporarily interrupted as the guards brought dinner. The two continued talking while eating. Xiaoqi thought that the marriage partner for the Beima princess had not yet been decided. If the prince of Wan Kingdom responsible for the escort were to form a relationship with the princess on the way back to Wan Kingdom, it would be a great gain. After all, marrying the Beima princess is equivalent to having a powerful force that can support the kingdom. But now, the Beima princess is missing, so the person responsible for the escort, you will be blamed. A Jiak suddenly asked, are you worried about me? Xiaoqi continued, didn't you already create a rift with the father emperor because of the matter of killing Xiao Mufeng? Now that something like this has happened, the relationship could worsen. A Jiak advised her not to worry too much, that he had already arranged everything. But it seemed a Jiak's words contradicted his thoughts, because his action of rapidly picking up food said otherwise. A Jiak assured her that the news of the Beima princess's disappearance would not reach the palace. Xiaoqi also just hoped that if they found Nanxing and 5th brother, they would then return to the palace, and he would have to be careful of Consort Rome. This incident is very likely related to Consort Rome. After speaking, she raised her hand as if to stop a Jiak. I know you want to ask me why, but I don't know how to explain the reason to you. Anyway, please believe me. A Jiak didn't need to think. I believe you. At this moment, by the riverbank, some soldiers had discovered something. Xiaoqi rushed over and asked, I heard a clue was found. So where is 5th brother? Where is Nanxing? A Jiak reported that they still hadn't been found, only some scraps of clothing on the shore. They might have drifted further downstream. Xiaoqi was stunned. It's been so long. Ajiak quickly reassured her. Rest assured, I won't give up until I find them. Ajiak turned to Mai Xian. I'll take some men to search further away. You escort Xiaoqi back to the camp first. Then Ajiak mounted his horse and sped off to search for them. Jun Mai Xian comforted her. Miss Qi, don't worry too much. It will only cloud your mind. My mother consort always says, good people are blessed by heaven. Princess Nanxing and your brother will surely return safely. Although consort Rong is his mother consort, I was the one who set it up this way. I can't take my anger out on Jun Mai Xian just because of consort Rong. The villain in this novel, Qiao Mufeng, is already dead. Nanny Wei doesn't have this kind of power either. The villainous princes are either stupid pigs or simply don't have the guts. There's an 80 to 90% chance the person behind this is consort Rong. If something really happened to fifth brother in Nanxing, I will definitely make consort Rong face retribution. A month passed in a flash, and the soldiers were getting curious. They whispered, who are the 6th prince and 9th prince looking for here? They even mobilized all the manpower from our garrison. They say 2 people went missing during an assassination attempt earlier. After so long, I'm afraid it's more bad news than good. The search for these 2 has delayed the escort of the Beima princess back to the Wan Kingdom. The emperor has already issued many edicts urging them on. Xiaoqi happened to overhear their whispers as she walked by. They even thought Xiaoqi was the Beima princess. Why does this Beima princess always seem to be in a bad mood? How could that other princess have gone missing? She's a princess. After all, she should at least have a few close attendants with her, right? In the tent, Ajiak and Mai Xian were also very worried. Ajiak was troubled because within a month, several imperial edicts had arrived with a critical tone. It seemed the procession had to depart, but without the Beima princess, returning to the palace would be a wasted effort. Mai Xian thought that since they couldn't find the Beima princess after searching for so long, they could only report to their father emperor that the princess was missing. Just then, Xiaoqi walked in. Why would the soldiers in the camp think I am the Beima princess? Ajiak said, because you are. Mai Xian asked in surprise. Wasn't that something 6th brother deliberately arranged to prevent news of the princess's disappearance from leaking? Since when did Miss Qi become the Beima princess? Xiaoqi suddenly remembered. She said before leaving Beima, the Beima emperor adopted me as his goddaughter. She took out a jade tablet. Speaking of which, I really am a Beima princess. Mai Xian said that with Miss Qi becoming a Beima princess, with this status, she probably won't face any difficulties upon returning to the Wan Kingdom. Xiaoqi said sadly, the real Beima princess still hasn't been found, and neither has my brother. Just then, another imperial edict arrived, urging them on. Xiaoqi had a bad feeling. Why is the emperor so anxious to urge Ajiak back to the palace? After Ajiak went out to receive the edict, he took his men and headed north to search for them. Xiaoqi was stunned, not knowing what was happening. Mai Xian said the imperial edicts kept coming, urging the bridal escort party to return to the palace. 6th brother is already delayed for a long time. He can't delay any longer. If 6th brother continues to delay, he will surely incur the emperor's wrath and won't escape punishment easily. But he's still out there searching, defying the imperial order to return. Xiaoqi remembered Ajiak's promise to her, that he wouldn't give up until he found them. Mai Xian added that because he was afraid of upsetting her, 6th brother had forbidden his subordinates from talking about the search results. But actually, Miss Qi, I know this will put you in a difficult position, but I'm sorry. I hope you can persuade 6th brother a little. Xiaoqi stammered. Will I never see my brother and Nanxing again? She thought, if I complete the mission and go back, can I rewrite an ending where everyone can be happy? Mai Xian said, I just want you to persuade 6th brother to return to the palace. I will still leave some men behind to continue searching for your brother and the Beima princess. Xiaoqi quickly wiped away the tears that she couldn't hold back. I will persuade Ajiak to return to the palace. It's just that after we arrive in the Wan Kingdom, could I trouble your highness to tell a lie? To say that Xiaoqi is the Beima princess brought here for the marriage alliance. The marriage mission between the Beima princess and Mo Jiak. I will definitely complete it. Mai Xian was stunned. Are you joking? Xiaoqi replied, Your Highness, I am being serious. Mai Xian reminded Xiaoqi, this is the crime of deceiving the emperor. What if you're found out? Xiaoqi presented the jade tablet. This is proof that I am also a Beima princess. Xiaoqi thought, even if Nanxing returns, she will face even more danger. Returning to the modern era and rewriting the plot is the only way to let everyone she cares about live a peaceful life. She said to Mai Xian, Did the emperor of the Wan kingdom specifically name the eldest princess as his daughter-in-law? She flared up in anger. I'm just not the legitimate princess of Baima, but a newly adopted goddaughter of the Baima king. Nanxing has been missing for too long and still hasn't been found, and His Majesty the Emperor urges the return to the palace every day. In this case, a Jiak will surely be punished if he returns. Mai Xian then realized she was doing all of this for sixth brother. A Jiak returned, heard Xiaoqi's words, and immediately rejected it. I don't agree. A Jiak asked her if she knew the consequences of pretending to be the Baima princess. Do you know that with this identity, it means you will marry a future prince of the Wan kingdom? Xiaoqi insisted that she was a princess of Baima. There was no need to pretend, and, of course, she knew she would marry one of the princes. A Jiak told her not to meddle in this matter. I will accept the punishment myself when I return to the imperial palace. I like meddling, Jun Mo Jiak. If you don't help, I will never care about you again. What did you say? Xiaoqi shouted. If you don't help me, I won't rest in peace even if I die. Caught in the middle, Mai Xian could only cry his eyes out. Sixth brother, Miss Qi, calm down, boo-hoo. Scene change, and this is Princess Nanxing. She was hurriedly carrying a basin of water, panting as she said, I've brought the water. The person lying motionless on the bed was Xiao Zian, his body covered in bandages. Nanxing used a cloth to wipe Zian's face. I'm sorry, Nanxing, for troubling you. You were injured like this because of me. How could it be a bother? But your status. Nanxing interrupted. Don't worry about it. I gotten used to it. At first, I didn't even know how to wring out water to wash a face. Oh my, but does the princess know how to wash a face properly now? Covering his whole face like she wants to suffocate him. Jeez. After washing Zian's face, she hurried to get medicine. She stepped outside and met an old woman. Young Miss Nan, I brought the medicine for you. Nanxing quickly thanked Auntie Chan. I was just about to go get it. Auntie Chan said, I'm going into the city tonight. I can find a doctor to check on your husband then. Nanxing was surprised. Hus's husband? Isn't that so? You've been taking care of him all these days. If you're not husband and wife, an unmarried man and woman like this is a bit. Nanxing interrupted. Yes, we are husband and wife. I'm married far from home, and we ran into some robbers halfway. So I still haven't gotten used to calling him Hus husband. Annie Chun turned away and said, surviving a great disaster means you're destined for good fortune. Your life ahead will be even sweeter. The words of the old woman and Princess Nanxing. Lying inside, Zian heard them and was so embarrassed he could die. But it must be quite nice. Hee. After a long period of searching for Princess Nanxing and Zian without a trace, and with the emperor's urging, a Jiak reluctantly escorted the Baima princess back to the imperial palace. Witnessed by a large crowd of people, they were very curious about the Baima princess, but no one expected that it was Xiaoqi. Miss Wei stood on a high place looking down, thinking to herself, long time no see. Today, a Jiak. He looks more compatible with the 4th Mississippi. She thought of a Jiak traveling day and night with her. I feel a little uneasy. I wonder what this Baima princess is like. Meanwhile, Xiaoqi, sitting inside the sedan chair, also felt uneasy. Why'd I suddenly feel a chill down my spine? What if a gust of wind lifts the curtain and an acquaintance sees me? That the Baima princess is the daughter of a criminal. Everything would be over before it even began. So she used a hammer and nails to reinforce it. Finally, they arrived at the imperial palace. Mai Xian said, you gave my mother consort a birthday gift before. She still likes it very much and always says she wants to meet you. Xiaoqi said to herself, Consort Rong wants to see me, but my current identity is the princess of Baima. She turned to Mai Xian and said, Your Highness, don't forget that my current identity is the Baima princess. Sorry I forgot. It's a pity my mother consort doesn't know you were the one who made it. Hearing this, a Jiak became curious. What did you do? Do you want a gift? I can make one for you if you want. A Jiak turned away without answering. A Jiak, are you angry? Xiaoqi kept acting playful like this, trying to make a Jiak less angry. Suddenly, Consort Rong arrived. I didn't expect the 6th prince to be so familiar with others like that. Mai Xian was overjoyed to see his mother consort again. Xiaoqi thought to herself, so she's Consort Rong? If a Jiak knew that Consort Rong was the real murderer of his mother consort, he would be at odds with Jun Mai Xian. She wondered how she could overthrow her without implicating Mai Xian. Jun Mai Xian happily introduced her to his mother consort. This is the Baima princess that I and 6th brother escorted back. A Jiak and Xiaoqi bowed together to greet the consort. With a stern expression, she walked past Xiaoqi and said, The princess has just arrived in the Wand Kingdom. If you need any help, feel free to come find me. I must return to arrange the evening meal to welcome His Majesty the Emperor. I will invite you another day to familiarize yourself with this imperial palace. You honor, it has been a long time since you've seen your imperial father. Come have dinner at my place tonight. Then Mai Xian made plans with a Jiak and the princess. I will come find you two tomorrow. Then he followed his mother consort. Xiaoqi recalled that before she revised the plot, a Jiak was the biggest villain. Minor characters like Consort Rong, she didn't write in detail. She never expected her to be the type to hide a knife behind a smile. Meanwhile, Consort Rong asked Mai Xian, "The Beima princess is a beauty. What do you think of her?" Replying to mother consort, "Compared to her appearance, your son prefers her quirky and mischievous personality more." "Oh, so you've already gotten to know her on the way back." Mai Xian replied brightly, "To be more precise, perhaps we just hit it off at first sight? Then I can rest assured. It's unknown what she is plotting, but her expression looks quite dangerous, doesn't it?" A Jiak escorted Xiaoqi to her room. A Jiak wanted to go in with her, but it's not as simple as just wanting to. A servant stopped him, reporting to the sixth prince, "For the sake of the princess's reputation, this servant cannot let you in. Please halt your steps." Hearing this, a Jiak was furious, as if he wanted to rush in and tear the servant girl apart. Xiaoqi tried her best to stop him. "Calm down. This is the imperial palace, not the outside. You must be careful with your words and actions. Don't be careless and let others find a weakness. It will affect you." After saying this, Xiaoqi suddenly thought, habits are a terrible thing. A Jiak, still with an angry face, asked, "What did you do for Jun Mai Xian? His jealousy must be flaring up again." "Ha." Xiaoqi calmly explained, "I did it for Consort Rong. Wasn't it Consort Rong's birthday then? So I made a gift for Consort Rong on his behalf." A Jiak asked blankly, "Consort Rong's birthday? What does that have to do with you? Didn't I snatch Jun Mai Xuan's fabric because I wanted to make new clothes for you? That fabric was what he chose for Consort Rong. Of course I had to compensate for it." A Jiak thought for a moment and remembered that was indeed the case. Xiaoqi told a Jiak to go back first for today. "I need to rest for a day. Then tomorrow I will definitely go out and find you." She suddenly thought, "Why do I feel like I'm coaxing a girlfriend?" A Jiak replied happily, "You promised." Then she went back into her room. She lay down comfortably and casually, deep in thought. Nanxing's attendants, to prevent betrayal, were all sent back to Beima. It's a good opportunity to pass news to the king of Beima and Bei Gongye to let them know my plan. In this palace, the only person I can completely trust is myself. Although a Jiak is also here, with his irritable temper, I'd be thanking the heavens if he doesn't cause trouble for me. While she was lost in thought, a voice suddenly spoke up. The princess's sleeping posture just now was truly improper. Xiaoqi cried out in alarm. "Who are you?" "I am Nanny Lu. From today onwards, I will be in charge of teaching the princess the etiquette of this Wand Kingdom palace, lest the princess disgraces the royal family at a banquet in the future. Someone help the princess. Help the princess change her clothes. Princess, please do not struggle. I will teach you how to sleep properly today." The next day, Xiaoqi went to pay her respects to the Empress. "May your Majesty the Empress enjoy boundless blessings and golden peace. Long live, long live, long live. You may rise." I didn't expect the princess to know the etiquette of the Wand Kingdom. Before coming here, I specifically sought guidance from the sixth prince. The princess is very thoughtful. Just as the greetings were over, a maidservant came to report to Consort Rong. Reporting to the Empress, the Princess Shishi. The princess and the third prince got into a dispute, so the princess used a teacup to smash the third prince's head. Consort Rong said with a stern face, "I know. You may withdraw first. I still have a guest." Seeing this, Xiaoqi said, "If your ladyship is busy, I will come to pay my respects another day." Consort Rong said, "I have made a fool of myself in front of the princess. I don't know what the princess's name is. Always addressing you like this is too distant." As if prepared, Xiaoqi immediately said her name was Bei Gong Nanxin. Nan as in southeast, Xin as in happy. Then she asked for leave to depart. On the way back to her room, Xiaoqi accidentally ran into a strange man. With his shifty eyes, he looked Xiaoqi up and down all over. It made her extremely uncomfortable. Xiaoqi cursed inwardly. "Where the hell are you looking, you damn pervert?" Then she asked, "Who are you?" He said, "I am the third prince." Xiaoqi thought, so this is the cannon fodder third prince, a useless, lecherous scoundrel, completely unable to defend himself, no match for a Jiak. Then Xiaoqi ignored him and turned to leave. But he blocked her with his hand. Which family's young lady are you? Xiaoqi asked angrily. Is this the etiquette of a prince of the Wan kingdom, a prince of the Wan dynasty? He replied condescendingly. It seems you don't understand the rules of this imperial palace. Let me teach you a good lesson today. Seeing the situation become tense, the maidservant beside her spoke up. Your Highness, this is the Baima princess. Hearing that, he was startled and asked, the Baima princess? This is the person my sixth brother and ninth brother traveled thousands of miles to escort back? Just then, a Jiak arrived, grabbed him by the collar, and lifted him up effortlessly. A Jiak shouted, what do you think you're doing? Xiaoqi didn't want to make a big scene. A Jiak, the third prince was just greeting me. Hurry, and put him down. She thought angrily, let go, don't act so rashly. Then a Jiak finally let him go. He said, I just saw that she was unfamiliar and came to ask if she was, is that not allowed? Xiaoqi replied, now that the third prince knows, please be more respectful in the future. He said angrily, I know, it's so boring in the palace today. After he left, Xiaoqi said to a Jiak, it's a good thing. I was just about to look for you. I didn't break my promise. A Jiak said, stay away from him in the future. I know, one look and you can tell he's not a good person. A Jiak reminded her, you are alone in the palace. You must be careful in everything you do. Xiaoqi thought, I'm not alone. Aren't you in the palace too? With you here, I'll definitely be fine. Hearing this, a Jiak was delighted and replied, I will definitely protect you. Xiaoqi smiled happily, then I'll have to trouble you. And this is the Wan Kingdom's Princess Junmailing. It seems she is being punished. Consort Rong said angrily, it's already a great blessing that your imperial brother didn't report you to imperial father. You stand there and repent for half a shurchen. After saying that, she left. The princess secretly glanced to confirm she was gone. She screamed to release her frustration. It was clearly third imperial brother's fault first. What's wrong with me teaching him a lesson? It's all because mother consort is only strict with me, which is why my imperial brothers all grew up to be useless scoundrels. Just then, Miss Wei Jiaojiao arrived, and seeing this, she asked, what's happening here? But in her heart, Wei Jiaojiao thought to herself, what has this silly girl done now? Princess Mailing said resentfully, I hit third imperial brother on the head with a teacup, so now I'm being punished by mother consort. Wei Jiaojiao replied, I thought the princess summoned me to the palace today for something new. I didn't expect you to be in trouble. Mailing said, I was waiting for you to come so we could go meet the Baima princess together. I'm very curious what the princess of Baima, my future imperial sister-in-law, looks like. But I always feel I'm not brave enough to go alone, so I called you to come with me. Hearing this, Wei Jiaojiao thought to herself, when the Baima princess entered the city, her face was completely covered, so I couldn't see what this Baima princess looks like. She spent so long with the sixth prince on the road, so I still have to be a little wary of this Baima princess. Wei Jiaojiao smiled cheerfully and said, if that's the case, then I will go with the princess. And here is Xiaoqi practicing the zither. Nanny Lu invited the princess to start playing. Xiaoqi immediately started playing. The sound of the zither rang out. Twang, thud, thud, thud. It was so bad that even the birds heard it and flew away in fright. Nanny Lu complained helplessly. How can there be no progress after 2 days of learning? Nanny Lu, in the future, I will be the crown princess of the Wan Kingdom. So what's the point of learning these things? Princess, this is the Wan Kingdom, not Baima. The crown princess of the Wan Kingdom cannot just know how to fool around. Xiaoqi argued, does the future crown princess of the Wan Kingdom just play music every day for others' enjoyment? Nanny Lu stammered, this princess, what are you saying? If not, then aren't I just wasting my time right now? Nanny Lu knelt and begged, if this servant does not teach you well, this servant will be punished. Please cooperate with this servant a little. Seeing this, Xiaoqi suddenly thought, so the hard approach didn't work, now you're trying the soft one? But in the end, the princess had to resign herself to properly learning the etiquette and customs of the Wan Kingdom. A maid came to report to Nanny Lu, Prince E is coming. The nanny was surprised. How could Prince E come here? If word of this gets out, what will happen to the princess's reputation? Outside, the servants tried their best to stop Prince E, but were helpless. Get out of the way. I, a prince, grew up in this palace. Is there any place in my own home that I cannot go? Prince E stepped in and saw Xiaoqi. He said, I didn't expect this Baima princess to be not bad looking. Nanny Lu replied, Your Highness, the Baima princess is not yet married. Your actions are improper and will ruin the princess's reputation. It's broad daylight and there are so many people here. How can her reputation be ruined? He sat down in front of Xiaoqi and said, I am the first prince of the Wan Kingdom, Junmai. I heard that the princess is here learning the etiquette and customs of the Wan Kingdom, so I came especially to visit the princess. Xiaoqi also returned the courtesy, greetings, Princey. He noticed the painting on the table, so he asked, the princess can also paint? When you have free time someday, could you paint a picture for me? Xiaoqi didn't answer. She just picked up the brush and started painting right then and there. In less than a minute and 30 seconds, she said, the painting is done, and handed it to Prince E to see. He looked at it and laughed out loud. The princess is truly adorable. A portrait like this. Could it be that the princess is not satisfied with this prince's appearance? Nanny Lu, standing beside them, broke out in a cold sweat. Xiaoqi smiled cheerfully and replied, Your Highness Prince E, you're overthinking it. Your Highness is talented and handsome. Prince E interrupted. Father Emperor has long said that the legitimate princess of Baima is to become the crown princess. The Wan Kingdom has also always appointed the eldest son as the crown prince. Although Father Emperor said he would bestow the marriage upon me after the crown prince is appointed, if I like you, I can report my intentions to Father Emperor. The marriage could proceed sooner. Xiaoqi thought that it was just as expected of the personality she had described, confident and rude. She said to Prince E, but when I came here, I heard that your highness already has a primary consort. After saying that, Xiaoqi suddenly thought, as the princess of Baima, if I can only be his secondary consort, I'm afraid it would cause my father emperor to lose all face before the subjects of Baima. But Mai thought that the status of the legitimate princess of Baima would be for consolidating his future position as crown prince. Extremely important. He must marry the Baima princess to gain the support of Baima. After thinking, Princey said, this prince and my princess consort were betrothed by Father Emperor. There are no feelings between us at all. But for you, it was love at first sight for this prince. In the future, even if you are a secondary consort, I will definitely treat you as the primary consort. Xiaoqi replied, for the Baima princess, the position of a secondary consort, even with the rights of a primary consort, is worse than choosing suicide. She continued, I still have to continue learning the various skills and customs of the Wan Kingdom. My time is very precious. Hearing this, Nanny Lu chimed in, Your Highness Princey, it's getting late, perhaps you should? Before she could finish, Mai shouted, if there were no primary consort, the princess would be willing to marry this prince, right? Xiaoqi replied, when did I say that? Just then, Princess Jun Mailing and Wei Jiaojiao also arrived. Mailing had overheard from outside. She put on a displeased look. Eldest imperial brother, how can you be worthy of imperial sister-in-law like this? Hearing Mailing reprimand Prince E, Wei Jiaojiao immediately reminded the princess. As for Xiaoqi, when she saw Wei Jiaojiao, she was dumbfounded. Oh no, why is it her? Why is she here? Mailing continued to fume at Mai. Does an imperial sister-in-law treat you well enough? How could you say such things behind her back? Mai defended himself. I was just joking. Did you really take it seriously? Wei Jiaojiao, standing beside her, reminded Princess Mailing, if Her Majesty the Empress hears these words, you will be punished. You'll also make the Baima princess laugh at you. Mailing suddenly remembered. I forgot we came to greet the Baima princess. Then Mailing thought to herself, what right does she have to laugh at me? Then Mailing turned to Xiaoqi with a question. Why are you still wearing a veil? Xiaoqi calmly replied, it's just that my body hasn't quite adapted yet. Nanny Lu helped explain, reporting to the princess, it's because the Baima princess caught a cold today and is afraid of spreading it to others. But in reality, Xiaoqi just wanted fewer people to know her identity to reduce the chance of being recognized. Then Xiaoqi asked, may I ask why the princess has come to see me? Princess Mailing said, the daughter of Prime Minister Lin has invited Jiao Jiao to a party at a villa in the suburbs in 3 days. Jiao Jiao came to invite this princess. This princess then remembered that you have also just entered the palace. For the sake of conversation and socializing, would you like to go with us? Jiao Jiao looked at Xiaoqi and wondered to herself, I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. Her eyebrows look so familiar. While Xiaoqi was still hesitating, Nanny Lu said, Princess, you should go. Making more friends will make you feel less sad about being away from home. Mai also added, the scenery and people of the Wan Kingdom are different from Baima. The princess should take this opportunity to learn a little. Xiaoqi thought that with the princess coming to invite her in person, not going would offend them. There would probably be more trouble later. Wearing a veil should be fine, right? Xiaoqi said. Then it would be impolite of me to refuse. Wei Jiaojiao covered her mouth and laughed, thinking, a princess from a southern wilderness at a poetry party? And that bunch of self-important people who are infuriating to be around. This is going to be a good show. Meanwhile, over here is Princess Nanqing. When she returned from outside, her face was sad. But when Xiao Zian turned to look at her, she forced a happy smile. I bought a lot of delicious fruit today. Zian said, I've really troubled you during this time, making a princess like you go through such hardship to take care of me. Nanqing quickly said, you risked your life to save me. Why be so polite with me? I've rested quite a bit. Let's prepare tomorrow and head back to the Imperial City. But it seemed Nanqing didn't want to go to the Imperial City. Zian was surprised, not knowing the reason. Nanqing said, a Beima princess has appeared in the Wan Kingdom's Imperial Palace. But you are clearly here. Someone must be impersonating you. At that time, your injuries were too severe. After I woke up, I immediately took you to get treatment and didn't stay at the original place to wait for them to come back and find us. Luckily, we met a merchant caravan returning to the Wan Kingdom that saved our lives. After that, we didn't encounter any reinforcements along the way. I didn't dare to reveal my identity either. But now there's a Beima princess in the palace, and the news of my disappearance hasn't been spread. I don't know how Xiaoqi's group is doing now. Zian believed that Xiaoqi is very smart. Then nothing bad will happen. Besides, a Jiak is with her. The situation now is very unfavorable. You cannot risk revealing your identity. Nanqing worried. My identity can't be revealed either. I don't know who to ask for help. Zian decided. Let's go to the Imperial City first, and then find a way to contact a Jiak. It's just that the princess will have to suffer the indignity of hiding her identity for a while. Nanqing said, I'm fine with that. I could hide my identity forever. Zian was confused and asked, but you're the princess of Beima. You were supposed to be a princess living in the Imperial Palace, but now you're wandering among the common people. Nanqing interrupted Zian and said, it would be great if someone could replace my identity for a lifetime. I could then choose the person I want to spend the rest of my life with, not marry someone I don't like. Zian blamed himself for not paying attention to her feelings. That's right. Who would be willing to marry into a country that could become an enemy of their motherland at any time? Nanqing took Zian's hand and asked, if I were no longer the princess of Beima, would you be willing to go back to Beima with me? Xiaoqi lay exhausted on the table and let out a sigh. Socializing with people is so tiring. They're finally gone. But Nanny Lu was not ready to let her off. Princess, that lost time must be made up. But just then, a Jiak came to find Xiaoqi. The nanny frowned in confusion. What's with today? Seeing a Jiak arrive, Xiaoqi's face lit up. He really came at the right time, didn't he? The nanny repeated her old line. Your Highness, the Beima princess is not yet married. Your coming here like this will ruin the princess's reputation. A Jiak coldly replied. Then I'll just marry her. Won't that solve it? Hearing a Jiak say that, Nanny Lu froze on the spot, stiff as a board. Xiaoqi reminded him, the walls have ears here, don't talk like that. This is the chance to skip class. Xiaoqi quickly persuaded Nanny Lu to go outside. Now, only a Jiak and Xiaoqi were left in the room. A Jiak told her to leave the Wan Kingdom quickly. I will arrange for people to take you out of the palace tonight. A Jiak was afraid that at the welcome banquet held by the emperor for Xiaoqi, where all the civil and military officials would be present, Xiaoqi would be in danger of being discovered. But Xiaoqi still believed that since she was wearing a veil, she could just say she had a cold. Xiaoqi thought that since she hadn't seen a pay anymore, and a Jiak's blackening bar was also gone, she was still working hard to complete her mission. She said to a Jiak, then let's just play it by ear. You've already displeased the emperor because of your previous act of reporting after the fact. If I leave now, you will be charged with deceiving the monarch. I can't abandon you for my own sake. He won't kill me. A Jiak said, I can leave here with you. Xiaoqi said, I'm not leaving, and you can't leave either. I still have to help you regain your father emperor's trust. A Jiak said, I don't care about those things. Revenge is the most important thing. I'm sorry for making you and Xiao Zian have to live under changed identities. Xiaoqi thought that Xiao Mufeng, to her, was just someone who tried to send people to kill her. The most important thing for her now was to help a Jiak become the crown prince. Because now that she was impersonating the Beima princess, she had to marry the crown prince, right? Finally, the welcome banquet arrived. The emperor and consort Rome were present, along with many officials from the court. Fortunately, General Wei was at the border, so the Wei family did not attend the banquet. I only said I had a cold, yet they sent 5 imperial physicians to diagnose me. Now I have no reason to wear a veil. At this moment, His Majesty raised his wine cup and said, "The Baima delegation has traveled thousands of miles, braving the wind and dust to come here. I bestow this wine." Xiaoqi thanked His Majesty for the wine, but her mouth was chanting a mantra, "Don't pay attention to me, don't pay attention to me." But no matter how many times she chanted, the emperor still found the princess a bit familiar. He said he seemed to have seen her somewhere before. Xiaoqi lowered her head and replied, "The emperor finding me familiar must be fate. This can also be considered my good fortune." The emperor just had a fleeting feeling. The princess's alcohol tolerance is truly good. And so, the entire banquet proceeded in a lively and cheerful manner, and nothing happened. Both Ajiak and Xiaoqi looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. But the third prince was paying attention to the two of them. He thought to himself, "This old sixth and the Baima princess, did something happen on their way here? And yet I couldn't find out anything. How careless. Before impersonating someone to enter the palace, I forgot that the emperor had met me at the Qiao residence." By this time, Princess Mailing had also arrived. She reported to her imperial father and the empress that she had brought a song and dance troupe to perform at the banquet. Xiaoqi was still reassuring herself. The dancers in the palace probably won't recognize me, right? But surprisingly, the lead dancer was Wei Jiaojiao. Seeing her, Xiaoqi panicked, afraid she would expose her in front of the emperor. But must be said, Wei Jiaojiao's dancing was graceful, flowing, and utterly captivating, because she herself thought so too. "Your Highness, the sixth prince, isn't my dance enchanting?" But she had no idea that Ajiak was only focused on his teacup, not watching Miss Wei dance at all. Ahihi. As for Xiaoqi, she seemed extremely tense. What was bound to happen happened. "Wait, Xiaoqi, how can you be here? Wasn't her family annihilated? The Princess of Baima? What on earth is going on? I'm doomed." It's clear Wei Jiaojiao has recognized her. Xiaoqi didn't know what to do now. The only person who could save her at this moment might be Ajiak. After Wei Jiaojiao finished her performance, the emperor ordered her to be rewarded. But Wei Jiaojiao didn't want to accept the reward. She claimed to have seen a brazen person in this hall deceiving the sovereign, and she only wanted that sinner to be punished. The surprised emperor told Jiaojiao to speak. "Who is this person?" She pointed directly at Xiaoqi and said loudly, "It is this princess of Baima. This Xiaoqi is the daughter of a disgraced official. Now she dares to impersonate a princess." Xiaoqi was backed into a corner. She said, "Who is Xiaoqi? I'm afraid Miss Wei has mistaken me for someone else." Then Xiaoqi thought to herself, "Well done, you wicked woman. Just as I thought, you wouldn't let me off." Wei Jiaojiao still wanted to expose Xiaoqi. "Did you think no one would recognize a fish that slipped through the net like you?" Consort Rong also spoke up. "Wei Jiaojiao, have you thought carefully before saying these words?" Wei Jiaojiao remained resolute. Even if it meant betting her life, she was willing to make the trade. There are quite a few people who recognize Xiaoqi of the Qiao family. We just need to find a few witnesses, and the truth will naturally be revealed. The situation grew more and more tense. Ajiak finally stepped forward. "Miss Wei, I was the one who personally saw to the annihilation of the Qiao family. I was also the one who personally went to escort the Princess of Baima, taking over half a year to return. Both of these matters involve me. Are you accusing me of deceiving the emperor and twisting the truth?" Hearing Ajiak's incredibly sharp words, Wei Jiaojiao stammered, unable to speak properly. "This I didn't." Ajiak continued. "Then tell me, why are you spouting nonsense at a state banquet? What is your intention?" At this point, Wei Jiaojiao couldn't utter another word. As for Xiaoqi, her jaw dropped in amazement, marveling at how formidable Ajiak was. Even the emperor and consort Rome fell silent, while the officials only whispered amongst themselves. Just then, the ninth prince arrived in time. This time, it would be difficult for that Wei Jiaojiao to make trouble for Xiaoqi. Your son was receiving a guest and arrived late. I beg for imperial father's forgiveness." The emperor was surprised. What kind of guest required a prince to personally receive them? Hearing this, consort Rong immediately summoned him into the hall. Unexpectedly, the guest the ninth prince went to receive was Bei Gong Yi, the prince of Baima. The ninth prince explained, "The king of Baima, wanting to show his sincerity, specially sent the Prince of Baima to the Yun Kingdom to propose handling matters related to the alliance between our two nations. Wei Jiaojiao immediately reported to the emperor, "If the Prince of Baima is here, he can surely identify whether the Princess of Baima is real or fake." Xiaoqi worriedly thought to herself, "I sent a letter to the king of Baima, but haven't received a reply, and Nanxing's whereabouts are still unknown. And here I am, impersonating her in the palace of the Yun Kingdom. I wonder if Bei Gongyi has read the letter. Will he support me in doing this?" At this moment, Bei Gongyi spoke up. "Are you perhaps saying that Nan is a fake princess? The one sitting there is indeed the princess of Baima, my sister, Bei Gong Nan. Wei Jiaojiao still insisted that she was clearly Qiao Xiaoqi. "How could she be the princess of Baima?" Gong Yi coldly replied, "Could it be that you know more about Bei Gong Nan than I do?" Witnessing everything that was happening, Xiaoqi was stunned and could only watch. Gong Yi said to her, "Sister Nan, what's wrong? We haven't seen each other in over half a year. Are you not happy to see your imperial brother?" Hearing this, Xiaoqi quickly called out brother and ran to embrace Gong Yi, to Wei Jiaojiao's astonishment. But the person who seemed a bit displeased was surely a Jiak, right? Was it really necessary to hug him? The ninth prince noticed his sixth brother's feelings and quickly whispered to a Jiak, "She's the person you wanted to find to run errands for you. Don't let your jealousy waste all your efforts." A Jiak raised his wine cup and downed it in one gulp. "You've worked hard, little brother." At this moment, Wei Jiaojiao's face fell. Could it be that I really was mistaken? Is this princess of Baima real? Consort Rong angrily asked Princess Mailing, "Is this the dancer you specially sought out? Come to my place later to accept your punishment." The emperor also spoke. "Since the Prince of Baima has personally verified her identity, then there is no longer any doubt about the authenticity of the Princess of Baima." The emperor looked at Jiao Jiao and asked, "A moment ago, you said you would stake your life on it, didn't you?" Wei Jiaojiao immediately kowtowed repeatedly. "This servant knows her mistake. I beg your majesty and her highness the empress to forgive me." Then she begged Princess Mailing to save her. But the emperor believed that daring to speak such arrogant words at a state banquet, slandering the noble princess of Baima, the future crown princess of the Yun Kingdom, was a crime worthy of 10,000 deaths, and no one could save her. Wei Jiaojiao turned to Xiaoqi for help. "Princess, I didn't mean to offend you. It's because you look so much like Qiao Xiaoqi. I mistakenly thought I had met an old friend and thus offended you." She cried and begged, "Princess, you are magnanimous and generous. It is because this servant was blind. Just a moment ago, she wanted to harm Xiaoqi, and now she was turning to her for help." Xiaoqi turned to Gong Yi as if asking for his opinion. But Gong Yi ignored her, not bothering to care. At this time, Her Highness Consort Rong spoke up. "Your Majesty, please calm your anger and forgive this consort for meddling. Princess Nanxian, this matter concerns your reputation. How do you think it should be handled?" Xiaoqi replied, reporting to Her Highness the Empress, "It was because Miss Wei mistook me for her deceased friend. We shouldn't be too harsh on her. Besides, Nanxian came to the Yun Kingdom for a marriage alliance. We cannot let such things disrupt the harmony." Hearing Xiaoqi say this, Princess Mailing and Wei Jiaojiao were overjoyed. The emperor pondered for a moment, then said, "Princess Nanxian's magnanimity is truly admirable. Then let's leave this matter as it is. But from now on, Wei Jiaojiao is forbidden from entering the palace." And the emperor immediately ordered Wei Jiaojiao to be escorted out of the palace. Wei Jiaojiao also hurriedly kowtowed in thanks to your majesty, Her Highness the Empress, and thanked the princess for her magnanimity. And so the banquet ended. On the way back, a Jiak was surprised that Xiaoqi had pleaded for Wei Jiaojiao. Xiaoqi said to a Jiak, "Wei Jiaojiao's behavior just now was indeed a crime worthy of 10,000 deaths. On one hand, there's the honor of the Baima princess who came for a marriage alliance. On the other, there's the honor of the Wei family who guards the borders for the Yun Kingdom. The emperor would surely have been in a difficult position. Her Highness the Empress let me decide. In reality, she wanted me to make a concession, so I just went with the flow and helped Wei Jiaojiao out." A Jiak found this very reasonable and admired Xiaoqi, so he could see through all that. Xiaoqi thought that originally, the plot was all Wei Jiaojiao's scheme, driven by jealousy to harm Nanxing. But now I'm taking Nanxing's place. so I also have to take her attacks in Nanxing's stead. But Wei Jiaojiao, you're no match for me, brother. Seeing her lost in thought, a Jiak called out, Xiaoqi. She quickly gestured for a Jiak to be quiet. Don't call me that. Have you forgotten what just happened? If someone hears you, we're doomed. A Jiak covered his mouth as if whispering. If I hadn't sent someone to inform Bei Gongyi after Bei Gong Nanxing went missing, you would have been in danger just now. But Xiaoqi thought that since she chose to enter the palace, if she were truly exposed, it would just be her bad luck. And then a Wei Jiaojiao appeared out of nowhere. But that was really dangerous. Then she thanked a Jiak. But the scary thing now is that it won't be long before General Wei and Wei Sun return to court. So Xiaoqi and a Jiak must think of a countermeasure before they get back. As for Wei Jiaojiao, on her way out of the palace, she still stubbornly believed that the face of the Princess of Beima was exactly Xiaoqi's face. There was no way she was mistaken. How could there be two people in the world who looked so alike? The third prince, as if he had planned it, blocked Wei Jiaojiao's path and ordered the two soldiers to leave immediately, so he could personally escort Wei Jiaojiao out of the palace. The third prince did this because he believed what Jiaojiao said, that there was definitely something wrong with the Princess of Beima. He told Wei Jiaojiao to tell him everything she knew, so he could send people to find evidence to help her. Hearing this, her face immediately lit up with joy, like a parched land meeting a welcome rain. Today was also the day of the poetry gathering organized by the daughter of General Lin, as promised earlier by Princess Meiling and Wei Jiaojiao. Xiaoqi would attend today, but she would go with a Jiak, Mai Yuan, and also the Prince of Beima, Bei Gongyi. Before leaving, Xiaoqi worried that everyone would find it troublesome, because she was bringing so many people. But Princess Meiling cheerfully said that they told this princess, the more the merrier. Just as Meiling said, upon arrival, Miss Lin was very surprised and truly honored that the princes, the princess, and even the Prince of Beima had come. She smiled until her eyes crinkled because it was just a small poetry gathering. Today was truly a case of dragons visiting a shrimp's home. But it seems with the presence of Xiaoqi's group, it seems to have made the atmosphere among the young masters heavier. Every gentleman's face is as taut as a bowstring. The third prince is also present today, standing with Wei Jiaojiao. The third prince wonders why they followed Xiaoqi here. Wei Jiaojiao knows full well it was Xiaoqi who led them. Jiaojiao thinks that she has always been good at using the men around her, because back then, her brother Wei Sun was also devoted to Xiaoqi. After a moment, Princess Meiling also sees her and asks Jiaojiao, "Why are you standing here, all alone?" Meiling probably doesn't even consider the third prince as company. Wei Jiaojiao says it's just because she wants him quiet. But some people sneer, what quiet? It's because no one is paying any attention to her, and everyone thinks that after such a disgraceful incident, she still has the nerve to attend the banquet. It turns out people are still gossiping about Wei Jiaojiao for falsely accusing Xiaoqi at the state banquet. Only when Princess Meiling steps forward do they stop talking about Wei Jiaojiao. Then Miss Lin speaks up. Today is a poetry gathering. Let's get to the main topic. It seems as if the opportunity has come for the third prince. The third prince says this is a poetry gathering. Don't let some trivial matters spoil the mood. He provokes, saying, it's just that the climate in Beima is harsh. The people are robust. I hear there are many military generals, but few scholars. So the prince and princess have probably never participated in activities like a poetry gathering, right? Hearing this, Bei Gongyi remains indifferent, letting him say whatever he wants. Xiaoqi is bewildered. How can he tolerate such a direct provocation? As for Princess Meiling, this princess doesn't know how to compose poetry either. I only come to watch the excitement every time. The third prince continues to taunt a Jiak, saying that since childhood, the sixth prince has wandered the mortal world. Food and clothing were a problem, let alone reading books. But he doesn't seem to understand a Jiak, whose nickname implies he's explosive when provoked. After speaking, he immediately hides behind Wei Jiaojiao because he senses danger from a Jiak, and he tremblingly makes an excuse. Today is a poetry gathering. You people can just sit and drink tea. Xiaoqi stops a Jiak's temper. Third prince, it's true that Beima isn't fond of such literary things, but this untalented princess has learned a little during my time in the Yun Kingdom. Since I've come to a poetry gathering, of course I must give it a try, right? The third prince scoffs. The princess has only been in the palace for a few days. You've probably only learned the basics. Haha. Xiaoqi doesn't care about the third prince's sarcastic words. Then Xiaoqi invites Miss Lin to set the theme. The third prince still speaks condescendingly. The people sitting here are all talented scholars and beautiful ladies full of poetry and literature. The princess should just stand aside and listen. This time, Miss Lin ignores him completely. Then, may I ask the princess to take the scenery of this villa's courtyard and the mountains and rivers outside as the theme and compose a few poems. After a few seconds of thought, Xiaoqi says, "Ahem, then I shall make a fool of myself." Translation: the peach blossoms are red and deeply fragrant. The willows are green, with drooping branches welcoming the swallows. The grass beneath the rain takes on a verdant green hue. The peach flowers on the water float in rosy desire. Beyond the bamboo, the peach blossoms bloom in twos and threes. The spring river waters press forward, foretelling the future. The clouds resemble clothing as always. The flowers resemble beauty. The spring breeze brushes gently. The morning dew adorns the flowers lushly. As soon as the poem ended, everyone showed great admiration. Some even shed tears. The whole gathering became lively, filled with praises of how wonderful, how beautiful, truly a divine masterpiece, like the star of literature descended to the mortal world. At this moment, Xiaoqi is satisfied, silently thanking the 300 Tang poems. She never expected that besides memorizing them for exams, there would be a day she could actually use them. Even the three princes who followed Xiaoqi are astonished and full of admiration. Princess Meiling gleefully says that her third imperial brother's jaw is about to drop. Haha. Xiaoqi cheerfully turns to invite the third prince to compose a few poems for fun. He looks as if he's been slapped, unable to speak as clearly as before. This prince suddenly feels unwell. I'll take my leave first. Seeing this, Wei Jiaojiao hurriedly runs after the third prince, to the surprise of everyone and Princess Meiling. In the room, praises for Xiaoqi still echo. Truly the star of literature descended to the mortal world. Some people even ask Xiaoqi to comment on their poems. Meanwhile, the third prince leaves in a very angry manner. Just wait until this prince finds evidence. I'll show you all. At this moment, Wei Jiaojiao also remembers that her brother, Wei Sun, once competed with a Jiak over the engagement with Xiaoqi, and some high-ranking officials went to watch the spectacle. The third prince, now having a new clue, becomes smug. Jun Mo Jiak, you won't be arrogant for much longer. Jiao Jiao is stunned. Aren't we supposed to be dealing with a fake princess? What does this have to do with the sixth prince, the man in her heart? But the third prince believes they are accomplices. The fake princess and Jun Mo Jiak are definitely connected. Perhaps Old Ninth is also involved. One stone, two birds. If things go smoothly, we can eliminate two enemies at once. At this moment, Princess Meiling walks over and asks Wei Jiaojiao, "Why are you with my third imperial brother? Don't you know what kind of person he is?" "Imperial sister, you Old Sixth and Old Ninth are also together. Are you good people for deceiving the sovereign and committing insubordination?" "Brother, don't you slander others. From childhood to adulthood. Do you think I don't know what kind of person you are? Stay away from Jiao Jiao." The third prince turns to plead with Jiao Jiao. "We can't expose their lies without you." At this moment, Wei Jiaojiao doesn't know who to side with. Suddenly, a Jiak and Xiaoqi's group comes out. Seeing them sticking together like glue, Wei Jiaojiao makes a decision in her mind. She says to the third prince, "It's noisy here. Let's go somewhere else to talk." On the streets at this time are Nanxing and Xian. As they're talking intimately, people in the tea house notice and realize Nanxing is from Beima. An old man comes over and calls Zi a young lad. "You must not let this young lady down. She was willing to follow you here from so far away." Xian calmly replies, "Old sir, please rest assured." Then, others take the opportunity to gossip about the Beima princess. One person recounts that he heard the Beima princess was falsely accused at the state banquet the other day. Nanxing whispers to Zi, and you were right, we can really gather information here. Tea houses and taverns are where news travels the fastest. If you want to hear secrets and rumors, you have to come to these places. They continue to listen in. My seventh uncle's son's friend works in the Imperial Palace. He saw with his own eyes General Wei's granddaughter say the Beima princess was a fake rebel. Then the ninth prince brought the Beima prince to the Dali temple to prove the princess was the real deal. Miss Wei was almost sentenced to death, but luckily the princess was merciful and spared her life. Xian and Nanxing are very surprised to hear that Bei Gongyi also came, and they don't know what they should do next. At this time, in the emperor's study, the third prince comes to see the emperor but has to wait anxiously in front of the study. The reason is that Jun Mo-Jiak and the emperor have been discussing matters since early morning. After waiting a little longer, a Jiak finally opens the door and steps out, as timid as a mouse yet so arrogant. The moment a Jiak glances at him, he turns tail and runs, almost losing his sandals. I have important matters to discuss with Father Emperor. I'll let you off for now. Just wait until I get out. I'll show you. The third prince then presents the clues he has found and reports to the emperor. Regarding Princess Nan Xian and Xiao Xiaoqi, your son saw many loopholes in this matter and had people investigate. Your son discovered that ninth brother and the rebel's daughter Xiao Xiaoqi had dealings with each other in the past, and your son has already acted, contacting a witness. And he also investigated the matter of a Jiak competing with General Wei's son. Many high-ranking officials were there to watch and can serve as evidence. Contrary to the third prince's gleeful mood, the emperor ignores him, saying there's no need to investigate Bei Gong and Xian anymore. The third prince still insists that the Beima princess is truly an impostor. This is the crime of deceiving the sovereign. The emperor now appears extremely angry. She is the genuine Beima princess acknowledged by Bei Gongyi. That is enough. The Yun kingdom needs a Beima princess. Whether she is Bei Gong, Nan Xian, or Xiao Xiaoqi makes no difference. The matter is decided. From now on, do not mention whether Bei Gong and Xian is real or fake again. If you affect the friendship between our two countries, you can get lost and go guard the northwestern border for me. Do you understand? Hearing the word border, the third prince immediately grovels. Your son understands. Your son knows his mistake. Then he quickly leaves the emperor's study. As soon as he gets out, he runs into a Jiak standing at the door. He stubbornly believes that a Jiak is colluding with the rebel. This crime is punishable by beheading. But the third prince doesn't expect that the emperor has already approved everything, does he? Flashing back to one watch hour earlier, a Jiak and the emperor are in the study. A Jiak reports, on the way while your son was escorting the Beima princess to the Yun kingdom, we were ambushed. The real Beima princess went missing during the chaos. The emperor asks in surprise, why didn't you report this sooner? A Jiak believes the assassins were well-trained, their style somewhat resembling the Yun kingdom's army. Your son cannot guess which power the assassins belong to. But their purpose was certainly to sabotage the friendly relations between the Yun kingdom and Beima. The real Beima princess's whereabouts are unknown. Therefore, your son made his own decision. After sending a letter to the king of Beima explaining the situation, I escorted the king of Beima's adopted daughter to the Yun kingdom. Your son acted first and reported later. I hope Father Emperor will punish me. But the emperor thinks that compared to the annihilation of the Qiao family before, a Jiak has improved a lot this time. The emperor smiles with satisfaction. You did very well this time. Regarding the Qiao family matter last time, you acted first and reported later based on your emotions, completely disregarding what others would think, which greatly disappointed us. In the future, do not make this kind of mistake again. A Jiak remembers Xiaoqi's advice, that no matter what the emperor says, he must follow his wishes. The emperor continues, although the Yun kingdom has always appointed the eldest son as the crown prince, your eldest brother is completely incapable of shouldering this responsibility. Only a Jiak and Mailing can. But you are the son on whom we have placed the most hope. Do not disappoint us. Hearing this, a Jiak freezes for 5 seconds, remembering Xiaoqi once said that if he became the crown prince, she would marry him. Therefore, a Jiak must try even harder. Xiaoqi, who was in her room at this time, was extremely surprised. Because a Pei reappeared after being missing for a long time. Because the plot did not match the content in the novel, a Pei encountered some problems. Only when Xiaoqi completed the mission of bringing the Beima princess to the Yun kingdom for a marriage alliance did a Pei reappear. The Beima princess is a role that doesn't necessarily have to be Princess Nanxing. So Xiaoqi has completed this mission. Therefore, a Pei proceeded to upgrade the mission. After speaking, a Pei disappeared again. Xiaoqi complained, wondering when all this would end so she could return. She also had to rewrite the plot for Nanxing and her fifth brother to return. But Nanxing and Zi had already arrived at the capital of the Yun Kingdom. And they also knew that the fake Beima princess was Xiaoqi. Zi was afraid Nanxing would hate her sister. Because of Xiaoqi, Nanxing had to wander outside. Nanxing, however, thought, why on earth should I hate Xiaoqi? If it's really Xiaoqi, isn't that great? Aren't a Jiak and Xiaoqi quite fond of each other? Nanxing asked Zian, are you really her biological brother? But the issue Nanxing wanted here was that if Xiaoqi replaced her, she could freely choose her own life partner. Haha. At this moment, both of them missed Xiaoqi very much. The thing to do now was to find a way to meet one of three people, Xiaoqi, a Jiak, or Bei Gongyi. The next day, Nanxing and Zi went to the post house of the Beima delegation. The people here were the ones who came with Bei Gongyi, although he had already entered the palace. But his delegation was still in the city. Nanxing said smugly, I just spent a little money at the tea house to ask around and found out. If so, they just need to meet Bei Gongyi to know the situation in the palace. Meanwhile, Bei Gongyu was very anxious at this time, standing up, sitting down, pacing back and forth. Then he was surprised to hear the call Imperial Brother. Then the two ran and hugged each other tightly. It had been a long time since the siblings had met, so they couldn't hold back their emotions. And then Nanxing learned for sure that the Beima princess in the palace was indeed Xiaoqi. Gongyi explained that after the two of them were assassinated, Xiaoqi had sent someone to deliver a letter back to Beima to report the situation and explain her plan. At that time, your whereabouts were still unknown. The Father King, for the sake of the alliance between Beima and the Yun Kingdom, agreed to cooperate with her so she could impersonate you. And Xiaoqi's identity is special. If you two want to switch back, not only will Xiaoqi be in mortal danger, but if not handled properly, it could also affect the alliance between the two countries, even provoking a war. Hearing this, Xian said, it also means that Xiaoqi marrying the crown prince of the Yun Kingdom as the Beima princess is something that cannot be changed. At this time in the Imperial Palace, at Xiaoqi's residence, a maid came to report that the sixth prince had come to visit. Nanny Lu complained again. The sixth prince is here to see you again. He comes 18 times a day. This is really improper. But this time, a Jiak came with Bei Gongyi to see Xiaoqi. As soon as a Jiak arrived, he said, there's nothing for you to do here. All of you may leave. Nanny Lu, you may leave too. Xiaoqi gently persuaded. Nanny, go rest for a bit. Let me and my Imperial brother catch up on old times. It's okay. Don't worry. The sixth prince is a regular guest anyway. After everyone had left, Xiaoqi rubbed her eyes. It's a good thing you two came. Otherwise, I would have been grumbled at all day. A Jiak then said, it's not just the two of us who came. A Jiak and Gongyi stepped to the sides. Behind them were Nanxing and Zian. This was a real shock. They couldn't hold back their emotions. Xiaoqi, with tears streaming down her face, pushed a Jiak aside and rushed to hug Nanxing and Zian. You're okay. You're both okay. That's so great. After you and fifth brother went missing, the emperor issued so many edicts, urging the bridal procession to return to the palace. Nanxing already knew these things. Imperial brother told me everything. I don't blame you. Wow, it's great that you two are alive. Although Bei Gong, Nanxing has now returned. If Xiaoqi's identity is discovered, it would mean Beima and a traitor of the Yun Kingdom have deceived the entire Yun Kingdom. Then can't Xiaoqi just continue using this identity? Nanxing said the princess identity isn't that important anyway. During the time I didn't have the princess title, I lived very happily. Besides, doesn't Beima have two princesses? This is something the entire Beima can testify to. Gongyi said, I will send someone back to explain the situation. Perhaps this is also a method that satisfies both sides. At this moment, the first prince arrived. I didn't expect Princess Nanxing's place to be so lively. Xiaoqi replied, Prince Ling has graced us with your presence. I wonder what the matter is? I didn't know everyone was here, so I only brought one invitation card. Later, I will have someone send invitation cards to the palace for everyone. The first prince said that his wife heard that Princess Nanxing could be called an outstanding talent at the poetry banquet. She's extremely eager to meet the poetry goddess everyone talks about. So I hope Princess Nanxing and Prince He can do us the honor. Xiaoqi reached out her hand to take it. Since Prince Ning has personally invited us, it would be disrespectful not to accept. After the first prince left, a Jiak said worriedly, if you don't want to attend the first Imperial Brothers banquet, I can think of a way to help you decline. but Xiaoqi wanted to go. She thought this was an opportunity to take down the first imperial brother. Ajiak had no objection. If you want to attend this banquet, I will go with you. Then the two acted affectionately as if no one else existed in the world. Unlike Zi An's satisfied expression, Nan Xing, afraid her brother would be sad, quickly separated the two. Then the appointed day arrived at the Prince Ling residence. I heard that Princess Nan Xing learned poetry from the songstress house for a few days and made those literary scholars and young masters obey her words. Everyone is spreading the word, saying you are a once-you star descended to earth. Princess Mai Ling also felt that Nan Xing was very majestic at that time. Xiaoqi said the princess consort and the princess are too kind. After speaking, she drank her cup of wine in one go. Princess consort, please. I'll drink first. Princess Nan Xing has a good alcohol tolerance. I can't drink more than a few cups of this kind of wine. But actually, Xiaoqi had prepared beforehand, swapping the wine for water when raising the cup. Suddenly, the princess consort dropped the cup she was drinking from and fell down unconscious instantly. Everyone was shocked and surprised. The first prince shouted loudly, "Summon the imperial physician." Xiaoqi was also extremely stunned, as this was not in the script. Everyone was very worried and anxious. Finally, the imperial physician came out. He said, "Your Highness Prince Ling, the princess consort, this servant has tried." The first prince was angry. "Tried your best at what? Do you imperial physicians all eat for nothing?" "Your Highness, calm your anger. The poison the princess consort was afflicted with acts very quickly. This humble servant has never seen it before. Even if an antidote could be brewed, it couldn't completely neutralize it." Xiaoqi witnessed the incident and thought, the princess consort is dead? But who did it? She wondered why only the princess consort was poisoned. Ajiak knew the situation was very serious and ordered, quickly seal the prince's residence, then send someone to inform his majesty. But the servants refused to listen to Ajiak's order, until Prince Ling shouted loudly, "What time is it now? Are you still concerned about who your crown prince is? Go quickly." Ajiak continued, "Check all the food and wine here, see what exactly the problem is." The third prince suggested, "Imperial physician Liu is the most knowledgeable about poisons, yet he doesn't know what poison the imperial sister-in-law was afflicted with. Could it be that this poison is not from the Yun Kingdom?" Xiaoqi asked, "Is your highness suspecting my brother and me?" "How would I dare? How would I dare? This prince just feels that a poison not commonly seen in the Yun Kingdom. Perhaps the two of you might know. After all, the climates of the two countries are different, the poisons are probably different." Hearing this, the innocent princess Mai Ling asked Xiaoqi, "Do you know what kind of poison this is?" Gong Yi beside her quickly replied, "I'm very sorry, your highness the princess. When it comes to poisons, my sister and I know nothing." The third prince's wife then shifted the focus to the first prince, Prince Ling. "I suddenly remembered. I heard that recently imperial brother and imperial sister-in-law had a big fight. But I'm curious, what were you two fighting about? I heard that imperial sister-in-law was so angry she didn't eat all day. Perhaps imperial brother wanted to divorce his wife, but couldn't find a reason. So he wanted to cause trouble for imperial sister-in-law? Third brother, what do you mean? Are you trying to say I'm the culprit? How would I dare? How would I dare? But I heard that you previously expressed interest in marrying Princess Nanxing." Xiaoqi was annoyed. In the end, it still points to her. Xiaoqi told the third prince, "Your highness, if you have something to say, just say it directly. No need to be so cryptic." Ajiak was also getting angry with his third brother. "Third imperial brother, if they are useless words, don't say any more." After the check, reporting to the sixth prince, "This servant has checked everything. Only the princess consort's wine cup had poison." The maid who personally poured the wine for the princess consort knelt beside Prince Ling. "This servant deserves to die. This servant deserves to die. This servant shouldn't have been greedy for money and been bribed by others. This servant also didn't know it was poison. It was the sixth prince. The sixth prince personally gave the poison to this servant and ordered this servant to put the poison in the princess consort's wine." Everyone was stunned to hear this. The third brother caused trouble again. "You're good. Sixth brother, you've got a lot of nerve, haven't you?" But Ajiak calmly smirked and said, "This prince didn't know how I became the culprit." Ajiak asked the maid, "Are you sure I ordered someone to poison the princess consort?" Seeing her hesitate, Prince Ling said, "Have you thought it through? Speak boldly." Xiaoqi quickly asked the maid, "You just said that the sixth prince gave it to you with his own hands, right? Which of the sixth prince's hands gave you the poison?" Actually, when we came here today, I playfully drew on the palm of the sixth prince's hand. She trembled and answered this. It was the right hand, it was the left hand. Xiaoqi said the left hand. Are you sure? She is certain it was the left hand. Today, the sixth prince came to find me before the banquet started, worried that Princess Nanxing had a low tolerance for alcohol, so he gave me silver to switch the wine with water. Prince Ling turned to a Jiak. Ju Maijue, your sister-in-law had no grievances or enmity with you. Why would you harm her? Are you, my imperial brother, convicting me as the culprit based solely on the words of servant? The witness is right there. You have the guts to do it, but not the guts to admit it? I would like to add, I had absolutely no idea there was poison in the wine. Princess Mailing thought it was impossible. Although her sixth imperial brother has a bad temper, he would never poison anyone. Xiaoqi believed the truth was not yet clear, and everyone should stop making a fuss. Sixth prince, please open your left palm for everyone to see. At this moment, a Jiak held out his left hand, and there was no mark on it at all. Xiaoqi asked the maidservant, a moment ago, you confirmed it was the left hand, didn't you? But there's nothing on the left hand. She looked startled as if caught. It was the right hand because I was standing opposite the sixth prince, so I judged based on my own left hand. To grant your wish, Xiaoqi invited the sixth prince to open his right palm for everyone to see. But both of his palms had no marks at all. I actually didn't draw anything on the sixth prince's palm. You have a guilty conscience. I just asked a question where both answers were wrong, and you truly just picked one at random. Prince Ling said, then how can you prove that you didn't just erase it? Xiaoqi said that on the way here today, she ran into a fortune teller, so she had him read the sixth prince's fortune. At that time, there were no marks on the sixth prince's hand at all. My imperial brother's guards can testify. Xiaoqi sat down beside the maid and said gently, if you were forced by someone else, you just need to honestly say who ordered you to harm the princess consort and frame the sixth prince, and I can plead for you. Was someone forcing you? Did they give you money or guarantee your life? This is a serious crime. After being used, you will be harmed sooner or later. It's still better to tell the truth. But she chose to remain silent, so Xiaoqi had no choice but to order her to be locked in the dungeon, to wait for the emperor to preside over the matter. Prince Ling crossed his arms and said, does everyone think this is their own house, competing to give orders like that? Paying no mind to Prince Ling's words, Xiaoqi said to a Jiak, the poisoner is still in the residence. We must find a chance to catch them. A Jiak also said that first, they should have people search the entire residence. Perhaps they will find something suspicious. His Highness Prince Ling was furious. What do you two mean? Do you suspect the culprit is someone from my residence? I'd like to see who among you dares to search. Just at this moment, the emperor arrived. With such a major incident, why not allow a search? Search, and don't even let a single mouse go. Now that the emperor was presiding, the servants of Prince Ling's residence revealed that, in fact, the prince and princess consort had indeed been arguing a lot recently. The prince even said he would divorce his wife. At the same time, the searching soldiers discovered some documents in a secret compartment in the study. The emperor opened it to see. Prince Ling panicked. Father Emperor, your son has never seen that box before. I don't know where it came from to be in there. You're truly audacious. The emperor threw the letters in Prince Ling's face. Take a look for yourself, a careful look. This is not your son's. Your son has been framed. The letters were hidden in a secret compartment in your study. Was it because someone harmed you? The content of the letter was that Prince Ling was colluding with a high minister to train troops outside and disguise them as bandits, waiting for the right opportunity to enter and usurp the throne. Because he believed that by the time the emperor passed away and passed the throne to Prince Ling, he would already be old. The end of the letter was even signed Qiao Mufeng. The emperor ordered, drag Prince Ling away, imprison him in the celestial prison, investigate clearly, and then proceed with punishment. Then the emperor ordered a day to be chosen for the burial of the princess consort Ling, and entrusted Zhu'er with finding the real culprit who poisoned the princess consort Ling. After that, the emperor departed to return to the palace. As he passed by Bei Gongyi and Xiaoqi, the emperor said an unexpected incident had occurred, spoiling the fun for you two. I must still thank the superior wit of Princess Nanxing. Otherwise, Zhu'er would have been framed. The emperor overpraises me. After the emperor had left, Bei Gongyi said that with these things happening in the Yun Kingdom's imperial palace, he advised Xiaoqi it was best not to get involved. But she wanted to stay and help a Jiak investigate. As for a Jiak, he was proceeding with the investigation, first ordering a careful record of all the symptoms of this poison. He sent people to investigate all the pharmacies in the city. Ajiak wanted to interrogate the maid, but unfortunately, she had committed suicide. She had hidden poison on her person and killed herself when the guards weren't paying attention. Xiaoqi guessed that she must have been threatened by the real culprit. Was it because her family was taken hostage? Ajiak immediately sent people to investigate where her home was, who was in her family, and who her family had interacted with these past few days. The third prince wondered, why are you still investigating when isn't it already too clear who the real culprit is? During this time, the first imperial brother and imperial sister-in-law often argued. In a few days, I'm afraid the entire Yun kingdom will know. He had long had the thought of divorcing his wife. Hearing this, Ajiak only said one word, foolish. This made the third prince angry. He is the eldest son, and also a married prince. Father emperor and mother empress would absolutely not agree to the first imperial brother divorcing his wife. He used the banquet to kill his wife and frame you. Isn't that killing two birds with one stone? At this point, Xiaoqi had to speak up, saying, the Third Highness is very right. It follows that the poisoner is definitely someone from Prince Ling's residence. But this plot is too sloppy if he really wanted to do it in his own residence. Using his own people to frame the Sixth Highness, shouldn't Prince Ling have planned more meticulously? But the third prince was still stubborn. This could be because the first imperial brother was impatient and couldn't come up with a perfect plan. Xiaoqi said, oh, so Prince Ling is such a simple-minded fool. He got angry. You've been so strange this whole time. Are you mocking me? Then he turned his face away and said, humph, if you don't believe me, then go investigate the real culprit yourselves. I don't think you'll be able to find another culprit. Watching the way the third prince walked away, Ajiak felt that he was very smug about something today. Xiaoqi said, could it be that he has found a backer and thinks he can be arrogant? Ajiak said, no matter how many backers he finds, I will become the crown prince to marry my sister. At this time, in Consort Rong's palace, Wei Yaoyao reported, I wonder for what matter your ladyship has summoned me. Then a maidservant brought out a phoenix hairpin from the western regions. Yaoyao said, this is too precious, I dare not accept. Consort Rong said, I have always wanted to give birth to a princess, but after giving birth to Yuan, I could no longer conceive. Take it, I think it suits you very well. At the welcome banquet for the princess of Beima, you suffered quite a bit of grievance. Regarding the authenticity of Princess Nanxing, the emperor has ordered that it not be mentioned again. Whether she is real or fake, she cannot act recklessly based on her status. Whatever the emperor does, he naturally has his reasons. You're not allowed to discuss it. I just said what I was thinking. Please quell your anger. Your ladyship, I will not speak of these matters again in the future. Consort Rong heard that the princess of Beima and the sixth prince are very close. It seems that during the journey from Beima to the Yun kingdom, they developed feelings for each other. Yuan also likes Nanxing very much, but it's a pity the boy is hesitant to pursue love due to brotherly affection. I only have one son, Yuan. Of course I want him to get his wish. Hearing that her ladyship also wanted to separate Ajiak and Xiaoqi, Yaoyao immediately said, in the future, if your ladyship needs Yaoyao's help, Yaoyao will definitely do her best. Hearing that, Consort Rong said, very good. It is inconvenient for people in the palace to act. For now, just leave the palace first. After Wei Yaoyao left, a maid came in to report to her ladyship that the third prince had sent a message saying that the emperor had assigned the investigation at Prince Ling's residence to the sixth prince. Consort Rong told him not to be impatient. Everything is dead, and there's no corroborating evidence. Consort Rong thought smugly to herself. Even if he finds anything, there's him to stand out and be the scapegoat. As for Yaoyao, on her way out of the palace, she met the empress. Did you go to see Consort Rong? Yes, her ladyship Consort Rong had something to ask me, but it was inconvenient for her ladyship to leave the palace, so I know my crime. I should not have defied the decree and entered the palace on my own accord. The empress told her to get up, leave the palace quickly. If the emperor sees you, he will get angry again. Then the empress ordered Nanny Lu to escort Yaoyao out of the palace to prevent her from getting lost. On the way, the nanny asked, you received a gift from Consort Rong, didn't you? Miss Wei, you know that originally there were 9 princes in the palace, right? Yaoyao replied that she had heard 5 princes died young. The nanny said the empress only has 1 princess. The emperor has no legitimate son, so the struggle for the position is very brutal. There was someone who did not want them to live, which is why they died young. Miss Wei, palace affairs are not something you can get involved in. Be careful of being used by others. Yaoyao listened to the nanny's advice and she thanked her for the reminder. At this time, within Xiaoqi's group, she was talking with a Jiak and Mai Yuan. Although a Jiak could benefit from investigating who poisoned the princess consort Ling, both Prince Ling and the third prince don't seem like the type of people who would do this. A Jiak said, "You're right, sister. Both of them are both foolish and cowardly. Even if they have a conflict with me, they wouldn't dare to do something like murder." Mai Yuan laughed and replied, "If our two elder brothers heard sixth brother's assessment, I don't know how they would react." A Jiak added, "Using this kind of flawed plan is more like a provocation against me." Mai Yuan asked, "Could it be an enemy you offended among the common people?" "No. What family among the common people could plant a subordinate inside Prince Ling's residence?" Xiaoqi thought, this poisoning, regardless of whether it succeeded or not, could take down a prince. This matter is very likely related to consort Rome. At this moment, a Jiak and Mai Yuan mentioned the maid from that day. Then Xiaoqi immediately said, "Yesterday, after the case happened, the maid's entire family disappeared. I feel that they have been silenced by the real culprit. She originally had no reason to harm Princess Consort Ling. She must have been incited or threatened. If she was bribed to harm someone, a person who loves money that much would definitely not commit suicide. Committing suicide after being imprisoned was probably to send a message to the real culprit that, I haven't exposed you." A Jiak then said, "That's why her entire family went missing. They were taken by the real culprit long ago to threaten her." Mai Yuan then thought, how could there be such a heartless person? The next day, Xiaoqi came to ask a Jiak, "Have you found out anything?" That maid who administered the poison. Her father went missing 10 years ago. Her mother was third brother's wet nurse. 5 years ago, she committed a serious crime and was expelled from the imperial palace. She passed away because she had no money for treatment. Xiaoqi was a little surprised. Then isn't she all alone with no one to rely on? Now she's involved in something like suicide. A Jiak added, "She also has 2 older brothers. Those 2 met with third brother 2 months ago. After that, they also packed their things and left, and it's not clear where they went." Xiaoqi wondered how her mother committed a serious crime. It was just breaking one of third brother's vases. At the very least, she was his wet nurse, just for that. When that maid was being taken away, she even looked in the direction of the third prince. Could it be that they are all the third prince's people? A Jiak said, "You don't need to worry either. If the investigation turns up nothing, I'll just go and plead guilty to Father Emperor." Xiaoqi said, "If this case is solved, the Emperor will be pleased with you. You'll also be closer to the position of Crown Prince." A Jiak asked, "Those letters found at Prince Ling's residence, you forged them, right?" Xiaoqi raised her hand to signal for silence. Some things don't need to be said so clearly. A Jiak asked again, "How did you know there was a secret compartment in the study of Prince Ling's residence?" Xiaoqi said it was just a coincidence. "Don't do things like that again next time. I don't want you to get involved in the struggles within the imperial palace. It's very dangerous. But I just want to help you with a few things. Besides, I'll definitely be able to help. In short, just leave these things to me. You're not allowed to again." Before he could finish, Xiaoqi lunged forward and planted a quick kiss on a Jiak's cheek. She said, "Next time I have a plan, I will definitely discuss it with you first." Taking this once-in-a-millennium opportunity, a Jiak opened his arms to hug her and placed a sweet kiss on her lips. A Jiak said, "Next time, don't hide anything from me." That evening, a Pei appeared again. Xiaoqi was sulking. "You just keep upgrading. When you're needed, you're nowhere to be found. You don't even care about your master's life or death." A Pei said, "This upgrade of a Pei has added many new functions. After the upgrade, there's even a place where you can buy props. Don't you want to see?" Hearing this, she sat up. "I was just kidding earlier. Let me see what good items there are." A Pei immediately advertised, "Disguise powder. After use, you can imagine a disguise. Effective for 2 hours. Feign death pills. After use, you can stop breathing. Body temperature will drop. Simulates the state of a dead person. Effective for 2 hours. And this one is your mom is calling you home for dinner. That is, after use, the user can return to their original world." A Pei added, "If the master can accumulate enough activity points to exchange for the prop, then you don't have to wait for the storyline to indigo back. Activity points are calculated based on the speed and number, as well as the difficulty of the tasks the master completes. 50,000 activity points are enough to exchange for it. Right now, she only has 200 points. Hearing this, Xiaoqi lay face down. "It's getting late. Let's sleep early." Today, General Wei and Wei Sun returned from battle outside the city. He said to Wei Sun, "During this time, don't be too playful. Always be ready to return to the military camp. The eunuch came to report. His Majesty said to let General Wei return to his residence to rest first. He is only summoning the young general. General Wei reminded Wei Sun again to pay attention to his words and actions. Then the eunuch led the way for Wei Sun. His Majesty is waiting for you at the pavilion over there. But when he got close, Consort Rong said His Majesty had some business and left just now. If you and Yuan-er are already friends, why not sit down, talk, and have some tea with Yuan-er? Wait for the emperor to finish his business, and he will come back. My Yuan said since the time at the Qiao residence. It's been a long time since we last parted. At this moment, Xiaoqi arrived, invited by Consort Rong. She saw Wei Sun and became worried. Why did Consort Rong invite me here now? It's surely nothing good. Could it be that she wants to expose my identity? Then Xiaoqi said respectfully, I heard your ladyship was looking for me, so I came immediately. Then she turned to Wei Sun and pretended to ask, This is. My Yuan quickly told Wei Sun, This is Princess Nanxing of Beima. She has been in the Yun Kingdom for some time now. You've just returned. You're probably not familiar, right? Hearing this, Wei Sun greeted Princess Nanxing. I have heard of you. Today is our first meeting. My Yuan said again, Princess Nanxing, he is Wei Sun. Princess, don't think he's so young, but not long ago he captured an enemy general alive on the battlefield, achieving a great merit. Everything was happening beyond Consort Rong's expectations. She became even more blatant. I recall some rumors I heard before. It said that the young general once admired a young lady. After being rejected by her, he went to the military camp out of heartbreak. I think even Princess Nanxing is full of praise for young General Wei. I wonder how high that young lady's standards are. Wei Sun immediately replied, Your ladyship jests. It's not that the young lady's standards are high. It's just that matters of the heart cannot be forced. Joining the army was because I wanted to improve myself. Xiaoqi also said that everyone has different preferences and circumstances. General Wei will surely meet someone suitable for him. Then she thought to herself, Consort Rong is even more formidable than that pimp prince. Suddenly a Pei appeared and said, Master, overthrowing Consort Rong and her minions is also a main mission. As long as Consort Rong and her minions fall, the Master can get more than 20,000 activity points. Hearing this, Xiaoqi suddenly shot to her feet, leaving everyone there bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Xiaoqi said, Just now a bug startled me. My apologies. Wei Sun was still thinking, can there really be two people who look so alike in this world? At this moment, an eunuch came to report to Consort Rong. The emperor said he is busy with state affairs today and will summon young General Wei for a discussion another day. Young General Wei does not need to wait any longer. If that's the case, it's not convenient for me to stay in the palace. I'll take my leave first. Consort Rong said in that case, Please send my regards to your father, young general. Then Wei Sun turned to Xiaoqi and said, Princess Nanxing, if there is any place where you need my help, you can just say so. General Wei is too kind. On his way out of the palace, Wei Sun recalled, When Miss Qi's family was annihilated, I was not by her side. I don't know how much hardship she has endured in the days that followed. Consort Rong said Princess Nanxing's charm is truly not to be underestimated. Xiaoqi beamed. Your ladyship jests. It's just that young General Wei is enthusiastic. She then asked, I wonder what Princess Nanxing thinks of Yuan-er. The ninth prince is handsome and elegant, kind-hearted, a good person. My Yuan said mother is exaggerating. What's the point of saying these things? It makes people feel awkward. Ju is worried and says, If you don't want to attend the first prince's banquet, I can find a way to help you refuse. What's so awkward about this? Everyone knows Yuan-er is outstanding. I'll go back to rest first. You young people can talk. If Nanxing feels that Yuan-er is not bad, then you can consider Yuan-er. After Consort Rong left, my Yuan told Xiaoqi not to mind his mother's words. She's just randomly playing matchmaker. I know you and Sixth Brother are in love. You can rest assured, my mother's thoughts are not the same as mine. Xiaoqi asked in surprise, Am I that obvious? Do you even need to ask? Sixth Brother is a big jar of vinegar. I should protect myself, so I'll run off first. Only when you are by his side does Sixth Brother reveal that gentle smile. Many times, the emotions Sixth Brother gives off scare me. But as soon as you are mentioned, he seems to become much gentler. Then my Yuan took his leave. When I have free time, I'll find you and Sixth Brother to hang out. Xiaoqi thought, a Jiak. Does he really like me that much? After Consort Rong returned, she said to Xiao Duanzi Eunuch, after you finish serving the emperor, come back and report the details. I know. Please rest assured, your ladyship, today I did not see the young minister Wei, and even less did I see your ladyship. After saying that, the eunuch took his leave. Zhu Mama reported, your ladyship, Xiao Duanzi has been rewarded with a bracelet as per your ladyship's command. Then Consort Rong said, I can't find the bracelet that the emperor rewarded me with. Send someone to investigate. I don't know which thief with unclean hands has stolen it. If caught, kill them. With Consort Rong's cruelty, even her close maids were terrified and obeyed. She thought, even if Wei Sun doesn't recognize that face, Bei Gongnan Xing, I don't care if you're Qiao Xiaoqi or not. And I don't care if you're Yuaner's cousin or not. Yuaner must obtain the power of Beimao. If you don't marry Yuaner, the only way is death. At the 6th prince's residence, I must quickly help a Jiak find the real culprit who poisoned Princess Consort Ling, then resolve the matter of Prince Ling's rebellion. To let a Jiak win the emperor's favor, a Jiak entered the room and suddenly asked Xiaoqi, you were looking for me? It's always you looking for me. This time it's my turn. Then a Jiak turned and ordered someone to quickly go to the kitchen and tell them to prepare food for an honored guest. Go brew a pot of Longjing tea and bring some up here. Say that I am entertaining an honored guest. Give the order for a table of meat and wine. Xiaoqi thought, is this the male lead's halo? Who would have thought this harmless face would massacre an entire city after his darkening? Also, for the evening, prepare roasted duck and lotus seed soup. Xiaoqi spoke up. Wait, you don't need to prepare so much. I came to ask you to go out. Then wait for me a moment. I just returned from the imperial prison. Let me go change my clothes. No need. I came precisely because I want to go to the imperial prison with you. A Jiak wondered, what would you go to the imperial prison for? She said, to interrogate Prince Ling and the related criminals. I can help. A Jiak turned and said, you are a princess. How can you go to the imperial prison? Just leave it to me. You could say I was an unfavored young lady in the Qiao residence. But for better or worse, I know a few things. Oh, so the letters in the secret compartment in Prince Ling's study, you saw them at the Qiao residence? For example, the love letters in Qiao Mufeng's study. You saw them at Qiao Mufeng's place, but you didn't keep the evidence. After all, he could even harm his own daughter. So of course I didn't dare to do anything. I could only keep a secret. Although the letters weren't actually from Prince Ling, the things he did were real. I read all about it from the letters at the Qiao residence. I just made him face his punishment sooner. A Jiak asked, so that day, when Xiao Mufeng was killed, you also knew the evidence I presented was fake. Xiaoqi said, but his crimes were real. I told you long ago, they all deserve to be punished. I absolutely did not do it for revenge. I never once thought of harming you, because I know Xiao Mufeng owed you all of that. Xiaoqi apologized to a Jiak. Actually, I knew long ago that your mother consort was killed by him. That day when you were caught by fifth brother, I was hiding under the table. I had already seen those letters one step ahead of you. A Jiak asked, so you were the one who burned the letters? Then what was the content that was burned? The burned content was the detailed process of how Consort Li was framed. I felt it was too cruel, so, as she spoke, she suddenly thought, if I tell a Jiak the truth that Consort Rong is the real culprit, he might go on a dark path of revenge. A Jiak figured, so that's why the letters in the secret compartment of Prince Ling's study were so detailed. Xiaoqi said, I know all of their conspiracies. I can help you make Prince Ling confess, to make up for hiding things from you before. But a Jiak now held no resentment over her not telling the truth. Knowing that my mother suffered so much before she died, I do feel some resentment. But the great revenge has been exacted. In front of you, I will restrain this temper of mine, so don't show that fearful expression to me anymore. Hearing this, Xiaoqi was relieved. She asked, yesterday, you sent people to investigate the soldier's location. Are there any results yet? A Jiak said, not yet. The outskirts are covered in dense forests and mountains. The surroundings are all cordoned off, and we don't have enough manpower. Xiaoqi said, I know where they are hiding. Even if they scattered right after Qiao Mufeng died, they would have left behind many traces. That much evidence is enough. She thought that Prince Ling and Qiao Mufeng colluding to raise a private army was a fact. First, she would use this to punish him and remove an obstacle for a Jiak. In a prison cell at this moment, Prince Ling was screaming, this is a great injustice. I, the fourth prince, did not kill my consort. Father Emperor, your son has been wronged. When a Jiak arrived, Prince Ling grabbed his collar. A Jiak, you're the one who secretly framed me, aren't you? Don't think you could become the crown prince by doing this. Ajiak slowly said, I have already sent people to North Creek Mountain. Prince Ling let go of his hand. What? What nonsense are you spouting? Let me see Father Emperor quickly. Indeed, you have not been wronged. Seeing Prince Ling's reaction, Ajiak thought to himself that what Xiaoqi said was right. Then Ajiak called for someone to bring a brush and ink and said, Eldest brother, you had better confess to avoid suffering. What am I supposed to confess? I've been wronged. I've been framed. For better or worse, we are brothers. Ajiak stated, wait for the men I sent to North Creek Mountain to return. If they really find something, it will be too late by then. Speak. If you have accomplices, confess them too. Perhaps I can help you plead with Father Emperor. Prince Ling remained silent. Then the only way is to wait for the day Father Emperor decides and send you off on your way directly. After Ajiak finished speaking and turned to leave, Prince Ling called him back. I only gave Qiao Mufeng money to raise soldiers. I didn't participate in anything else. I couldn't even command a single soldier. I was also deceived. Oh, has eldest brother ever thought about mobilizing Qiao Mufeng's private army? Prince Ling said no, because mobilizing those soldiers required a command token. But Qiao Mufeng never gave it to Prince Ling. And this is Qiao Mufeng's command token for mobilizing soldiers, but is in consort Rong's hands. She gave it to her subordinates, telling them to disperse, change their identities, and blend in with the common people in the city, awaiting my orders. Back to the prison. Sixth brother, you must believe eldest brother. Eldest brother never had any thoughts of rebellion, let alone poisoning your sister-in-law. Even if I wanted to replace my wife to marry another, I wouldn't kill someone. After Ajiak finished writing, he said, I believe you. Come here and sign it. If you confess voluntarily now, I will plead with Father Emperor on your behalf. I will also find the real culprit who poisoned your wife and clear your name. In the Imperial Study. After Her Majesty, the Empress read Prince Ling's confession. The Emperor said, previously, when you beheaded your sister-in-law after the trial, we thought you had suffered humiliation as a servant in the Qiao residence and were using public office to settle a private score. We always had to doubt the authenticity of that evidence. Unexpectedly, it was we who misjudged you. Your son acts with absolutely no self-interest, only wishing to relieve Father Emperor's worries and solve difficulties. It is only you who makes us worry a little less. How is the investigation into the murder of Princess Consort Ling? Your son believes it was absolutely not done by eldest brother. But for now, escort your eldest brother to the Imperial prison first. Wait until the investigation is clear, then we will hold them all accountable. Xiaoqi's chambers. Zixin worriedly asked Xiaoqi, what if this is exposed? You'll be charged with deceiving the monarch. Ajiak has already made Prince Ling confess. Brother, don't worry. Nanxing said, I feel like he's somewhat worthy of Xiaoqi now. Haha, is Ajiak that bad in your eyes? Not to mention how he used to put on that arrogant face every day, even if he were the most outstanding man in the world. Of course, not as outstanding as you, Brother Xian. In my eyes, he still wouldn't be worthy of Xiaoqi. Saying that makes me so embarrassed. What's there to be embarrassed about? Xiaoqi is the cutest in the world, right? Nanxing, you're very cute too. Xiaoqi was cutting Nanxing's hair. Ziyan, looking displeased, said, let me do it. The skin and hair on one's body are given by one's parents. You're about to pull out all of Nanxing's hair. It's fine. We people of Beima don't care about this. Xiaoqi, look at this. What do you think? It's great, super cute. Hee. Nanxing was overjoyed. Then in the future, I can wear the wedding dress of the Wand Kingdom. Seeing Ziyan surprise, Nanxing asked, do you prefer the wedding dress of Beima? Then let's wear both and have 2 ceremonies. At Xiaoqi's chambers. Ajiak, you're finally here. If you didn't come soon, I would have died from being cloyed. Fifth brother even said he wants to hold 2 wedding ceremonies. Ziyan denied it. I never said such things. Nanxing defended Xiaoqi, saying, Brother Ziyan, are you trying to go back on your word? Xiaoqi, in a daze, said, he even made fun of my hairstyling skills. After saying that, she suddenly fainted for no apparent reason. The next day, Your Majesty the Empress, please forgive us. The princess's body is not in any danger. Your subject truly cannot find a reason why the princess remains unconscious. The Empress angrily said, the princess has been unconscious for a whole day, and you still can't find the cause. With so many imperial physicians, is there not even one useful person? Ajiak also opined, it seems the palace has too many mediocre people. But finally, Xiaoqi woke up. She didn't know what had happened. Ajiak told her, you fainted and were in a coma for a whole day. Her Majesty the Empress said, Nan Exung, you've just woken up. There's no need for formalities. The Empress asked with concern, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I don't feel uncomfortable anywhere. It's getting late. You should get some good rest first. Tomorrow, I'll have the imperial physician carefully diagnose you again. Then the Empress called a Jiak to return with her. Nanxing worriedly asked her, why did you suddenly just faint like that? Xiaoqi said, I don't know either. I suddenly felt dizzy and then I lost consciousness. But after waking up, I don't feel uncomfortable or anything. On the contrary, it feels like I just had a long sleep. Just then, a Pei appeared. Master, your fainting is related to taking too much time without completing the mission. This is a world within a book. You have stayed for too long, and your body has begun to weaken. If you don't return to the real world soon, you might just die. On the way back, the Empress said, recently, you've been working diligently for your father emperor, and you no longer seem dissatisfied with him. A Jiak replied frankly, your son is so diligent entirely because I want to become the crown prince and marry Nan Exine sooner. The Empress asked in surprise, you have no reservations about speaking of your ambition, do you? Your son knows what kind of person mother is, so there's no need to put on an act in front of you. This palace only has one princess. I originally had no intention of interfering in the struggle for the heir apparent. But Prince, he has committed the grave crime of treason. Old Third is always being used by others. This palace knows that Yuan'er is kind-hearted, but Consort Rong is vicious. This palace cannot help but worry about what kind of fate Lier will have in the future if Yuan'er becomes the crown prince. That little ambition of yours, if you have any requests that need mother's help, just feel free to ask. Upon hearing this, a Jiak immediately thanked the Empress. After Xiaoqi woke up, she stayed up all night and didn't eat anything. Did something happen? It's nothing. I just suddenly fainted and fell into a coma. So I'm wondering if I should spend some time every day to train a little to improve my health. Apei said, Master, your weakness cannot be cured by any other means except for completing the mission. But isn't it easier to faint like last time if you don't eat or sleep? Hearing this, Xiaoqi thought it would be better to have a meal first. The only one left who wants to become the crown prince is the third prince. I knew before that he unscrupulously plundered wealth and massacred innocent people. A Jiak got his account books, and only then was he punished. How should I get a Jiak to investigate these matters? Directly telling him that the clue is at the pawn shop would be too suspicious. I can't just wait for a Jiak to investigate. It seems I can only take matters into my own hands. A Jiak was worried. How could Xiaoqi suddenly fall ill when she was fine? It's very unusual. Please, Your Highness the Sixth Prince, come back another day. The maids blocked him. Your Highness, please stop. The princess said she is not seeing guests today, but a Jiak went in to see anyway. Namtam, I heard you're not feeling well. Already asleep? A Jiak wondered. Then where is Beigong Nanxing? To resolve his doubts, a Jiak pulled back the blanket. Forgive my impertinence, Your Highness. The princess ordered this servant to do this. This servant did not dare to disobey the princess's wishes. A Jiak asked, where's Princess Namtam? At this time on West Street. Pawn shop. Go call the shopkeeper to talk to me. Esteemed customer, please wait a moment. I'll go get the shopkeeper right away. Xiaoqi and Nanxing had come here in disguise. Nanxing said, I've had a bad feeling all day today. Sneaking out of the palace without telling those two, is it really okay? A Jiak and my brother are swamped investigating the private army case and Princess Ling's poisoning. It's best not to bother them. Don't worry, we're just in a pawn shop in broad daylight. As for gathering information, we'll come back next time. Otherwise, we'll make them suspicious. Next time, I must make a Jiak come with me. Sorry to keep you two young masters waiting. Our shopkeeper is currently attending to some distinguished guests. He'll be here shortly. Tell your shopkeeper to hurry up. My time is very precious. Suddenly, Xiaoqi overheard. Miss Wei, when you go back, you must put in a good word for us. We are truly doing our best. Doing your best is what you're supposed to do. How did it become an excuse to claim credit? Xiaoqi felt that this voice sounded so much like Wei Jiaojiao. Why is she here? Startled, Xiaoqi dropped the teacup she was drinking from, attracting Wei Jiaojiao's attention. Wei Jiaojiao also recognized Xiaoqi. Nanxing asked, an acquaintance of yours, Xiaoqi? The kind of acquaintance I'd least want to run into. Jiaojiao shouted, catch them. They came to snoop for information. Xiaoqi and Nanxing quickly fled. Who dares to act so arrogantly? What a Shao Su. In the imperial palace, I can't do anything to you. But outside the palace, that's another story. Stop. Don't run. At the same time, a Jiak and Z and also didn't know where the two of them had run off to. They didn't even bring a single guard, sneaking out secretly without any regard for the danger. Don't worry, a Jiak, Xiaoqi is very resourceful. Nanxing, Xiaoqi, hey you two, Z and a Jiak, calm down and speak slowly. My dear, why did you two run out dressed as men? Just then, the other group of people also caught up. Well, backup arrived quickly. Xiaoqi told the Jiak, our identities are not suitable for causing trouble. Let's end this quickly and leave. I know, just leave it to me. So there are two more helpers. Good, we'll take care of them as well. Nanxing worried. Will they be all right? Don't worry, a Jiak is the strongest male lead. There you are. I'll teach you to run. Watch out. Thwack. Xiaoqi took the full blow to her head. What? Xiaoqi, there's still one more. Thud. Ugh. Beigong arrived with soldiers just in time. Arrest all those who dared to offend the princess of Beima. Royal brother. Forgive our impertinence, your highness. A Jiak immediately said, I'll take her back to the palace to find an imperial physician first. Wei Jiaojiao observed from a distance. I didn't expect the sixth prince and the Beima prince to come as well. I must quickly go and inform the third prince. At Xiaoqi's residence. Quickly, summon the imperial physician. If anything happens to the princess after she went out, don't even think about having a peaceful life. A Jiak, don't scare them. It was me who insisted on going out. You're awake? How are you? Does her head still hurt? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? You don't know how anxious I was when I found out you were gone. There are still people here. A Jiak said, you sneaking out of the palace certainly wasn't for fun. What did you want to do? Nanxing said, we were just strolling around the streets. Her Majesty the Empress has arrived. For the princess to encounter danger in our country, even alarming His Highness He, is truly regrettable. My royal sister has always been mischievous, and to trouble Her Majesty the Empress to visit, how impolite of us. All right, Jiaker, come with me later. I have something to say to you. The Empress asked Xiaoqi, I heard you were attacked outside the palace. Are your injuries serious? Have the bandits been caught? Xiaoqi replied, fortunately, the sixth prince arrived in time, so I was not injured. I, Nantam, snuck out of the palace on my own accord and made your majesty worry. It's good that you're all right. Next time you want to go out of the palace to play, remember to bring guards, lest you encounter danger again. Yes, since that's the case, I will not disturb you any longer. Princess, please rest well. Thank you for your concern, your majesty. Please take care on your way back, your majesty. Jiaker, follow me. Today, you carried Nam Tam all the way back from outside the palace, causing a public uproar. All the common people in the city saw it. After the malicious rumors spread, how will Nam Tam deal with it? Have you ever thought about that? But the situation was critical and Nam Tam was injured. I couldn't just ignore it. Your son was hasty and didn't think that much. The Empress said, Nam Tam's status is your greatest advantage. If her reputation is damaged this time, your father emperor might not. A Jiak's eyes grew hazy. The Empress knew he was drunk. But then again, I can't force you to go against your own initial wishes for the sake of the crown prince's throne. Since things have come to this, it's better to go with the flow. If I now allow you to marry Nam Tam, would you still be willing to climb to that position? A Jiak asked, is there a hidden meaning in mother's words? As long as you promise that you will treat your sister well in the future, I will definitely let you achieve what you want. A Jiak promised, Mother, rest assured, your son is definitely not a person who breaks promises and betrays trust. At the imperial study, the Empress has arrived. The Emperor asked, why have you come here? This consort has not seen your majesty for several days. Your majesty is busy with state affairs, so this consort had to come find you myself. Have you been to Princess Nam Tam's place? The princess is fine. The Beima prince didn't say much either. Is that all your majesty really wanted to ask? The emperor asked, do you have something to ask of me? Your majesty is as straightforward as ever, aren't you? This consort wanted to chat a little more. This time, this consort has come because of Jiaker's matter. Mentioning him just irritates me. A few days ago, I had just praised him, and in the blink of an eye, he caused such a disaster. Today, the memorials impeaching him were as numerous as a festival crowd. Some say he doesn't know etiquette. Some say he neglects public duties for private matters. And some say he runs to Princess Nam Tam's chambers all day. He has wandered among the common people for so many years. In terms of court etiquette, he still has much to learn. His mother consort is no longer here, so you, my husband, should discipline him more. Your Majesty, this consort will be bold with my words. I ask your Majesty to approve the marriage between Jiaker and Princess Namtam. This consort knows that the harem should not interfere in state affairs. But please, your Majesty, hear me out. What your Majesty values most is the alliance between the Yun Kingdom and Baima. Princess Namtam came from afar for the marriage alliance between our two countries. The first prince is involved in a treason case. The third prince acts rashly and cannot be entrusted with responsibility. Besides Jiaker, there is no more suitable candidate. The emperor asked, "Have you forgotten? There is still Yuan'er. Your Majesty, Yuan'er's personality is not at all suitable to be the ruler of the country. Your Majesty must be clearer on this than this consort. In the past, consort Rome's power was great. To avoid putting your Majesty in a difficult position, Consort Li never resisted Consort Rome. She suffered many grievances. This consort knows that. This consort also knows that even after so many years, your Majesty is still deeply in love with Consort Li and cherishes the child she left behind. Meanwhile, at a Jiak side, Xian said that Beigong Yi sent someone with a message. The people who tried to capture Xiaoqi work for the third prince. They also confessed a lot of useful information. Beigong Yi said it was not convenient to bring people to search the pawn shop that day. He had his men seal the pawn shop. He's waiting for you to have time to bring people to search it thoroughly. A Jiak was angry. This time, he brought it upon himself. I will lead people there now. Sixth Prince, please wait. A maid from Her Majesty the Empress has come to deliver a message and 2 bracelets to the Sixth Prince. Congratulations to the Sixth Prince for achieving his wish. Please tell Her Majesty that what this prince has promised, I will definitely do. This servant will remember. Xian asked, "What wish of yours was granted?" "You will know very soon, brother." It seems Xian still doesn't understand. The autumn air is fresh. The moon is full and the flowers are in bloom. An auspicious day and a favorable month to welcome her to your residence. By imperial decree, this servant must return to report to His Majesty. I will not disturb you further. Congratulations to the princess and the Sixth Prince. Xiaoqi trembled slightly. Thank you, Your Majesty. The maids were overjoyed. Congratulations, Your Highness the Princess. Congratulations, Your Highness the Princess. Xiaoqi was teary-eyed. Happiness came too suddenly. My mission is considered complete, right? Apei informed her. You have to wait until you and the male lead are officially married for the mission of the Baima princess, marrying a Jiak, to be considered complete. Besides, completing these missions won't change the fact that you will become weaker in this world. If you don't want to die in another world, you must work hard on your missions. Go. Master, take advantage of the time before you weaken again to get a Jiak to ascend to the position of Crown Prince. You system, you're only good at exploiting me. Nanxing saw Xiaoqi talking to herself and said, Your wish came true, so why are you talking nonsense? Although I've always found a Jiak to be an eyesore, I have to admit one thing. He really likes you, Xiaoqi. He's been waiting for this news for a very long time. I even thought that if Xiaoqi didn't marry him but married another prince, he would probably cause a scene and rebel. Xiaoqi thought back. I've always been busy completing missions. My mind was always filled with thoughts of how to get home. I rarely thought about a Jiak's feelings. Now, the moment to marry a Jiak has truly arrived. Why do I feel a little uneasy in my heart? After I leave this world, a Jiak will. He will definitely search for me frantically, right? How long will it take for him to let go? After letting go, will he live a lonely life until the end? But the Jiak of that time would already be the emperor. There will definitely be other girls who appear and make him open his heart again. He will gradually forget me, and when I return to my world, I will also gradually forget him. She shouted, I'm finally about to go home. I thought I would be happier? Xiaoqi, why are you crying? Those are tears of joy. At this moment in the room, even if you beat me to death, I have never done anything cruel. Those villains made up stories just because they want you to release them. I'm just the owner of a small pawn shop. How would I dare to do something so audacious? Xian said, It seems he wants to have a taste of suffering. A Jiak picked up the wine cup and gulped it down, then slammed the cup on the table. This prince is in a very good mood today and won't torture you. A Jiak, are you drunk? A Jiak laughed menacingly and said, Man, make him very, very happy. Then the subordinates started tickling him with extreme cruelty. Ziyin was bewildered. Ajiak, you're really strange today. Is there some happy occasion? You'll know when we return to the palace. Ziyin, bored, turned to the shopkeeper. We know who you're working for, and you're here this time because of him too. If you tell us everything you know, we won't make things difficult for you anymore. Ajiak added, you are merely someone who works for him. Even if you risk your life and refuse to say a word, he won't bother to save you. If you don't repent, then we can only let you die from laughter here. Ha ha, I'll talk. I'll confess everything. Oh God, save me, save me. Ajiak immediately asked, why did you want to capture the two young masters today? Because Miss Wei said the two of them came to gather information. Ha ha, Ajiak, Miss Wei. Which Miss Wei? Is it Wei Jiao? Yes. She works for the third prince. She's the third prince's confidant. Many subordinates like us follow her orders. As expected, villains colluding. The third prince uses the pawn shop to deceive the public. Bribes, and those who seize things by force, will all be transferred to the pawn shop. Ajiak asked, seizing by force. So, is there any involvement in any murder cases? He hesitated. This. After seeing those deadly tickling feathers, he couldn't hide it anymore and had to continue confessing. Yes. I have both evidence and witnesses. There's also a ledger that records all of the third prince's illegal income. Ajiak's face turned serious. It seems third brother's downfall is here. Wei Jiao secretly went to see consort Rome. Greetings, Your Highness. Rise. I already know what happened outside the palace. Rest assured, I do not intend to blame you. Your Highness, please forgive me. It was Jiao who couldn't hold back for a moment. I wanted to take the opportunity while they were outside the palace to deal with them decisively, which is why I ruined Your Highness's plan. The plan has already failed, whether it succeeds or not. The most important thing is that you must use your brain. Wei Jiao reported. Bei Gongyi has already captured the old pawn shop owner and all the employees. He also sent people to seal off the pawn shop. Now, the third prince has likely confessed. I'm afraid Your Highness will be implicated. I have made preparations. Where's the item I told you to find? Jiao took out a ledger from her person. Here it is. I followed Your Highness's instructions. During the time I worked for the third prince, I made a copy of the ledger. Not bad. What about the other matter? Following Your Highness's instructions, Jiao told the old pawn shop owner that there was a folk remedy that required poisonous herbs as a medicinal guide, causing him to buy the pile of poisonous herbs that the third prince wanted to dispose of, and then had it left in the third prince's palace warehouse. Hearing this, consort Rome clapped her hands. Very good. The third prince is just an incompetent fool. He himself, step by step, committed a pile of treasonous acts. What does it have to do with me? Jiao, when doing these things, being hesitant and indecisive is the biggest taboo. You still have much to learn. I will teach you one by one. Contacting the black market to buy poisonous herbs, oppressing the common people to seize their land and fields, killing innocent people for a few silver taels. He did all these things himself. Except for giving him a few suggestions, I really have nothing to do with it. Is that clear? Jiao will follow Your Highness's teachings. At this moment, Ajiak was teasing. Brother, what do you like the young lady to call you? Fifth brother or just brother? Whatever shout she calls me is fine. You stop calling me that. What's wrong with you today? My eyes are so itchy. The sixth prince said, what is the edict you've come to announce? Today, there is the Beima princess, Beima's Namtam. Gentle and virtuous, intelligent and kind-hearted, smart and beautiful, elegant and graceful. She is specially granted in marriage to the sixth prince. A wedding date is to be chosen by imperial order. Your subject obeys the order. Sixth prince, congratulations. This servant will return to report to his majesty first. Sorry to have troubled you, eunuch. Ziyin commented, so that's what it was. No wonder you kept calling me brother on the way. Ajiak said, let's go. Father Emperor has granted me this marriage. As a son, I should also share his workload, shouldn't I? But we just got back. It's fine, I'm not tired yet, but I'm tired. Then Ajiak grabbed Ziyin's hand and dragged him away. At the imperial study. At this time, Ma Kongwen and Her Highness were also in the study. Greetings, Father Emperor, Your Highness. Dispense with the formalities. Jiaker, what is it? Princess Namtam was attacked outside the palace. The Beima prince captured the culprit for interrogation and found some ledgers. Your son and subject feels that Father Emperor should take a look. Could it be the private ledgers of my good son again? Let me see. It turns out the consort had taken the copied ledger from Wei Jiao and given it to Ma Kongwen to claim credit first. The emperor looked it over and thought, compared to you honors, this is much more detailed. We have already sent people to search old third chambers. If he really is hiding the poisonous herb that poisoned the sixth princess consort, he will be charged with 2 crimes. Banish him to the northwestern desert. He is not allowed to return to the imperial city. Ajiak asked, the poisoning of the sixth princess consort was done by the third? The ledger records the purchase of poisonous herbs. Based on the quantity purchased, there must be a lot left over. But right now, the evidence has not yet been found. Consort Rong said, there has just been a joyous event in the palace. Your Majesty, don't get angry over these matters and harm your health. The marriage of Jiaker and Princess Nam Tam still needs you to preside over it. Ma Kangwin then said to Ajiak, I have heard the news. Congratulations, sixth brother. The emperor said, if only the oldest and old third could make us worry less like Yuaner and Jiaker do. Your Majesty, you see that Jiaker is about to get married, and Yuaner also put your mind at ease. Shouldn't we also arrange a marriage for Yuana? The emperor laughed. So you came for this matter? Speak. Which noble family's young lady have you set your eyes on? Mother consort, you've never mentioned this to me before. Well, have you ever cared about these things? If we wait for you to want to get married yourself, who knows how long that will be? Just listen to my arrangement. Yuaner is of age. For now, let's have him marry a secondary consort first. Your Majesty, what do you think? It seems you really have a candidate in mind. Let's hear it. That personal handmaiden of Princess Nam Tam isn't bad. I heard she and Nam Tam grew up together. Their bond is like that of sisters. She was referring to Nanxing. Ajiak immediately said, no. Consort Rong immediately said, could it be that Jiaker wants a double blessing, taking Nam Tam's handmaiden as well? Ma Kangwin was surprised. Mother consort, don't say such things. Ajiak replied, Your Highness, please do not make wild guesses. It's just that Nam Tam's handmaiden was already betrothed to my guard. Their marriage was only delayed because they were separated on the road. Father Emperor, it's not that your son and subject wants 3 wives and 4 concubines, but the young lady is already promised to another. Even the royal family cannot arbitrarily snatch another man's wife. So that's how it is. In that case, beloved consort, just choose another girl. Aren't there quite a few daughters of officials in the Yun Kingdom's court who have also reached marriageable age? I blame myself for not investigating clearly, almost separating a loving couple. Your Majesty, since the 2 of them delayed their wedding day because of Nam Tam, why don't we help them fulfill their wish? Let's just grant them the marriage and choose a wedding date for them. Ajiak thought. Xiaoqi once said that in this palace, the one you need to be most careful of is Consort Rong. Is she plotting something? Suddenly, a servant came to report. Reporting to your Majesty, a batch of poisonous herbs was found in the third prince's palace. The imperial physicians confirmed it was the same type of poison used on the sixth princess consort that day. The emperor ordered. One colluded with powerful officials to rebel. Another poisoned his own sister-in-law. The royal family's face has been completely lost by these 2 evil spawns. Lock him up next to the sixth princess consort to await judgment. On the way back, a confused Ma Kangwin asked his mother consort, where did you get this evidence? And why did you tell Father Emperor that I was the one who secretly investigated and collected it? I've already made it clear to you. I don't want to get involved in the fight for the crown prince position. You've been acting strangely these days. Today, you even insisted on rushing my marriage. What are you trying to do? Consort Rong said, just because you don't want to compete doesn't mean others will let you off. Who do you think I'm being so careful and calculating for every day? Don't you know in your heart? You know what I want. You don't need to arrange my path for me. If you could just live a more carefree life, then I could also be at ease. I don't know who you get this stubborn temper from. Once I've made a decision, it's useless no matter how much you say. Ma Kangwin worried silently. I wonder if Sixth Brother will misunderstand and think I stole his credit this time. I must find a chance to explain it to him. As soon as Consort Rong returned, Wei Jiaojiao came to see her. Your Highness, how is the situation? You said that Bat Kung Nam Tom's personal maid called Bat Kung Deep Brother when they were outside the palace. I wanted to request that Nguiner marry her first, but Junmak Jiak disagreed. Jiao also thought, could it be that a Jiak wants to marry her too? Consort Rong said he claimed that Bat Kung Nam Tom's maid was already betrothed to his personal guard. If that's the case, I'll just go with the flow. I'll ask the emperor to bestow a marriage upon them, helping them marry sooner. That way, even if she is the real princess, she can't become Junmak-Jiak's trump card in the future. Jiao Jiao, have you ever thought that if you could crush Junmak-Jiak under your feet, wouldn't he be in the palm of your hand by then? Your Highness, you mean. If nothing unexpected happens, he will become the crown prince and marry the Beima princess. But if something unexpected does happen, the matter of Qiao Xiaoqi being a fake princess, with Bat Kung Deep helping her hide it, and the emperor pretending not to know, we are powerless to do anything. But what if the real princess appears herself to expose the fake one? Jiao Jiao asked, Your Highness means to incite that made beside Qiao Xiaoqi, the real princess of Beima. You must make her heart fill with hatred for Qiao Xiaoqi. Make them turn against each other, and have her become the knife that stabs Qiao Xiaoqi. When they're tearing each other apart, we can reap the benefits like the fishermen. The entire process of escorting back Kung Nam Tam back to the palace was handled by Junmak-Jiak, who even tried to protect the fake princess back then. Even if the emperor dotes on Junmak-Jiak, if this matter of the real and fake princess becomes public, do you think the emperor will love him more, or will he love his own imperial dignity more? Since they like being tied together so much, then they can hold hands and go see the king of hell together. Zian suddenly shouted, Let me and Nanxing get married. A Jiak asked, Why are you shouting so loudly? It's an imperial edict from Father Emperor, and it was the royal consort's suggestion, too. I was just there. Does this mean I'm really going to marry Nanxing? But the king and queen of Beima might not agree to this marriage yet. If we decide so hastily, isn't it a bit disrespectful? Brother, you are so thoughtful. Although the king of Beima isn't here, the Beima prince, Bat Kung Deep, is still in the Yun kingdom. An elder brother is like a father. As long as Bat Kung Deep nods his head, want to be fine? Brother, you don't need to worry too much. This kid, a Jiak, is quick to change his tune and call me brother. Bat Kung Deep unexpectedly arrived and asked, Sixth Prince, you were looking for me for something? Zian scrambled to prepare tea. Your Highness Deep, please sit. Sixth Prince, what matter did you seek me out for? Zian immediately replied, Your Highness Deep, due to certain reasons, His Majesty has decreed a marriage between me and Nanxing. I hope you're not angry. A Jiak said, The situation was complicated. Consort Rong wanted Nanxing to marry Junmak-Nguyen, but Nanxing and fifth brother are in love with each other. So I had no choice but to request an edict from Father Emperor. Zian said, Your Highness Deep, although I don't have a prominent status like the Ninth Prince, my feelings for Nanxing are true. Beyond Zian's imagination and worries, Kung Deep said softly, Oh, I know. I agree to this marriage. Nanxing was originally supposed to marry into the Yun kingdom and fulfill the duty of a marriage alliance anyway. But now that Xiaoqi has taken on this responsibility, Nanxing's love life and marriage are her own to decide. Besides, ever since you two returned from that disaster, I could already see the feelings between you. Xiaoqi is the adopted daughter of the king of Beima, a princess of Beima. You are her brother. Your status is not low. Moreover, I have observed you for many days. You could be considered a trustworthy person. More importantly, you were the one who saved Nanxing's life. Zian was overjoyed. I can marry Nanxing. Kung Deep said, So, as for you two, one wants to marry my sworn sister, and the other wants to marry my biological sister. Congratulations. Brother, let me pour you some tea. A Jiak. Then let me serve you some pastries, brother. Brother, have another cup. Brother, quickly try this. They were very happy, but they didn't expect that Nanxing had been caught by Wei Jiaojiao. Please come this way to talk. When they arrived, Wei Jiaojiao removed her veil. Nanxing realized she was the person from the pawn shop that day. I remember you. You're the third prince's hound. Why haven't you been arrested? She panted. A misunderstanding. I was actually there undercover to gather evidence of his crimes. I'm a hound, but I'm a subordinate of the ninth prince. Nanxing asked, Why is someone from the ninth prince looking for me? She cautiously bowed and reported, Wei Jiaojiao pays her respects to your highness, the princess. Nanxing was startled. What princess? What is this? How does she know I'm a princess? Nanxing composed herself. What are you talking about? I'm just the princess's maid. The Beima princess is in her chambers. I have to hurry back to attend to her meal. Without me there, she won't eat well. I'll be leaving now. Jiao Jiao thought angrily, although Her Highness said to lay low, I can't wait anymore. If I don't act now, Xiao Xiaoqi will marry a Jiak. Hey, don't go. Aren't you the least bit resentful? She usurped your position, living in luxury every day, and is even getting married to, the sixth prince. You are clearly a noble princess, yet you have to serve a fake princess as her personal maid. I feel indignant on your behalf. Nanxing calmly replied, that is all what the princess deserves. I'm just a maid. What is there to be resentful about? Stop talking nonsense. Wei Jiaojiao continued to ramble. On what grounds does a fake princess like her get to marry the future crown prince of the Yun Kingdom, while you, the real princess, can only marry the crown prince's personal guard? You need to take back everything that belongs to you. Hearing this, Nanxing suddenly stopped. Jiao Jiao was elated, thinking there was hope. But Nanxing asked, marry the crown prince's personal guard? Jiao Jiao immediately replied, yes, yes. It's even an imperial edict from the emperor. This is truly. Jiao Jiao cut in. Isn't it very unfair? But she never expected Nanxing to turn around, radiant, and say, that's wonderful. She still tried to persuade her. Princess, what's wrong with you? Princess, please come to your senses. Just then, Xiaoqi appeared. Wei Jiaojiao, get your hands off her. Are you bullying my person? Xiao Xiaoqi, you detestable, lingering ghost. You're the one who's a lingering ghost. His Majesty clearly issued a ban, forbidding you from entering the palace ever again. Come with me to see His Majesty and let him punish you. You think I'm scared? I found evidence of the third prince poisoning the Ling princess consort for His Majesty. For this merit, Consort Rong asked His Majesty to lift the ban for me. Xiao Xiaoqi, from now on, don't think you'll have a happy ending. From now on, I will bother you every day, seize every opportunity to push you into the mud, and let everyone trample on you. Who's afraid of whom? Let's settle this right now. Oh my, why are you fighting again? What has become of you two? Wet nurse, come on, let's see who's better. A fight to the death. You think I'm scared? Old grudges aren't settled, and new ones are added. Let's settle all at once. The wet nurse could only try to restrain them. You two, stop at once. Princess, just after you left, Prince Deep arrived. He is now in the palace waiting for you. Miss Wei, this way, please. I know the way, don't push me. Xiaoqi said, Royal Brother is here? I'll be right back. Why did Royal Brother suddenly come? And right at mealtime, too. Nanxing had been acting strangely this whole time. Did Wei Jiaojiao cast some spell on you? Hee hee, I just heard some earth-shattering good news. Xiaoqi asked in surprise. What good news? Wei Jiaojiao has good news. Hee hee, you'll know in a moment. I guess Royal Brother came for this too. When she returned and learned the news, she was astonished. What? Nanxing is going to marry fifth brother? We'll be both sisters and sisters-in-law. The roles are going to get all mixed up. Kung Deep said, I also heard from Junmak Jiak. It was the emperor's order, and it was proposed by Consort Rome. Nanxing was still very happy. Xiaoqi, we both get to marry the person we love. Nanxing, congratulations. Brother, both of your younger sisters are getting married. You should find a sister-in-law soon, too. Kung Deep smiled faintly. Actually, I came today for another matter. Nanxing, after Xiaoqi gets married, I should also return to Beima. But how can we just leave Xiaoqi here, all by herself? With Junma Jiak by her side, don't worry. Xiaoqi reassured them. It's okay, don't worry about me. You've been in the Yun Kingdom for so long. You must miss Beima very much. It's a good time to go back with fifth brother. Xiaoqi thought, in order to return to the modern world, I can only be trapped in this vortex of power. There's simply no way to escape. It's good for Nanxing and brother to leave. At least it will prevent them from being endangered again by the struggle between me and Consort Rome. After a moment of thought, Nanxing said, all right. In the hall at this time, the ministers were reporting to the emperor in unison. Your Majesty, the Ling prince is in prison for treason. The position of crown prince has also been vacant for a long time. The sixth prince and the ninth prince are of superior character. They have always been dedicated to sharing your Majesty's workload. We implore your Majesty to quickly choose one of the two princes to become the crown prince. I concur, echoed throughout the palace. We are not yet so old as to need to hastily appoint a successor. Your Majesty is dissatisfied, but your dragon body is healthy. It's just that the position of crown prince cannot be left vacant for long, as a long night is fraught with dreams. It seems you all have already discussed this and come to persuade us to appoint an heir. I agree, echoed throughout the palace. Have you also discussed who to appoint? Is that right? I believe that the sixth prince, Junmaiju, is decisive in his actions, and a person of integrity. He is also betrothed to the Princess of Baymah, making him the most suitable person for the position of Crown Prince. I agree, I think so too. Me too. I didn't expect Jiaker to have so many supporters. Could it be that he instigated these ministers to come and urge us to appoint a crown prince soon? Rise. We will consider it. Court is dismissed. Your Highness, Lord Amo has arrived. This subject pays his respects to Your Highness, Consort Rome. I have done what Your Highness entrusted me with. How did His Highness react? His Highness was a little displeased at first, but did not deny it, nor did he say when he would appoint a crown prince, only that he would consider it. Very cautious. This consort will not break the promise I made to you. Thank you, Your Highness. Remember, from now on in court, frequently bring up the matter of appointing a crown prince. Also, you must recommend the sixth prince. This subject obeys. Consort Rome thought, as expected, no matter how much he felt ashamed towards Consort Li, no matter how much he doted on his son, he is first and foremost an emperor who cannot tolerate the ambition of others. Go back and add a few more jewels. When Wei Jiao comes today, give them to her. Miss Wei yesterday. Miss Wei went to cause trouble at the princess's residence and was thrown out, taken all the way to the palace gates. This stupid thing is no better than Old Third, but she is still useful for now, so I'll just have to tolerate it. At the sixth prince's residence. Your Highness, rest assured, after we get the measurements, we will start sewing the wedding attire. If Your Highness has any opinions or requests, we will certainly revise it until you are satisfied. Your Highness, Chief Steward Li has arrived. Sixth Prince, His Majesty has issued a decree regarding Prince Ling's collusion with the enemy. The whereabouts of the rebels have not yet been thoroughly investigated. The sixth prince is ordered to quickly investigate and eliminate the traitors. Only after the truth is revealed can he marry the Princess of Baymah. Your subject obeys the decree. His Majesty's words have been delivered. Servant, I will return to report. Chief Steward Li, stop. Does Your Highness have other instructions? The rest of you, withdraw first. A Jiak approached, pressed a gold ingot into Chief Steward Li's hand, and asked, when Father Emperor had you deliver the message today, was he in a bad mood? His Majesty was in a bad mood after court dismissed, and even asked what Your Highness has been busy with recently. What happened during the morning court session? A Jiak, Your Highness, I'm afraid you have offended someone recently. Many ministers urged His Majesty to appoint a crown prince, and His Majesty was clearly in a difficult position. Lord Amo even took the lead in recommending you to His Majesty as the crown prince. His Majesty was angry, but did not show it. The Jiak said, this prince understands. Thank you, Chief Steward. It seems someone is secretly tripping me up. Who could it be? Your Highness, should this wedding attire be put on hold for now? Continue with the measurements. Could it be that this prince's marriage cannot even be finalized? You have all worked hard. I hope what just happened will not be revealed. It was another gold ingot. Your Highness, rest assured, we heard nothing today. A Jiak asked, have you been to Princess Nanqing's side? Replying to Your Highness, not yet. When the time comes, we will let her choose the style, fabric, and patterns. I will listen to her on everything. When this prince returns to the palace after killing the traitors, I must see the wedding attire completed. The next day, a Jiak and Zian set off together. Suddenly, Shaoqi and Nanxing ran over. A Jiak, Zian. Wait a moment. A Jiak asked Zian, did you tell them? Haha, I want to find Nanxing before leaving. Although you didn't want them to worry, if you left without saying anything, I was afraid Nanxing would overthink things. The two of them arrived, panting, and said, we came to see you off. A Jiak, this time you leave the palace, you must be careful. Regardless of whether you can complete the Emperor's order or not, your own safety is the most important thing. Don't worry, it's just a few traitors. After I kill all the traitors, I will come back to you. Shaoqi interrupted, saying quiet. You're not supposed to say things like that before mission. A Jiak and Z and were bewildered, not understanding what she meant. Shaoqi said again, in short, you can't say things like that before setting off. It's unlucky. Shaoqi thought, although a Jiak has turned dark this time, he should have already become the crown prince by now. What on earth is wrong with the development of this plot? We should get going. Wei Jiao can now freely enter and exit the palace. She and Old Third conspire to harm you before. Someone will surely collude with her to find trouble with you. You two must be even more careful in the palace. Shaoqi thought, it goes without saying that the mastermind is Consort Rome. I reminded a Jiak before that Consort Rome was problematic, but it seems a Jiak still doesn't pay much attention. and I can't just directly tell a Jiak that the consort is the culprit who killed his mother. This is so difficult. I don't know if a Jiak can successfully complete the mission the Emperor gave him this time. Although he has the main character's halo, nowadays in many works, the main character ends up dying a more tragic death. Nanxing comforted her, it's okay. Even if you can't rely on Jun my Ju, you have to believe in your fifth brother. Xiao Qi shouted. A Jiak is of course reliable. I'm just worried, Nanxing teased. Instead of worrying about me, why don't you think about what kind of wedding dress you want when you get married? Nanxing was engrossed in conversation and accidentally bumped into a lady, causing her to drop her sacred flowers. Nanxing hurriedly apologized. Are you hurt? Why don't you watch where you're going? Why are you so angry? I'll help you pick up your things. Here, these are your flowers. Although they're broken, they're not too dirty. I'll compensate you for your box. All right, forgive me. Suddenly a voice said, which palace maid are you? Why do you have no manners at all? Xiao Qi and Nanxing were stunned. Who is this again? I can't believe there's such a beauty in the palace. Did I read a few chapters less? Princess, they broke the sacred flowers of our Nanjun tribe. That was meant to be presented to His Majesty. Xiao Qi wondered. Nanjun tribe? Princess, what Nanjun tribe? Isn't it the Jurchen? Wait, it seems there really is such a character. The princess of the Nanjun tribe. Isn't this the plot I wrote after a Jiak's darkening, with a female villain in the harem torments Nanxing? Your Highness, the matter you assigned has been properly arranged. Did you find anything? Before the incident with Princess Consort Ling, the Third Highness was indeed in frequent contact with someone. Xian said, so your guess was not wrong. A Jiak turned and asked, who was he in contact with? It was the elder brother of a palace made in Consort Rong's palace. He is now gone missing. Missing again, just like during the time Princess Consort Ling was poisoned to death. Xian asked a Jiak, you already knew? Xiao Qi told me before that Consort Rong was suspicious. While this prince is not in the palace, keep an eye on Consort Rong's every move. Report to me immediately if you discover anything. Back to Nanxing and Xiao Qi's side. May I ask who you are? Before they could answer, the two maids behind them complained. You people are talking so loudly here. You've scared our princess. After a moment of thought, she said, oh, could it be that you are Princess Jun Mai Ling of the Yun Kingdom? Then she quickly took Xiao Qi's hand. My name is Bai Renren. From now on, we are one family. But unfortunately, I am not Jun Mai Ling. I am Princess Nanxing of Beima. Xiao Qi was worried. Wei Jiaojiao isn't dealt with yet, and now another Bai Renren has appeared. Whoops, it should be Bai Renren. She showed a look of contempt. So it's the princess of Beima. We are both guests, but Princess Nanxing's aura is so much like the mistress of the harem that I mistook you. Ha, you flatter me, princess. Xiao Qi thought. She's already being passive-aggressive the moment she opens her mouth. She's probably much smarter than Wei Jiaojiao. This will be harder to handle. She walked away. The divine medicine has not yet been presented to His Majesty. I must go back and get another box. Excuse me. Nanxing immediately said, I'm sorry for breaking the box. Tomorrow I will send compensation money and a gift. All right, that's a national treasure. How can a maid compensate for it? Talking to a princess with such a glib tongue. No manners at all. Nanxing was sad. It was this servant's impoliteness. This made Xiao Qi so angry, she wanted to pounce on them and tear them apart. Nanxing said, calm down. It's better to have one less problem than one more. Meanwhile, Bai Renren's group had extremely arrogant expressions. Nanxing said to Xiao Qi, that princess is just arrogant and knows nothing. When a Jiak arrived at that village, there were no more clues. Everything had been cleaned up. The bandit villages they had investigated on the way here were basically like this. Judging by the scale, the number of private soldiers is not small. They usually disguise themselves as bandits and kill without batting an eye. Many common people have suffered because of this, and it happened not far from the Yun Kingdom. Xian believed that all these things were because of the private soldiers raised by Qiao Mofeng. A Jiak also said this is all Qiao Mofeng's fault. Besides, I don't think he was the sole mastermind. If he were alone, then on the day I killed him for being convicted of treason, these private soldiers would have been like a snake without a head. Xian asked, you mean besides him, there are still others involved in this? Their commander, Qiao Mofeng, has been dead for a long time. Prince Ling, who provided them with money, has also been captured. They are still acting in a very orderly manner, not disbanding at all, nor have they become bandits due to the downfall of their master. This shows that their real master is not yet dead. This person must be of high rank and great power. Otherwise, they would not have known in advance about Prince Ling's report and ordered them to disperse. Junmai Yuan is definitely not involved in these matters. So everything is Consort Rong's fault. Her high position is certain. Let's go to the next mountain. If we're lucky, we might meet some real bandits. We can catch them all in one go. To think that there's another obstacle before I can marry Xiaoqi. I can't sleep peacefully. Xian was only worried that the soldiers had been marching for a whole day and were completely exhausted. Even if they were found, it would be like they were delivering themselves to the doorstep. We should still rest for a night. In the end, a Jiak decided to set up camp here to rest for a night. They would set off the next morning. At night, a group of people dressed in black and with their faces covered launched a surprise attack. They thought that a Jiak's group, having searched the mountains for the past few days, was already exhausted. They would sleep like logs even without sleeping drugs. The one named Dao Dabao thought that if he killed a Jiak, her ladyship's plan would not be far from success. They tiptoed inside. A brother was keeping watch nearby. He reported that the sixth prince was still in his room. Very good. Let's split up and act. Brothers, charge forward, kill the sixth prince, and claim the top merit. Kill. But as soon as they burst through the door, what greeted them was a Jiak. But he looked very strange. A Jiak seemed to have been sitting there waiting for them since the afternoon. At the same time, Zian and his soldiers advanced from outside. How audacious. You've fallen into a trap. Drop your weapons now. A Jiak coldly asked, "Were you looking for me?" The leader calmed his men. Don't panic. Call the other brothers over here and capture the sixth prince first. But all of their accompanying accomplices had been subdued and were captured. Zian said with satisfaction, "A Jiak, you truly are a divine strategist. To think they've raised private soldiers and even tried to assassinate me. So if I let my troops out of the palace alone, you would naturally try to kill me again. I just went with the flow." The leader gritted his teeth. "You are truly cunning." A Jiak stood up and said, "I was just trying my luck. I didn't expect you to actually come. It's just that too few of you came. But for better or worse, you walked right into the net yourselves. My wedding day won't have to be postponed. Now, what method should I use to pry your mouths open?" At this time in the palace, Nanxing exclaimed, "Princess, this wedding dress is so beautiful." Xiaoqi said, "I think so too, haha. After all, it's the ceremonial attire of a crown princess." Then she heard that a Jiak had returned and had sent someone to inform her that he was coming over. She didn't expect him to be back so soon, did she? Nanny Lu said, "Princess, it's bad luck to meet the groom before the engagement and wedding. I am a socialist. I've never believed in such superstitions." Nanxing ran after her, saying, "Does that mean Xian is back too?" "Huh, they must have successfully eliminated the bandits." "Your Highness, it's not convenient to see the princess before the wedding." A Jiak said, "As long as it's convenient for this prince, it's fine. We're back." Then they embraced tightly. "I'll come back to marry you." Nan Xin said, "You completed the mission in one day? You want to marry me that much?" Haha. Xiaoqi felt her wish had come true. Brother finally got a promotion and a raise to bring the princess home. I was originally cannon fodder. I shouldn't have been able to live to this day, right? Brother's role didn't even appear in the novel. The princess of the Nanjin tribe was only described in a few sentences in the novel, and it wasn't certain she would marry a Jiak. Xiaoqi beamed and said, "You're so reliable. You dealt with the rebels in just a few days. It's not resolved yet. We only caught a few. We haven't been able to get anything out of them yet. Are their mouths that tight?" It's not that their mouths are tight. It's that they don't know where the others went. The person who came with the soldier tally was different each time. According to them, those people all turned into corpses for unknown reasons. Xiaoqi thought, Consort Rong is truly a vicious cannon fodder. She's about to kill her way to becoming the final boss. A Jiak told her, "Don't worry about these things anymore. I'll handle it." A servant came to announce good news. The mansion is ready. It has been delivered. A Jiak took Xiaoqi's hand and said, "Let's go. If there's anything you want to change, you can still give your future husband some suggestions, right?" Finally, the two of them officially got married. They performed this ceremony before the emperor, her ladyship the empress, and Prince Bei Gongyi. A Jiak looked at Xiaoqi. "I've waited for this day for a long time." On their wedding night, Xiaoqi kept inhaling and exhaling, looking extremely nervous. When a Jiak entered the room and poured the bride and groom's wine, Xiaoqi thought that although she might not wake up from this dream is truly a wonderful dream. A Jiak handed the cup of wine to Xiaoqi. It's time to drink the cross-cupped wine. A Jiak urged, drink it all. Shao-Chi said, come on, a spring night is worth 1,000 gold pieces. Then what was bound to happen, happened. You all know what that is, right? Hee, drooling. At this moment, Princess by Ren was furious. Consort Rong clearly promised my royal father that she would make this princess the crown princess. But the crown prince of Yin seems to be the sixth prince, Ju Mai Ju. He has already married Bei Gong Nin Xin. Did this princess travel 1,000 miles to Yin just to be a concubine? While she was upset, Wei Yao Yao came to visit the princess. I am Wei Yao Yao, daughter of the Grand General. The princess can just call me Yao Yao. Her ladyship Consort Rong has a message for the princess. A maid asked by Ren if she should greet her. Ren said, no need. Then are no longer on the same path. In the room now were Consort Rong by Ren and Wei Yao Yao. Ren asked, Miss Wei, is something troubling you? On the way here, I saw you frowning and sighing many times. Consort Rong said, the man she likes has gotten married, and the bride is not her. Of course, she's melancholic. I'm sorry. Yao Yao has dampened the mood of you two. Consort Rong said, this consort called you two here precisely to help you get closer. After some back and forth, Ren, you are the princess of the Nanjun tribe. Your status is noble. Naturally, you should marry the prince with the noblest status in Yun. The current empress only has one princess. Right now, the only ones qualified to be the crown prince are the sixth prince and Yuaner. The sixth prince's birth mother, Consort Li, died from illness more than 10 years ago. But Yuaner still has this consort and this consort's maternal family. Princess Ren, who do you think has the nobler status? I have long heard that the ninth prince is as handsome as a jade tree in the wind and treats people gently. Ren has long wanted to get to know the ninth prince. Could I trouble your ladyship to be the matchmaker? Go, pass a message to Yuaner. Just say this consort has a matter and wants the prince to see this consort. Well, Ren still wants to beautify herself first. Let's meet the ninth prince next time. Haha, he hasn't even arrived, and the princess is already getting shy. Over with the Jiak and Shao-Chi now. He usually has a grumpy face, but why is he so serious even when sleeping? Shao-Chi kept looking at a Jiak like this, and when a Jiak woke up, she pretended to be asleep as if nothing happened. A Jiak gently blew in her ear and pulled her onto his strong body. Was he planning to do a little more? But at this moment, her ladyship the Empress arrived. They both got dressed properly and went out to serve tea to her ladyship. From now on, we are one family. This morning, before His Majesty held court, Consort Rong was already waiting for His Majesty outside Shenhua Hall. Can you two guess why she came? Shao-Chi replied, it must be about the ninth prince's marriage. Consort Rong, she has always been someone who must have whatever others have. When a Jiak married the Beima princess, the Nanjun princess happened to arrive in Yun. This matter is probably related to her ladyship Consort Rong. Her ladyship the Empress then praised Nin Xin for being so smart. A few months ago, it was indeed Consort Rong who suggested to His Majesty to propose a marriage alliance with a neighboring country's princess of a suitable age for our princes to form an alliance with them. His Majesty agreed. So it's not just Yuana. These past few months, we've also been choosing a suitable husband for Linger. The Empress worry that Linger is still young and has been raised sheltered. If she marries far away and gets bullied, she doesn't know if the girl can handle it alone. A Jiak immediately reassured her, Mother Empress, please rest assured. Your son once promised Mother Empress that I would take care of Linger. If Mother Empress is reluctant to let Linger marry far away, then your son will find a suitable prince consort for Linger and Yun. Suddenly, a pei appeared. Host, you have completed this mission. This can only keep you free from illness and in good health for 1 month. If you don't complete another mission in a month, your health will weaken again. Hearing this, Shao-Chi was utterly shocked. Back with Consort Rong, she said to my Yuan, Bai Ren's beauty is no less than Bei Gong Nanek science. Moreover, the Nanjun tribe is brave and skilled in battle. If you marry the Nanjun princess, it will be more beneficial for you in the fight for the throne. Mother consort, but your son has no desire to participate in the power struggle. Your son only wants to live a free and easy life, with no desire to concern myself with court affairs. Don't defy this consort. This consort also wants to live a free and easy life. Your ambition is too great. You can't be at ease. Io, you rebellious son. Ma Yuan walked out and replied, "Your position in this harem is no better or worse than the Empress's. There's no need to fight for those things. I will come to pay my respects again when you have calmed down. Get out. This consort has already cleared the path for him, and he won't even take a single step. Get out. Over here." Shao Qi asked a Jiak, "Today, when we serve tea to pay respects to His Majesty, his attitude seemed like he doesn't like you very much, does he?" A Jiak said, "Some ministers recommend me as the crown prince in front of him every day, which annoys him." Shao Qi was surprised. "So he's being manipulated, meaning the emperor is being deceived. It's clearly not your fault." Shao Qi suddenly had an idea and told a Jiak, "You should also play the sowing dissension game. Who benefits in the end from secretly harming you like this?" A Jiak also realized it was Zhu Maiyuan. Zhu Maiyuan has no desire to compete, so all the shady business is done by Consort Rong. The power of Consort Rong's family is clearly not what it used to be, but that's only because the emperor suppressed them before, so they restrained themselves. The emperor is so suspicious. How could he not see the power of the Rong family? And how many ministers have secretly colluded with the Rong family? Absolutely not. A Jiak sounded amused. "All right, I'll play the sowing dissension game." Shao Qi reminded him, "Remember to release a piece of information that you've investigated." A Jiak asked again, "How did you know I was secretly investigating Consort Rong?" The answer is, don't I know you well enough, brother? In the imperial study, the Sixth Highness has captured hundreds of rebels. A great merit. It is reasonable that. The emperor interrupted. "Say no more. We know your intentions. We will consider your proposal. Appointing the sixth prince, Jun Maiju, as crown prince would indeed be widely supported. Today, we will issue an edict and choose an auspicious day for the investiture ceremony. If there is nothing else, you may withdraw." Lord Mo and the other ministers were surprised by His Majesty's decision. What happened? Did something go wrong somewhere? Could it be that we really convinced His Majesty? A Jiak, also surprised, stepped forward and asked the lords to halt. "You too. Is this a convenient time?" "There's no need to be so tense, Lord Mo. I heard that your wife just gave birth to 2 daughters, so I sent someone to your residence with congratulatory gifts." "Haha, thank you for your kindness, Your Highness. Speaking of my 2 daughters, my wife for better or worse." A Jiak interrupted, saying that on his way back, he happened to meet someone sent by her ladyship Consort Rong. I wonder since when Lord Mo's relationship with Consort Rong became so close. Could it be that Lord Mo works for Consort Rong? Then for me to hold you back like this is probably inappropriate, isn't it? These 2 officials are also Consort Rong's people, right? If they were to run their mouths in front of Consort Rong, I'm afraid Consort Rong wouldn't let Lord Mo save face. Then a Jiak turned and left, leaving behind the words, "If Lord Mo needs help with anything, feel free to find me anytime. A wise bird chooses its branch." I hope Lord Mo remembers this. As a Jiak left, Lord Mo thought, what a brilliant counterattack. It seems this 6th prince is more scheming than I imagined. Besides, the emperor has already spoken of making this 6th prince the crown prince. Continuing to oppose him will likely not end well. Over with Shao Qi's group, it must be ready. Next will be the moment to witness a miracle. You can open it now. Come in. It smells so good. So Shao Qi cooked some modern dishes to treat everyone. Ma Yuan said, "Sixth sister-in-law always has such strange ideas." So strange. Princess Mai Ling also said, "It's also very delicious." Anyway, I was idle with nothing to do, so I cooked a new type of delicacy. This is instant noodles, but the process of making it isn't instant at all. If you all like it, I'll make a little more. Princess by Ren stood stiffly outside, watching angrily. It's just as Wei Yao Yao said, "This Bei Gong Nan Xian is truly a vixen." "Princess, right now, there are a total of 2 princes in the palace. She's clinging to both of them." "You're right. This princess is not one to sit still." Then she also stepped in. I could smell the fragrance from afar. "It's so lively." "Princess Nan Xian, oh no, I should call you the 6th princess consort now." Then she approached my Yuan. "This must be the 9th prince, right? I've long heard that the 9th prince is young and talented. Meeting you for the first time, it's just as people say." She has no one else in her eyes. Her purpose is so obvious. Shao Qi offered, "Princess, would you like to sit down and eat with us?" "No need, these things look very crude." Just then, a servant finished grilling some beef skewers. Bai Rinrin watched, her mouth watering. She immediately sat down, making herself comfortable. But since everyone is eating, I'll have a little too. Xiaoqi suddenly thought, this Bai Rinrin, she can't be an idiot, can she? After she finished eating, she let out a loud, unintentional burp. She was startled and couldn't cover her mouth in time. This stuff, you just can't stop after one bite. It's too scary. Xiaoqi asked, are you full already? There's still other things. There are also grilled sausages, grilled chicken wings, grilled chicken feet, and so on, all modern things. Rinrin said, don't say any more. Her ladyship consort Rong said, I would be dining with her tonight. I have to go. Ma Yuan also exclaimed, Mother consort called for me too. I almost forgot. Then he turned to Bai Rinrin and said, Princess, then let's go together. Hearing this, she was moved and agreed. Xiaoqi watched them. Looks like my Yuan's charm is quite strong. She didn't even notice when a Jiak had returned. A Jiak leaned into her ear and asked, very charming, huh? She immediately acted coy, but that charm is much less than a Jiak's. In front of me, it's practically insignificant. How could it compare to our Jiak, who always makes me swoon? Hee. On consort Rong's side, she was dining with my Yuan and Bai Rinrin. When a maidservant came in to report, consort Rong said, whatever it is, wait until I've finished eating to say it. My Yuan said, if there's something urgent, please attend to it first. We have already eaten quite a lot. Rinrin too. After leaving consort Rong's palace, my Yuan seemed to be ignoring Princess Rinrin. My apologies, Princess. I must take my leave first. I hope the princess can return to her palace on her own. Before Rinrin, sir. Before Rinrin's surprised expression, my Yuan left, deep in thought. Why have these people been coming to see Mother Consort recently? My Yuan wondered, who on earth are they? Meanwhile, on a Jiak and Zi-An's side, following His Highness's previous instructions, the situation of each traitor has been thoroughly investigated. Among them were these two. Those two are the older brothers of the maid who previously instigated the poisoning of the 6th princess consort. They didn't even know that their younger sister was dead. Arriving at the prison cell, a Jiak let the two brothers meet. They were overjoyed to see each other again. A Jiak remarked, such a scene of deep brotherly affection truly moves this prince. Zi-An said, if your younger sister knew this in the underworld, she would also feel happy for you. Hearing this, one of them shouted angrily, nonsense. Why are you cursing someone who is alive and well? The older brother calmly replied, I don't know what you lord are talking about. We two brothers have no father, no mother, and no relatives. A Jiak stated, the small house with a pagoda tree in front of the gate of Lu Alley has become an abandoned house. Since the 6th princess consort was poisoned to death and the culprit was caught, that house. It was the work of the 6th princess consort's personal maid. Zi-An added, 5 generations of your ancestors have been thoroughly investigated. There's no need to hide it anymore. Zi-An took out a bracelet and a hairpin, saying, these are the belongings of your younger sister. A Jiak said, you sell your lives for your master, do wrong, are willing to face death rather than reveal intelligence. But your loved one was long ago pushed out by your master to be a shield. At this moment, the brothers, a Han and a Won, cried out their sister's name, realizing she was truly dead. A Jiak continued, even if your sister died unjustly, you two can't just remain silent forever. The older brother asked, if we talk, will you let us go? A Jiak immediately said, I can't. He asked again, then what's the difference between talking and not talking? A Jiak said sternly, I will kill the culprit who murdered your relative and send him to the underworld to atone for his sins in your place. Hearing this, the brothers seemed ready to cooperate. When he returned, a Jiak was still pondering, could the poisonous grass be related to her? Seeing this, Xiaoqi asked, did something happen? A Jiak was startled and said, it's nothing. Have you invented something new again? Humph, if you don't tell me, I won't show you. A Jiak then said, it's just about the traitors. She asked in surprise, what did you find out? A Jiak said he had captured traitors who could contact the mastermind. They all confessed it was Rong Shi, consort Rong's younger brother. Xiaoqi asked, since you found out, shouldn't you be happy? Why do you seem so angry? While investigating and confiscating Rong Shi's mansion and assets, we also found a list. It's an invoice related to consort Rong from over 10 years ago for sending someone to the Nanjun tribe to buy herbs. Most of those herbs are good for treating illnesses, but if used alone, one of them will cause the entire body to break out in red blisters. Xiaoqi was surprised and thought to herself, oh no, he knows that consort Rong was the mastermind who murdered consort Li. A pay also appeared and reminded her a GX blackening index has reached a somewhat uncontrollable level. Xiao Qi panicked. Hasn't the blackening index already been cleared? A pay stated, if this continues, the ending of your novel's script might return. A GX continued, it's just like an infectious disease. A pay urged, host, you must quickly think of a way to lower my Jew's blackening index. A GX, however, continued, if consort Rong used that amount of herb to harm my mother consort, then I will definitely make her pay a debt of blood with blood. Seeing a GX blackening level continuously rising, a pay said, I'm going to hide first. Host, you should pray for yourself. Xiao Qi thought that a GX had still discovered the truth. She tried to make the script go astray, yet it still returned to the beginning in a different way. This kind of thing had happened before. If it were before, she would definitely have run far away like a pay. But it's different now. Now she's a GX wife. So if she took a GX hand, calm down. Your expression has become very scary. A GX quickly apologized. I scared you. Along with that, his blackening level also gradually and noticeably decreased. I have never told you the story of my mother consort. Since I was young, I have lived on for revenge. My mother consort was secretly plotted against by someone. She unknowingly ate something wrong, and her whole body broke out in red blisters. She was diagnosed with an infectious disease by the imperial physicians, sent out of the palace, and eventually died. Xiao Qi said, so that's how it is. No wonder you became so angry after learning the effect of that amount of herb. She thought to herself, if a GX finds out I destroyed the letter that mentioned this, he will surely be even angrier. Xiao Qi said, let's not talk about these things anymore. Come over here and look at this new toy. Before a GX was a model of a bicycle. Guess what it's used for? A GX felt it looked like a horse. Xiao Qi also agreed it was almost like a horse. If the blacksmith can make a chain according to my sketch, later we just need to attach it here, and it can turn the gears, replacing horse-drawn carriages on the road. Just then, my Yuan arrived with Bai Renren. I heard Sixth Sister-in-Law is giving the palace guards a hard time, wanting to create a strangely shaped iron chain. Xiao Qi said, what do you mean strangely shaped? It's something very useful. Please see my latest invention. Come in. This thing looks quite like a horse. Xiao Qi was speechless. How could these brothers tell it looked like a horse at first glance? Bai Renren, on the other hand, thought it just looked like a pile of scrap would cobble together. How could it be a horse? Can it run like a horse? Don't tell me it will fall apart after a few steps. My Yuan whispered to Xiao Qi, Mother Consort keeps forcing me to take her around. Being alone with her is torture. Sorry, Sixth Sister-in-Law. Xiao Qi turned to Renren. So it's because Princess Renren rarely stays in the palace and hasn't seen many things. That's why she has such doubtful questions. She was no pushover and said, this princess lives in the palace. What strange and unique item have I not seen? This kind of simple object, this princess can also create. Xiao Qi extended her hand in a gesture. If that's the case, then I would like to ask for your guidance. Then Xiao Qi deliberately asked a very brain-twisting question. This dairy cow number one of mine uses axles, inclined planes, levers, and other mechanical principles. Does Princess Renren understand them? Regarding the materials used for the automated system, do you have any opinions? In response to Xiao Qi's questions, Bai Renren just stood there bewildered, only able to say, huh? And what? Brother, my Yuan said happily. It seems Bai Renren is no match for Sixth Sister-in-Law at all. A GX said, in a battle of wits, Xiao Qi has never lost. Ninth brother, today when I passed by the palace gate, I saw your uncle send someone to deliver some rare medicinal herbs to your mother consort. Wei Ming checked and reported to me that a type of poison called 6-day red was mixed in. 6-day red can be used as medicine in pharmacology, but must never be used alone. If ingested by mistake, red pustules will appear on the body. I don't know if Consort Rong knows the effects of 6-day red. You should still consider it carefully. My Yuan immediately said, all right, then I will go to Mother Consort's place later. Yuaner, why have you come here? Weren't you supposed to take Princess Renren for a walk today? Your son just has a few words to say to Mother. I will leave after I'm done. Have you used the medicinal herbs Uncle sent? Sixth brother said you must be more careful when using them. There is an ingredient in the medicine, 6-day red, that cannot be used alone. Your son was worried, so I came over to remind Mother. Your son takes his leave. This made her extremely angry. She turned to her lady-in-waiting and asked, "Is there any news from outside the palace?" "Reporting to your highness, Lord Rong did indeed send someone into the palace this morning, but for some unknown reason, they were stopped by the imperial guards. Xiao Guozi has gone to investigate." Hearing this, she became furious. "Very well, you Ju my Ju. You dare use my yuaner to mock me. Go and summon Wei Yao Yao to see me." Wei Yao Yao rushed over. Ju my Ju's investiture ceremony is about to be held. As is customary, after he officially becomes the crown prince, many concubines will enter his residence. The plan to prevent Jun Mai Ju and Bei Gonglan Xin from marrying has failed, but there is still a chance for you. I just don't know what General Wei's intentions are. Wei Yao Yao said tearfully. He does not agree to participate in these political matters. He only said that if the sixth prince agrees to marry me, he will naturally approve. Consort Rong thought, "It seems the Wei family is not for me to use. After resting and gathering strength for these few years, it's almost time for the decisive battle." After a moment, she said, "General Wei is truly wise. If that's the case, as long as you help this consort with one thing, this consort will make the decision for you. After the sixth prince becomes the master of the Eastern Palace, I will ask His Majesty to grant a marriage, so you can marry into the Eastern Palace honorably and properly." Ma Yuan left his mother consort's palace with a very troubled heart. Mother consort was a bit unusual today, wasn't she? I thought that by conveying sixth brother's concern to her, it might soothe some of her hatred for sixth brother. Ma Yuan suddenly remembered 6-day red blisters appearing all over the body. Isn't that the rumored appearance of consort Li before her death, according to folklore? Could it be that sixth brother was actually reminding me? "Ninth prince, where are you suddenly going? I've been looking for you everywhere." "Sorry, Princess Renren, I have something to discuss with sixth brother. Let's reschedule our tour of the Imperial Palace." But she wanted to go with Ma Yuan. Ma Yuan had no choice but to say, "Princess Renren, this is a private matter that I don't want outsiders to know about." Then he turned and left. Renren was stunned. Did Ma Yuan consider her an outsider? Meanwhile, Xiaoqi was teaching a Jiak to ride the bicycle she invented. How is it? It's fun, right? "Imperial brother, sixth sister-in-law. I need to talk to sixth brother for a moment. I'll return him right away." A Jiak left Xiaoqi. "I'll be right back." Xiaoqi watched them, lost in thought. "Ju My Yuan has never harmed you. You must handle this well. I thought you wouldn't come back to find me." After I relayed sixth brother's words to mother consort, her reaction was a bit. Ma Yuan hesitated. On the way back, I remembered the story circulating among the people about consort Li's death. Sixth brother's meaning is consort Li, she. A Jiak interrupted, "I have a few things here. Take a look before you speak." After Ma Yuan looked through the ledgers a Jiak gave him, Ma Yuan was stunned that things had turned out this way. He asked, trembling, Is this all true? I have already imprisoned the people the Rong family sent into the palace to deliver messages. So consort Rong temporarily doesn't know that I have investigated matters related to the rebels and her." Ma Yuan said, "I thought she usually just played tricks to claim credit and seek benefit for the Rong family in the court. I never expected she would dare to do something like treason." A Jiak stated, "If this evidence is presented, consort Rong and the Rong family will only face death." Xiaoqi worriedly came through the rain to see what the two of them were doing so secretly, even avoiding her to talk. Just as she sat down in front of the door to eavesdrop, a Jiak opened the door with a click. Her pitiful look of being caught sneaking around was quite a sight. "Xiaoqi, what are you doing here?" She quickly said, "I saw it was raining, so I brought an umbrella to pick you up. I am very virtuous, definitely not eavesdropping." Impressive, right? Impressive, right? Ma Yuan also walked out from inside. Xiaoqi said, "It's raining. Stay and rest at our place today. I've been impolite. I must hurry back to handle a few things. Then take this umbrella." And so Ma Yuan walked away dejectedly. A truly pitiful sight, my friends. Xiaoqi asked, "What did you give him?" "Rewind a few minutes. I intended to give these things to you to handle. If I hand them over to Father Emperor, consort Rong will surely die. But if you hand them over to Father Emperor and say that consort Rong has come to her senses, there might be a chance of survival. This evidence is the only copy. No matter what you decide, I will not interfere. I will act as if I have never seen this evidence." Ma Yuan asked, "I don't understand. My mother consort has always been against you, sixth brother." A Jiak said, "If you hadn't brought troops to the great desert to rescue us, I'm afraid Xiaoqi and I wouldn't be here today. Just consider this me repaying a favor. Besides, the feeling of losing one's mother is not pleasant." Hearing this, Ma Yuan could only remain silent and call out sixth brother's name. Back to the present. Shao Qi asked, "You spent so long collecting evidence, and you gave it all to Junmai Yuan?" Not a single thing left. Shao Qi said happily, "Not bad. A Jiak, you're becoming more and more like a human." A Jiak was puzzled. Shao Qi said, "You used to be as cold as ice, with an air that kept everyone away, like an ice sculpture. Now you can be considered to have a heart like a normal person." A Jiak let out a hee-hee laugh. "Come on, your laugh sounds really sinister." After Consort Li, Consort Shi, Consort Yi, Noble Lady Ding. Consort 1, the second prince, the fourth prince, the seventh prince, the eighth prince. All of them, one by one, were plotted against and eliminated. Some even had their entire families wiped out. And Consort Rome gradually became a trusted confidant by the emperor's side. But she is my mother after all. She worries about me and everything. How can I bring justice by sacrificing my own kin? Your Highness, Her Highness sent this servant to bring you sweet soup. Her Highness knows you like to eat longan, and specially instructed to add a little more. After finishing the soup, Mai Yuan stood up, wanting to see his mother consort. As soon as he saw her, Mai Yuan didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, "Are you raising a private army?" Sixth brother has already investigated it. He just hasn't handed the evidence to Father Emperor yet. This consort knew it. From the day he returned to the palace, he would definitely not let me off. No, sixth brother has given all the evidence to me, including the matter of you causing the deaths of those consorts and princes. Yuan really cannot turn a blind eye to so many lives. So you want to join Junmai Ju to bring justice by sacrificing your own kin? Sixth brother said the resolution is all up to me to decide. He will not get involved. I beg you, please go and confess your crimes to Father Emperor with Yuan. It seems this consort can only proceed with the plan ahead of schedule. Actually, I had to tell you these things sooner or later. After all, everything this consort has done will be yours in a few years. Mother consort, you killed so many people. Was it all for me? If I didn't kill them, the one who would have died is you. This consort's entire life has been lived for you. Yet you, for those worthless lives, for those people who can do nothing for you, are advising your own mother to go to her death. I'm so disappointed in you. Sixth brother clearly investigated the clues of Consort Li being secretly murdered that year, but he did not continue to collect evidence. He even handed all of Mother Consort's evidence to me to handle. I cannot betray sixth brother's trust. Your son will bear the crime with Mother Consort. In 2 days, I hope Mother Consort can have enough courage to face the crimes you have committed. Meanwhile, the emperor was very angry with a Jiak, because a Jiak resolutely refused to marry a secondary consort. That person was Wei Yao Yao. But a Jiak promised himself he would not marry anyone else, even if it meant not being the crown prince. No matter the price, in this life, he will only love Shao Qi. The next day, Mai Yuan went to see Consort Rong again about turning herself in. Consort Rong pretended to agree to confess. This made Mai Yuan let his guard down, and he ate the bowl of sweet soup with a sleeping drug that she had prepared beforehand. As for Shao Qi, Consort Rong had also bribed the servants to poison Shao Qi in order to gain leverage over a Jiak. But harming Shao Qi is not that easy. Haha, a Jiak and Tuan arrived because they couldn't find Mai Yuan as scheduled. Originally, Mai Yuan was supposed to confess with Consort Rong today, but he was nowhere to be seen. This made a Jiak realize that Consort Rong would act that very night. A Jiak arranged for people to protect Shao, Qi, and Nantin. Then he rushed to stop the Rome family, who had led troops to surround the imperial palace. Spies inside the palace responded by attacking the palace gates. The imperial guards were not even half the number of the rebel army. Consort Rome, we have always treated you well. Why are you doing this? Your Majesty's orders for the past 10-odd years have been to constantly weaken me. Junmai Jiak wandered among the common folk for over a decade, and as soon as he returned, he became the crown prince. If it weren't for my Rome family, how could you have become the crown prince in the first place? And how could you have quickly stabilized your rule after ascending the throne? Now that everything is stable, your Majesty wants to bite the hand that feeds you, to hunt down and kill your benefactor? Your Majesty, just for power, you tacitly agreed when I dealt with Consort Li, which made you let go of the person you truly love. This power is indeed intoxicating. I want it too. After speaking, she pointed directly at him and shouted, "Capture the emperor alive, and you'll be rewarded with 20,000 gold and in theft as a king." His Majesty was dragged by the servants into the study. Just in the nick of time, a Jiak appeared from outside the palace gates. Consort Rong felt his arrival was very timely, a good chance to eliminate you as well. But what was more surprising was that a Jiak had already placed troops in ambush from the high ground around the imperial palace, along with Wei Sun's troops who were already present. Because a Jiak knew this day would come, the situation was completely overwhelming, and soon the rebel soldiers were completely annihilated from the inside out. Consort Rong only regretted not pulling out the weed by its roots back then. If a Jiak hadn't returned to the palace, that ungrateful emperor would have been dead today. The emperor was furious, ordered her imprisonment, and forbade anyone from visiting before the execution. After finishing his business, a Jiak quickly returned to find Shao Qi. But luckily, everything was fine. But Consort Rong bribed a prison guard to pass a message to a Jiak. She said that if he wanted to save Shao Qi, he should bring Tu into the imperial prison to see her. After learning that Consort Rong had sent someone to poison Shao Qi, even though it wasn't successful, this made a Jiak furious. So a Jiak decided to go see Consort Rong with Tu and to see what else she could do. As soon as they arrived, Consort Rong threatened, "You're so late? It seems you don't care much about your wife's safety, do you? Too bad. My wife already saw through your poisoning trick. I just wanted to see you and this chief guard who never leaves your side. Should I call you the fifth young master of the Qiao family, Qiao Tuan? Jun, my Jiak, is your father's killer, yet you're willing to be his running dog? And you even married your younger sister to your father's killer. Besides that, there's one more thing. It concerns a Jiak's mother, Consort Li. Consort Li's death was at the hands of Brother Feng. The idea was mine, but I wasn't the mastermind behind it all. The real culprit is your beloved father." A Jiak shouted, "That's enough. Stop spouting nonsense." Tuan said, "Even now you're still trying to drive a wedge between father and son. You are truly terrifying." A Jiak said that if what she said was true, he would find out for himself. In the imperial study, Wei Sun led troops back to the imperial city. Why was we not aware of this? Your son was worried that the Rong clan, like a corner dog, would do something desperate. My own forces alone couldn't protect Father Emperor, so I sent a secret letter to young General Wei. You and Wei Sun have a good relationship, don't you? Aside from asking for this favor, we have had no prior contact. I ask Father Emperor to consider young General Wei's merit in saving your majesty. If Father Emperor wishes to punish someone, please punish your son. Stand up. Why will we blame you? Over the years, we have not treated the Rong clan poorly. I never expected that she would raise a private army to kill us. Could it be that because she gained power, she developed rebellious intentions? Although Father Emperor is merciful and does not hold me accountable, your son failed to discover the Rong clan's plot sooner, causing heavy losses to the Imperial Guard and the defenders of the Imperial City. It is your son's negligence, and I am willing to surrender my military authority. But Ninth Brother is innocent. I hope Father Emperor will show mercy. Ninth Brother was imprisoned by her for trying to dissuade her. That is enough to prove he did not participate in this matter. He knew of the Rong clan's criminal evidence long ago, yet he did not present it to us. This is a capital offense. Consort Li was assassinated when you were still a child. It's been 10 years, and you still want revenge, even acting first and reporting later by killing Qiao Mufeng right after returning to the palace. We cannot guarantee that he won't also harbor thoughts of avenging his mother 10 years from now. But the Rong clan has confessed to the great crime they committed. It cannot be compared to Mother Consort's assassination. We are not like Qiao Mufeng, foolish enough not to pull out the weed by its roots. Is Father Emperor regretting that Qiao Mufeng didn't kill your son from the very beginning? Insolent. Then the Emperor lowered his voice. It's not impossible for you to plead for my honor. Right now, you're the only prince in the Yun Kingdom. To form an alliance with the Nanjun tribe, you must take by Renren as your secondary consort. Please do not be angry that your son cannot obey your command. As a prince, you cannot blindly pursue one woman. You must think of the Yun Kingdom. Your son is not like Father Emperor. I cannot achieve such supreme power. I will not give up the person I love for power. We have really raised a bunch of good sons, haven't we? The good sons you raised are all locked in prison. Father Emperor knew long ago that it was Qiao Mufeng and the Rong clan's plot to kill Mother Consort. All of that was the result of Father Emperor's tacit complicity. What? Do you intend to take revenge on us as well? It seems we really cannot kill my Yuan. Otherwise, we would have to hand over the Yun Kingdom to a scoundrel like you in the future. In any case, your son is not as cold-blooded and ruthless as Father Emperor. I probably cannot be an enlightened ruler. After speaking, a Jiak left, to His Majesty's astonishment. Shao Qi, in the palace, everyone is suspicious of each other. Even my own father doubts and is dissatisfied with me. It's really tiring. After we rescue my Yuan, let's go to Beimao with fifth brother in Nantin and live a carefree life. Okay, once you have prepared everything, we will go. Hearing this, a Pei appeared. You can't. Master, if you go to Beimao with Junmai Jiak, the mission will never be completed and you will soon die in this world. Just then, Wei Sun was outside, wanting to see a Jiak. Of a Jiak, to save Wei Yao Yao. This time, I have come to apologize to the crown princess on my sister's behalf. My cousin was momentarily confused. The many mistakes she made in the past were due to our lax upbringing. I hope the crown princess will be magnanimous and overlook them. Last night, I went to the prison to visit her, and she wanted me to convey her apologies to you. She said that she opposed you in the past because she admires His Highness the Crown Prince. But now she has thought it through. In the past, she was deluded and did many bad things to you. So now she sincerely wants to apologize. Shao Qi thought that although Miss Wei was a bit foolish, she wasn't that bad of a person. A Jiak also agreed to try to plead for her, but he wasn't sure he would succeed. After they left, Shao Qi told Nantin that they would all go back to Beimao together. Nantin was very surprised. Junmai Jiak. He wants to give up the position of Crown Prince of the Yun Kingdom? Did he say that? I thought he really wanted this position. The other princes have all been thrown into prison by him. If he leaves, the Yun Kingdom will have no successor, right? That's because those princes brought their crimes upon themselves. Besides, isn't there still the ninth prince? Nantin realized he was no longer like when they first met in the Beimao Imperial Palace. He had become warm and affectionate. Shao Qi, this is all because of you. If he is that good, then I should stay by his side for the rest of my life. I can't let him become cold-blooded for the sake of the throne. A Pei advised Shao Qi, if you can complete the mission and return to the real world, you might meet a man just like Junmai Jiak and grow old together. Don't try to persuade me anymore. I've already decided. In any case, there's no one in the real world for me to miss. It's better to live a lifetime here. A Jiak returned from seeing His Majesty and said that he would not agree to let anyone related to the Rong clan go, including Junmai Yuan. But let me think of a way. The next day, the Rong clan's treason is a crime punishable by 10,000 deaths, unforgivable. Those who were close to them will be killed without mercy. The ninth prince, Junmai Yuan, was a co-conspirator with the Rong clan. Both will be executed. A Jiak knelt down. Father Emperor, over the years, our brothers have either died or committed crimes. Now, only I and ninth brother are left. Ninth brother has never participated in such struggles. This time, he was imprisoned by the Rong clan precisely because he did not want to rebel with her. Father Emperor, please spare ninth brother's life. The court officials also unanimously begged His Majesty for mercy. The crown prince's benevolence is a blessing for the Yun Kingdom. The prince is to be sent to the western frontier, never to return to the capital. Enough. We have already made a great concession. Court is dismissed. At this point, only a Jiak remained. His Majesty reprimanded a Jiak for causing a scene in court, colluding with the officials to go against our will. If you hadn't just performed a great service, I would have sent you to the border as well. We have granted your request, sparing the lives of my Yuan and Wei Yao Yao. Shouldn't you repay us with something? Your son has already handed over the token to command the Imperial Guard. You are already the crown prince, with a crown princess by your side, until when? A Jiak interrupted. Your son has already said, I will not marry anyone else. It seems you've been fed a bewitching potion. The daughter of a traitor really knows how to bewitch people. Do you think we know nothing? We have prepared evidence that can turn her into a rebel at any moment. I'll give you 3 days to think. Think it over carefully. In 3 days, whether Shao Qi lives or dies will be up to you to decide. When a Jiak returned, Shao Qi was already unconscious in bed. She wouldn't wake up no matter how he called, and the imperial physician was also at a loss. We took turns checking the crown princess's pulse. Strangely, her pulse shows no issues, just like before. I believe the crown princess has been afflicted by some strange poison. This time is more serious than the last. It might be because the poison has acted up twice. A Jiak immediately thought of the culprit, the emperor. He actually dared to harm Shao Qi. Suddenly, Shao Qi groggily woke up. Perhaps I just didn't get enough rest. Everyone don't worry too much. A Jiak. Once Junmai Yuan is out of danger, let's go to Beimao with fifth brother in Nantin. I'll go make some preparations to help us escape now. I'm afraid that in the future, you will also become someone who disregards familial bonds like His Majesty. Ajiak hugged her and reassured her. I won't. I will never become that kind of person. Let's leave this place quickly. Leave this land. Then, Ajiak decided to enter the emperor's palace with 2 guards. On the way, he met Princess by Renren. May I have a word with you? Ajiak flatly said no. Renren said it was about the crown princess, so Ajiak stopped. I know that His Majesty wants you to marry me, but I actually have no feelings for you. I know the person you like is the 9th brother. Renren said he is currently locked in a great prison, but I believe he is innocent. It's true that the 9th brother was wronged. I'm thinking of a way to get him out. I heard that His Majesty has spared the 9th prince from the death penalty, but is exiling him to the border. I have made up my mind. Even if His 9th Highness can never return to the imperial city, I am willing to follow him. Therefore, I hope Your Highness the Crown Prince will persevere and not compromise. Your words have changed my perspective. Rest assured, I will not compromise, nor will I let my yuan go to the western border. Wait for my news. Ajiak threw open the doors and strode into His Majesty's room. Jewer, you haven't attended the morning court. What brings you here? How audacious. You dare to bring a sword in here. Ajiak ordered someone to issue a decree on the emperor's behalf, stating that His Majesty has suddenly fallen gravely ill. His dragon body is unwell, and he cannot attend the morning court today. Jewer, what is the meaning of this? Your son is only thinking of Father Emperor's dragon body. I hope you will rest and recover and not overwork yourself. Are you also planning to rebel? Guards, drag this traitor away for us. Guards, come in here quickly. We order you to drag this traitor away. Guards, we're the Imperial Guards. Ajiak turned to the eunuchs and said, This matter does not concern you. Leave quickly. Father Emperor, you are always so suspicious. Yet you didn't know that ever since I returned to the palace, I have been expanding my influence. So what if I return the military authority? 80% of the people in the palace are now my men. Jewer, we will now issue an edict to abdicate the throne to you. What do you think? The decree will be announced at the morning court later. Is that all right? It's too late. I originally did not want to do this, but you harmed Shao Qi. Just rest and recover peacefully. I will serve you food and drink until you are full. Wait, we were only trying to scare you. We haven't actually harmed her. Jewer, Her Majesty the Empress gave Ajiak a pouch of medicine and said, Put a little into his wine and meat every day. In no more than 10 days, his body will become weak. At that time, you can use the antidote to bargain with him to make him hand over the antidote for the crown princess. I never thought we would have to resort to this last measure, even having to imprison people. This one is fine. It's just that your crown princess is kind-hearted. Don't let her know about the great treason you have committed today. My Ling said, Mother Empress, rest assured, from now on, no one will be able to force Linger to do anything she doesn't want to. Linger will always be by your side. She turned back and asked Ajiak, I heard Jiao has returned home. Was it you who ordered her release? Then she thanked Ajiak. 10 days later, Tuan came to ask Nantin, how is she today? Any improvement? We've changed her medicine several times, but she still faints on and off. The imperial physician can't find the cause either. He only said she might be poisoned, but couldn't figure out what kind of poison. Tuan said the emperor also claimed he was locked up before he could harm Shao Qi. Can we only watch helplessly as Shao Qi grows weaker? I sent a message to my royal father earlier. He has ordered a search for famous physicians. Shao Qi will be fine. Suddenly, the sound of a shattering bowl was heard. Shao Qi had fainted again, dropping the medicine bowl. Nantin panicked. Quick, call the imperial physician. Sister Shao Qi, you must not let anything happen to you. Both the imperial physicians in the palace and those invited from the common world were helpless. Just as everyone was extremely worried, Shao Qi suddenly woke up again. Don't blame them. I'm not poisoned, nor am I sick. They can't cure me. Everyone, my time is running out. Could you leave me and Ajiak alone for a few words? Ajiak, actually, I'm not from this world. This world is actually the world of a book. You are a character in it, and I am its author. Ajiak was stunned. Shao Qi, I was wondering what you wanted to tell me. You must have been dreaming just now, right? Hurry back to bed and drink your medicine. I'll go find more doctors to treat you. That's right. Beigong Yi sent a letter saying he has found several divine physicians from Beimo, and they are on their way here. Quickly drink this medicine and wait for them. Shao Qi interrupted and proved that what she said was not a dream. You worked as a servant in the Qiao manor because you knew consort Li's death was related to Qiao Mufeng. When you were 4, you practiced the sword all day and were rewarded with a candied hawthorn stick, but you dropped it and cried. When you were 6, you fought with a neighborhood kid and his father found out and gave you a beating. The reason wasn't because he snatched your snack, but because he called you a child with no father and no mother. I'm sorry, Ajiak. The hardships and suffering you endured since childhood were all due to the novel's background that I set up. All of that, I've never told anyone. How do you know? It's because I shouldn't have changed the plot. I'm sorry. That's why I came here, to stop you from becoming the person I wrote, to stop you from becoming a ruthless tyrant who kills without batting an eye. I originally thought I would complete the mission and leave, but somehow I ended up liking you more and more and even married you, making me reluctant to leave this place. Weren't you sometimes curious why I talk to myself? Let me show you something. Appear and meet him, Apay. Seeing Apay's form, Ajiak asked, "What kind of demon is this?" "This is my system. Its name is Apay. I am not poisoned, nor am I sick. I am not poisoned because I failed to complete the mission given by the system. I don't belong to this novel's world, so staying here will cause me to gradually weaken." "So it's the one that caused you to become like this?" "Yes." Apay defended itself. No, it's not like that. Xiaoqi said, "Let's go for a walk. I've been in the palace for so long, but haven't walked around much. If you feel unwell, you must tell me." "Don't worry, I'm very well right now." Suddenly, she remembered my Yuan and asked, "Where is Yuan? I haven't seen him in a long time." Not long after he was released from prison, he left the capital. His personality has always been the carefree type. After what happened with Consort Rome, he was determined not to stay in the palace anymore. I also spared Consort Rome, secretly arranging for her whole family to escape. "You actually spared Consort Rome?" "Consort Rome has nothing left to fear." Wei Yao Yao went to the border with Consort Wei. She felt she had no face to remain in the capital. Father Emperor is under house arrest in the imperial study. Her Majesty the Empress visits him occasionally. Fifth brother and Nan Tin are still waiting for you to recover. I never expected the ending to be like this. Ajiak, you know the ending better than I do. The wind is picking up. Xiaoqi, let's go back. Not yet. I want to go to one more place. Let's watch the sunrise here. I've never tried watching the sunrise in front of the main hall. After watching the sunrise, you have to go back. Speaking of which, when I first met you, you had a blackening bar above your head. Every time you were in a bad mood, that bar would increase. Back then, I spent every day thinking about how to stabilize your mood. It's gone now. You become a warm person. Back then, my eyes only saw revenge. I was wary of everyone. You, on the other hand, seemed to see right through me, always by my side helping me. Without you, I might have become the hate-blinded tyrant you spoke of. The sun is rising. Xiaoqi, look quickly. It's beautiful. But just as the sun rose, it was also the moment Xiaoqi left her life in this novel. Ajiak held her in his arms and screamed, his voice echoing throughout the palace city. And so, she successfully returned to the modern world. Hello, Xiaoqi. You've really done it now. What did you change the plot's ending to? Editor, Ju got hit by a car while looking for you. Hit by a car? Is it serious? I'm truly sorry. I think I fainted from staying up late too much and just woke up. The story's ending is resolved. A Jew, after getting hit, he left the hospital without even treating his wounds, probably to look for you. Does he have to be that professional? I was wrong. I should learn from a Jew. Although he's a bit fierce, he is your editor in charge. When he comes to find you later, just apologize obediently, and he won't blame you anymore. All right, I've made the chief editor worry. That was fast. Is he here already? She rushed to open the door, only to find Ajiak standing outside. Don't leave me alone again, okay? The series The Blackened Prince is hard to please ends here. Thank you for watching. Goodbye and see you in the next videos.